All right, let's see. Yeah, boy. There we go. Let's see if this works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bam. There we go. There we go. Artificial intelligence. Carmelo Anthony supporters lie about video footage. Outrage Republicans vote with the Democrats. Who is Anthony and why is the driving feral? Video shows chimpanzee caged for 28 years, seeing open sky for the first time, obliterating 10 random items with their giant mousetrap. Freaking crazy. Oh, can't see that. Boom. Yeah. Oops. Let's see. Genius Cobb. What Giza looked like. Testing technology ahead of its time. Shoplifting from communist perspective. Ivory Coast fading cocoa. Deadliest roads. I made a shockwave cannon. Your police? Let's do this. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Does that work? Boom, boom, boom. There we go. What up, Sheba, brother? What up? Oh, jeez, that's all down there. Okay, let's see. How gasoline is made. How aluminum is made. The Carbonano effect. Funniest one. A walk through dementia. What? And drives boat off waterfall. That's not a good idea. Chinese tattoos. What up, Diddy? You saved my life indirectly with your advice. I want to say you're very welcome, brother. You're very welcome. Let me know if you need any help, brother. I'm here to help. What's up, B2B? It's Friday. Let's see. American pharmacist tries Canadian drug. The truth about mothers that raise young men. Godot shaders. 100-year-old barrel. Barrel sponge sliced in half at 30 meters. Video captures meteor hitting the ground a year ago. She refused to miss her Spirit flight, so she breached the jet bridge. 60 monster waves. Man, the internet's getting freaking. Why roads get washboard. That's pretty cool. Can a Lego man survive a crash? Guaranteed. The police they called the police on God Logic. What'd they do that for? I love that guy. Hieroglyphs are easier than they look. This is how Gadget completely broke the physics of bass. If you laugh, you're a conservative. India sucks. Don't ever come here. Jeez. Got the homies with me. We're going around, ride four-wheelers, and then we get back. I'm going to go mud bogging. There you go, brother. The elephant toothpaste. Yeah, I like elephant toothpaste reactions. Those are good. Let's find a big one. Yeast, hydrogen peroxide, and soap, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Let's see. The Bearded Science Guy, 10 years ago. There's got to be a newer one. Come on. 5 years ago. 6 days ago. There you go.
What is going to happen to elephant toothpaste inside a vacuum?
Inside of a vacuum. Why can't somebody just freaking do it? All right, we'll try this one here. We'll go. We can do whatever, brother. What's up, John? More politics. DIY Bama. Oh, come on. All right, here we go.
Check out this experiment. You might have seen it in chemistry class or on late night TV, but have you ever seen it in slow motion?
It should be carbon dioxide, I believe.
This reaction is often called the elephant toothpaste demo. Probably because an elephant needs a lot of toothpaste? Who cares? Here it is, filmed at 1,000 frames per second.
Yeah, science class was fun.
What's really happening here is a great demonstration of catalysts, things that speed up or kickstart chemical reactions. Chemistry professor Matt Hardings is adding a potassium iodide catalyst and some detergent soap to a solution of 30% hydrogen peroxide. That's the lab grade stuff. You can't get that at the store.
Right.
Chemically speaking, hydrogen peroxide looks like water, except that it's got an extra oxygen atom squeezed into it.
Right, you're right. So right, it creates more hydrogen and oxygen. Right, well, she'll
makes
explain
it unstable and potentially dangerous. We actually use this stuff to kill bacteria in open wounds. Peroxide eventually decomposes into regular old water and oxygen gas.
Right.
That does not mean you
Oxygen
can drink
gas,
it.
right.
Don't. Anyway, it's a very slow decomposition. Slower than paint drying. Potassium iodide catalyzes the reaction, converting the hydrogen peroxide into water and oxygen gas in mere seconds.
Water and oxygen
instead of
gas,
years.
right, not hydrogen.
This super fast reaction is exothermic. In other words, it releases energy in the form of heat. Some of the water gets converted to steam because of that heat. That steam expands quickly, mixes with the soap and the oxygen gas, and all of this hot air gets shot out of the top of the flask together in a hot, foamy mess. Let's see it one more time.
So it's also, it can be used like, but we're gonna look at rocket fuel, which you can use hydrogen peroxide for also, and the same kind of thing. When they mix together, they light themselves on fire. You don't need sparks. So when you're in outer space, if you don't have a flame to light your gas, right, because you don't have it in outer space, so they do this thing where they spray two chemicals together, and when the two chemicals can touch each other, when they mix, they auto-ignite. What the hell is it called? I remember doing a volcano project. Must go with vinegar and baking soda. That's carbon dioxide, right?
Lungs, especially the 30% mix we're using here. Always use gloves and goggles. You can thank Catalyst for this cool footage.
Thank you. All right, let me see. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called. Hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide jet fuel. Rocket fuel. Okay, so high versions HTP, powerful oxidizer monopropellant in aerospace. When it passes over a catalyst, it decomposes into superheated steam and oxygen, which can be mixed with kerosene to create a rocket engine. Rocket engine, not jet fuel, right? Yeah, monopropellant. Highly concentrated H2O2, which is hydrogen peroxide, is passed over silver or manganese dioxide. The chemical breakdown, that's just crazy. Acid, that's what the vinegar is acidic and the baking soda is basic. What up, yuppie brother? High test peroxide. Bam. German submarines. Soyuz rocket used turbo pumps on the booster's orbiting vehicle. Blue Flame rocket-powered vehicle. World lean. Oh, wow. There you go. That's pretty freaking cool. Got the land speed record of 1,000 kilometers per hour. 630 miles per hour. That's still pretty fast. Hey, thank you, William, brother. Bam. Bam, William. Thank you, my friend. 200 joules. The Blue Flame. All right, let's see what else we got to go on here. Let's see what else we got going on here. Artificial intelligence, the unbreakable 13-year-old daughter's alleged rapist. Jeez. Ukrainian strikes Russian warship near St. Petersburg. People having a bad day. Oakland, where every crime is legal. What up, John? 200 volts isolated. This isn't wood. Murder hornets. The world's softest mattress. People are not as smart as you think. World's scariest acid, perchloric acid. Oh, come on. Is he going to put a cat in there? All right, let's see what he's got going on. This guy's got a great channel, Chemical Force.
Hey guys,
Hello.
finally anhydrous perchloric acid on YouTube. I
YouTube.
spent an entire month preparing the material for this video. I hope it was worth it. Enjoy, leave your comments, and I won't keep you with small talk. Let's get started.
Good. Chemical Force. Turn this fan on.
The first thing I did to obtain anhydrous perchloric acid was to assemble a vacuum distillation setup and use it to distill the 60% perchloric acid I had on hand. I filled the distillation flask with the acid. For vacuum distillation, a special capillary is inserted into the second neck. If the distillation is performed at atmospheric pressure, the acid partially decomposes, releasing chlorine and oxygen, and turning pale yellow, which is highly undesirable for the preparation.
Is the match head powder? No. So there's two main types of match heads. One is called a strike on anywhere match, where you don't need to rub it against the side of the box. And then there's one where you do need to rub it on the side of the box. The one where you have to rub it on the side of the box uses the red phosphor. That's the red strip on the side of matchboxes. That mixes with the, but the strike on anywhere matches has that built into the match head. So you can like light it off of your teeth and all that good stuff. So that, like Russian kids, back during the Soviet Russian days, there was this toy that they used to make where you take a bolt and then a nut and you screw the nut on the tip of the bolt. So just so there's like still some thread showing. So it makes like a bowl on top. And you put the match heads in there. Then you take another bolt and you screw it on from the top. And then they would tie a little plastic bag to the back. So when they threw it up into the air, the plastic bag would slow it down. But when it hit, it would compress the match heads, which would cause them to blow up, which would push the boom. Here, let's see if I can just find it instead of explaining it to you. The Exploding Lock. Like, share, and subscribe. Consider supporting the channel by becoming a member, sending gifts or super chats. Cash App, Venmo, 110th grade. Thank you, John, brother. Soviet kids toy bolts and match heads. Let me see if I can find it. Here you go. What up, TW?
The nut was threaded onto a bolt.
There you
halfway
go.
down. The empty space inside the nut was tightly packed with crushed match head powder. A second bolt was screwed into the other side of the nut until it pressed tightly against the powder. A plastic bag tail was tied to one of the bolts.
Just like
it
this.
acted as a stabilizer so that in midair the device would always turn vertically and strike the pavement flat on the bolt head. It was thrown high into the air with force. Upon impact, the bolt violently struck the powder. The instantaneous compression caused the powder to detonate. A loud bang rang out, smoke burst from the bolts, and the device itself was launched several feet into the air. A nut was
There you
threaded
go.
onto a
But
bolt
that's not the only way. Like people would also do. There's a lot of the way people used to make like homemade fireworks. Like I know a guy. My grandfather knew a guy that blew a bunch of his fingers off. They would take spent shells from bullets after the bullets were fired. They would take the shells, and then they would put a whole bunch of match heads, or this one guy in particular would put a whole bunch of match heads inside of the shell casing, and then he would use back in the day when they did this, you used to use wooden dowels to pack them in there, and then you could stick a fuse in there and then crimp it. But what he did is he used a steel rod, I believe. And when he was packing the match heads into the shell casing, the steel rod caused a spark against the brass shell casing, and it blew his fingers off. Damn Soviet kids used to play this. Forget spy, kids. Yeah. So strike on anywhere matches. Strike on anywhere matches. So strike on and you can still buy these all over the place. So strike anywhere matches. See how they have I know maybe it's hard to see, but there's a white tip. Let me zoom in here. There's a white tip on them. See the white tip that's on the red match head? Dang it. So see the white tip that's on the red match head? So that when you can strike it on walls or your palm or whatever, as long as it causes enough friction, it causes the reaction. So that's what people would do, was buy like these 250 packs and then just break off all those heads. Yeah. You staying on till later or coming back for? I'll be here, brother. I'll be here. But yeah, that's the trick. And then normal matches have this red stripe on the side. And I think the strike anywhere matches do also, just to give you something to light it on. But regular matches that don't have these white tips, I guess is green, and then it's got a little white tip right there. You can strike it on the side of the box, just for convenience, but you can, like, a lot of times people carry these that go hunting and camping, and you ever seen those knives that you can unscrew the back of so you can store stuff in the knife handle? They'll keep things like this so you don't have to carry the whole box and then you can strike them on rocks and whatever. All right, Brother John. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Penny matches, 32 count. Best quality matches. Strike anywhere. Keep away from children. Yeah, and then this one right here, if you look here, this here says strike on box matches, and you can see they don't have a white tip on the green right there like these do over here. So you have to strike that on the side of the box. Pretty interesting, huh? Pretty interesting. All right, let's see where we're at.
Of anhydrous form, I seal the top of a flask with a thermometer, circulate water through the condenser, apply vacuum using a water aspirator
What up,
pump,
Tiny?
and heat the oil bath containing the distillation flask. If you cannot monitor the vacuum with a manometer, initially small bubbles in the flask that gradually grow indicate that a good vacuum has been achieved in the system. After some time, water begins to distill into the first receiving flask. Once water has been
just got
removed
your
from the
snake?
perchloric acid,
Did you find the other one? Did you find the escapee?
concentration rises above 70%, the azeotropic mixture at that concentration starts to distill. As a result, we obtained pure, transparent perchloric acid with a concentration of approximately 70%.
I've secured the container so we
then I
can't escape.
repeated the same distillation with this acid and obtained the maximum achievable concentration of perchloric acid at about 72%. The accurately measured amount of 72% perchloric acid must then be cooled to a very low temperature. To achieve
Satan's
this,
on the loose.
I prepare an ice bath from acetone and dry ice. When adding more dry ice to the acetone no longer produces vigorous boiling, it can be considered that the lowest achievable temperature for cooling the acid has been reached, and the next step is to add highly concentrated oleum to the acid. Let me remind you that oleum is a solution of sulfur trioxide in concentrated sulfuric acid.
Sulfur
So let's
trioxide,
prepare
hold on.
it. For this,
Cool, but they don't make matches anymore in the U.S. All outsourced. Yeah, most matches in the world, I believe, are made in either Bangladesh or China. My mom works with a woman who had one escape too, and it was gone for 3 months. Then she found it. Yeah, that happens, brother. It needs food. It needs food at some point. You know, I mean, you might find it in 5 years. You know, that weird things happen.
I'll have to sacrifice.
Let's see who makes. Which country manufactures matches? India and Sweden also major in China and Indonesia, but India and Sweden are the top two. The largest global producer and exporter of safety matches are the ones that you have to strike on the side. The other matches, they're not considered safety matches because if they get smashed, they'll all light and they can go boom. I have the food Thailand, but Mattel owns it. Indian manufacturers supply Africa, Middle East, Europe, and Asia. India's global population safety matches. The industry is highly concentrated in the southern state of Tamil Nadu, specifically Sivakasi and Kolavapati. Mattel owns it. Oh, it says they're making in New Hampshire. They are the sole surviving matchbook maker in the country. Wow. There you go.
This beautiful ampule containing sulfur trioxide.
See the crystals?
The
It looks like
ampule
fur.
is strong enough to allow the sulfur trioxide to be melted inside it. The thing is that under normal pressure, sulfur trioxide is very difficult to melt, because it's likely to sublime instead, which is why it's melted under pressure whenever possible. Moreover, it remains liquid for quite a long time. Look here, this mobile liquid is the liquid
that's
sulfur
cool.
trioxide that we need in order to prepare oleum of the desired concentration. I add the measured volume of liquid sulfur trioxide to the concentrated sulfuric acid using a drop-in funnel while keeping the mixture cooled. When all the sulfur trioxide has been added to the sulfuric acid, we'll obtain oleum at a required concentration. This pale brown liquid is 60% oleum, which we will add to our 72% perchloric acid. In general, the most important aspect in the synthesis of perchloric acid is accurately calculating the required amounts of oleum and perchloric acid. The idea behind combining oleum with perchloric acid
hell is he
is to
making?
obtain a mixture that corresponds to pure 100% perchloric acid and pure 100% sulfuric acid. Oleum removes water from perchloric acid, increasing the acid's concentration and in turn lowering its own concentration as it is converted into sulfuric acid. If
How
the
do you
oleum
separate 'em?
concentration is too high,
Did you
it will
know?
dehydrate
Did you know Colonel Sanders was only 138 votes from being a senator? I did not know that. I did not know that he ever
anhydrous
ran for
perchloric
senator.
acid, driving the formation of a highly dangerous chlorine heptoxide. If the amount of volume is
Heptoxide.
lower,
It's 7
hydrochloric
oxygens.
acid will not reach its highest possible concentration, and the yield will also be lower. Take a look at the liquid in the flask. It's an ideal mixture of 100% perchloric acid and 100% sulfuric acid. There is no water present, and it's formed this mixture that the anhydrous perchloric acid will be distilled. I pour this acid mixture into a drop-in funnel, which is connected to this rather interesting glassware setup. So let me tell you a bit more about it. The main component of this glassware setup is this long glass tube wrapped with nichrome wire, which is connected to an adjustable transformer, allowing the temperature of the wire to be controlled by changing the voltage. I want to point out that all the joints in this setup are individually ground to provide a vacuum-tight seal, meaning they fit perfectly together without any gaps.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
This ensures an excellent vacuum in the system, so there is no need to use
Check out the
PTFE
largest
tape.
fireworks
This is a
in the
very
world.
important detail for
Happened
this.
in Colorado. Did you hear today? I think it was today or yesterday. One super huge. Here, let me see if I can. We'll look both of those up real quick. But there was a huge fireworks company that exploded. I can't remember the country that it was in. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, in Malta. So, Italy. Jeez. Oh, we'll watch it in a second. I'm trying to find a non-news source. Let me see. Damn, that's what algorithm today only got one viewer. I don't know, brother. You're in Georgia. Where are you at, Josiah? Oh my God, Richard, did you hear Bricks and many pictures a statement saying they're distancing themselves from Josh and Brandon and they're returning the Legos? Good. I mean, what else were they gonna do? What else were they gonna do? Look, the cops are being investigated. The judge that wrote the warrant was gonna be investigated. Man, absolutely. They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to. All right, let me see. Let's do this real quick. Let's see if I can find it. Man, there's got to be a better way to look through old shorts. Because it's like you see 100 of them a minute. Caleb, what was his name? Hold on. So dangerous. Hold up. I hate this. I gotta start saving when I see them because it's so hard to go back in my history and find these things. Yeah, I can't find it. Okay. All right, we'll just watch this. All right, here you go. Look at the colors and stuff that blow up. Look at this, dude. Boom. Yeah, that's a fireworks factory. Yeah, beep. Yeah, that's some rough stuff there, boys. That's some rough stuff. Okay, what did you say? The The largest firework in the world. Largest firework. I thought it was in Japan. Yeah, I could have sworn Japan had a bigger one. We'll look at it though. We'll watch it anyway. Massive aerial shell, 2,700 pounds. Dude, imagine how much freaking fuel or powder it took to get it. Man, that looks like a nuke. Man, all right, let me see if I can find the Japan one. Okay, so you said 2,700 pounds? 2,800, 2,797 it says right here. Let me see how big this one is. Top 5 in the world. So this one, oh, this one's only 925 pounds. Wow. This is 925 pounds. Oh, let me see something real quick. Let me see something more. Yeah, 925 pounds, 42 inches. Yeah, this was like the sun too. But look how much better it bursts. Look at that. So the one in Colorado was 3 times this size. I wouldn't be looking. Watch this. Watch. Look how much it does. So much more. Look at that. And that was a third of the size. You know, I'm surprised they didn't put. Like, if you're doing a 2,000-pound firework, why not have like 100 fireworks inside of it to do hundreds of different things all going on? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking the wrong way. Maybe they just wanted the. Let's see if we can find anything about it. 54 inches. Man, the whole documentary, it's freaking an hour long. All right, let's see. Oh, you know what I can do real quick too? Let me check something real quick. Bam, 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 bam. Let's see. Bam. There we go. There we go. Let's see if that does anything. Okay. Boom. Boom. It's okay. Maybe Nagasaki. Yeah. The Nagasaki memories. Yeah. And the single largest firework ever launched in Colorado and the entire world was 797-pound, 62-inch diameter shell detonated in Steamboat Springs. The record-breaking shell was fired from a 26-foot steel tube buried into the mountain during the Winter Carnival. It says on 2020. I thought it. Maybe this was the video. The shell used over 50 miles of gum paper tape and was launched by a team of experts and locals. It flew 2,200 feet into the air before bursting into red flames. Wow. Wow, that's freaking huge. You figured it would just be more.
Did you know the world's biggest firework launched over a ski town in Colorado? In 2020, Steamboat Springs set off a 2,797-pound shell so massive it shattered the Guinness World Record. It soared over 2,200 feet into the sky, higher than the Empire State Building. And the explosion was so big, it lit up the entire town. And yes, you can visit the exact hill it launched from. Steamboat's not just a winter paradise. It's got hot springs, summer hiking, and
That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Big old Jamalator 5,000. Oops. There we go. That's huge. Uh-oh. What do you got here, TWC? Sad and breaking.
This story is a bit of a long one, so you have to lock in. Influencer couple Jesse Ridgway and his wife said they made the difficult decision to end pregnancy after the baby was diagnosed with Down syndrome. Jesse and Ashley announced in March that they were expecting their first baby. Jesse wrote in an Instagram post in April, "We were so excited to celebrate the gender reveal in a psycho video with you guys, but in true art imitates fashion, there had to be a dark twist." He further said, quote, "The same genetic testing that told us our baby would be a boy revealed to us that he had a 95% chance to be born with Down syndrome." According to Jesse, they were rocked by this info. At the time, he explained that the couple was very grateful for the support they were receiving. He said that Down syndrome comes with a high risk of miscarriage and other health problems. So he said that even though they were very excited to become parents, they were gut-wrenched by this. This news was announced to Instagram. He wrote, "I know some of you may be very disappointed to hear this news. This has been extremely traumatic for both of us, especially Ashley. Thankfully, everything went smoothly, but emotionally, we are drained." He went on to talk about what they were feeling when they got this news. He said that he was shocked but optimistic. He said, "If they're a little slow intellectually, then we'll make it work. I signed on to be a parent, come what may. I just didn't fully understand what Down syndrome entailed." He wrote in a statement, "I didn't realize just how rough it is for the child, let alone the family.
Hello to the global elite.
Until it happens to you, and then things change."
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Your morals go out the window when it happens to you. Unbelievable. Yeah, you could have just made content out of it, McJuggernuggets or whatever the guy's name is. Horrible. When your cat suddenly has Babylon, Iraq, largest city in the ancient world. Damn, check out the recent Thrissur Puram fireworks accident. Oh, goodness, too. Oh, no. Man, I wish there was a way. What up, Tommy? I tried to give myself a Van Dyke beard, but I made the chin too small and too short. Now I look like such an asshole. Yeah, life comes at us quick, Tommy. Especially when we try to shape our faces. You should play into it, dude. Start recording a bunch of videos from the asshole side of all right, hold on, let me get into this here. Let me see. Okay. This doesn't look like it's gonna be in English. This looks like it might be. All right, let's do this one here.
Now, at least 13 workers have been killed and several others seriously injured after a powerful explosion at a fireworks manufacturing and storage unit linked to the preparations for the...
Yeah, you'll get the chance to mess it up again. Oh, we're making it beautiful.
Upcoming Thrissur Puram festival in Kerala's Thrissur district. Officials say that nearly 70 workers were present at the facility at the time of the blast, many of them reportedly from Kadanu. Rescue efforts were initially slowed due to intense heat and fears of secondary explosions, but authorities later deployed drones and robotic equipment to help locate survivors inside the debris. Kerala Health Minister Veena George confirmed that a mass casualty protocol has been activated with the burns unit at Thrissur Medical College operating at full capacity. Specialist medical teams from Thiruvananthapuram, Ernakulam, Kottayam and Kozhikode have been
Try to see the news of the Titanic incident in Antarctica, all right?
rushed to assist treatment efforts. District Collector has ordered a detailed probe assigning the Subdivisional Magistrate and the Thrissur RDO to investigate the cause of the explosion. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan expressed condolences and directed that all government systems be fully mobilized to ensure expert treatment for the injured. He also said that specialist doctors from outside Kerala would be brought in if required. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced 2 lakh compensation for the families of the deceased and 50,000 for those injured from the Prime Minister's
what up, twin?
National Relief Fund. Leader of opposition
Looking good,
Rahul
brother.
Gandhi
Looking
also
good.
expressed grief over the tragedy and urged authorities to ensure swift rescue and medical response.
Jeez, man. That's freaking crazy. Damn, that's crazy. Take it easy, brother. What up, ND? Oh, man, that sucks. All right, try to see the news of the Titanic incident in Antarctica. There's no Titanic shipwreck in Antarctica, but the MS Explorer, a famous Antarctic cruise ship, sank in 2007 after striking an iceberg in the Southern Ocean. The incident grew global attention as it was the modern-day Titanic. What up, Space Cow? I do recall Big Boy. Damn fingers, limbs, head, hand, everywhere needs to be collected separately. Yeah, dude. What freaking... Yeah, that's a lot of gas released very, very, very quickly. And bricks flying everywhere, all of the vessels, the any iron vessels that chemicals were kept in, or boxes that fireworks were kept in, that all turns into shrapnel. All right, brother. All right, I got to create another thing here for Discord real quick. Hold on 1 second. Add. Bam, bam, bam. La 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 la. Okay, now I can do this. I can add window. Let me see. Make sure it's here. Boom. Discord. Okay, no. All right, Discord. Add window capture. Add new Discord. Discord's already in use. Oh, wrong thing. Cancel. Add here. Add window capture. Window capture current. Discord. Okay. Okay. Space Cow. Bam. 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 Oh man, I probably have to add the audio. Add. Let me see if it plays through. Look at Big Boy. That's a freaking huge train. Look how big the wheels are, almost as big as the people. I had a dream that I went to America to visit Richard, but he shot me for wearing the wrong color in his neighborhood. There ain't no wrong color in my neighborhood, brother. How successful can they get identifying the bodies for DNA, getting all the body parts and so have been turned? Dude, a lot of them would have vaporized. They would have turned into mud, paint. You know, like, I mean, it depends. Like, some people were probably incinerated in the very, very, you know, if they were right, like, next to the explosion. And the people that were closer to the outside of the buildings and stuff that were, like, eviscerated or dissected. Like, yeah, they're not gonna like sweep up skin cells and puddles of intestines and stuff. I seriously doubt. That would be, because you find like 50 fingers and whatnot, they're not gonna match them up to the people. They're gonna be like, well, we didn't find him, couldn't find his face. Damn, big boy. Thank you for the footage, Space Cow. All right, let's see what's going on the feed here. All right, artificial intelligence. Palm Jebel Ali. Did Dubai ever learn its lesson? Something is jamming GPS over Europe. Did God really say that? Oldest lie twisting the church right now. Record-breaking drone show, Guinness Book of World Records. Carmelo Anthony supporter lies about video footage. This was really filmed on Canada. I went to a city made 100% of garbage. Black America is tired of Black America. Yeah, dude. Yes. It's a sad thing. People do, and the thing is, often in many countries, there's not even an insurance claim for the family to get money. Like in America, at least, unless the company was running illegally, but in America, at least, the insurance company, the insurance that the company had would pay out for the family members, to the family members that lost people, like the employees that would have died. In a lot of countries, they don't have that. If you die, it's just like, sorry. Colorado's legal magic mushroom grows. African tribes try American candy. They're like, was that a fire? And this says 2 people were injured. I heard today that it was 3 people. 2 people near the facility were injured, and one other guy was like a delivery driver that got hit with a piece of wood, but everybody's like not seriously injured. They're walking and talking. Me? No. I used to be, dude. Listen, I used to be scared of the dark, and I used to be like scared of the floor. When I was a kid, I would go over to go turn the light off for bed, and then I would jump while I was in the air. I'd hit the light switch and then fly over the floor to my bed because I was scared that things were on the floor crawling around and that I couldn't see in the dark. What up, William? But no, I'm not afraid of the dark anymore. I even walk through the woods now, and I tell you what, odd thing too, I'm not afraid of spider webs anymore either. If I was walking through the woods at night and a little freaking spider web touched me, I would freaking freak out. But now it's just like around, and I'm like, boom. At some point, yeah. But like when we're kids, we don't go out exploring in the dark. You know, I wonder if kids that go out camping and stuff that are, are afraid of the dark as much as like kids that they're in inside their parents' house by the time the street lights come on, so they have the dark, they don't know what goes on out there. But then after you spend 40 years in the dark, it's scary to not be aware of your surroundings. I agree. The dark is afraid of Monk. What's up, Monk? The devil sleeps with his lights on, afraid of me. Ready? Watch this. Ready? 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 They got the music going. Same with covering your head. Hold on, I want to see this thing go off here. This was just 2 days ago. And boom. Boom! Jeez. Same with covering your head. I'm dark, and I'm not afraid of you, monk. Overhead animals hunting. Overhead animals hunting humans way long ago. Overhead flying animals. Gotcha. Hunted humans. I'm right behind you. Blue flame. Yep. We used to have a lot more to be afraid of. What up, Sumnon? My bad, I was talking about the survival instinct thing. Gotcha. How you, Bob? Let's see. Alright, get rid of that. Let's put this here. Okay. I'm afraid of things I shouldn't be. And I'm not afraid of things you should. That happens to a lot of us. Man discovers squirrel hugs and kisses loved ones in the privacy of their own home. No way. Kamala Harris model stepdaughter. But a bizarre video sparks mockery online. Uh-oh. ND, your girlfriend's stepdaughter sparking mockery online. Moments caught for camera. Artificial intelligence. Particle accelerator versus plants. Giant earthworm of the Amazon. Wow, it's a big old earthworm. I visited the world's largest open-air crack market. SpaceX Starship liftoff from beneath. What is that? Oh, vote tabulators. Somebody put these two in a movie ASAP. Why is that, William? Monk, I will tackle you and force you to eat banana bread with chocolate chips. Yeah, dude, don't do that. What is this? Oh, hydrogen with a lighter. Nuclear test. Wow. Let's check this out. .7 megaton? Jeez. Your fate is sealed. I am the sugar glider. How far away is it? I hate sugar, man. Don't. I'll have to consult my therapist on that one, Monk. Dun, 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 dun. Man, that is vicious looking. How you hate sugar, Ed? It's the calm quiet of death. Jeez. This is, it says, doesn't say. It says nuclear test, Bighorn. Let's see when Bighorn was. Oops. Let's see where this was done. Operation Dominic. Bighorn, Christmas Islands. Part of Operation Dominic, massive series of tests rapidly executed in response to the Soviets does a resumption of nuclear testing. Damn. Bighorn was one of the largest explosive events in the Pacific-based test series, providing vital data to validate nuclear weapon designs that later paved the way for U.S. ballistic missiles. Man, wackadoodle. Freaking monk. I never knew there, guys. I swear. That was pretty freaking... Here's Bravo, Castle Bravo. Let's see.
It's a warm morning on the Pacific island of Bikini Atoll. The sun sits below the horizon where its warm glow paints the sky.
All right, I can't wait 37 minutes. Let's see, Castle Bravo. Gotta be something a little bit quicker. Oh, this is the same guy. 15 megatons. So this is twice what we just saw. The big
work on high-yield hydrogen bombs had progressed from Operation Ivy, culminating in the spring of 1954 with Castle Bravo, the largest device ever detonated in atmospheric testing by the United States. Bravo was a hydrogen bomb using solid thermonuclear fuel, confirming the designs of Edward Teller and Stan Ulam, and paving the way to producing aircraft-deliverable hydrogen bombs and more effective weapons.
Without computers. They still had staples in their pages. Yes, sir. I don't think I have sunglasses. They made a miscalculation with Castle Bravo and it was way more powerful than they thought. I think I recall the story. I think I recall they were worried that it might burn the atmosphere off of the planet and kill everybody. Yeah, I don't think I have a pair of sunglasses. You know what? I have a pair of like jokey sunglasses, like the round ones that you get at like for like winning a dart throwing thing at a fair.
Significantly exceeding its expected yield by 2.5 times. Castle Bravo, with an explosive power of 15 megatons, stripped islands clean of vegetation and took the scientists by surprise. The huge explosion released large quantities of radioactive debris into the atmosphere. This resulted in the exposure and contamination of some servicemen, natives, and the crew of a Japanese fishing boat, which had gone unnoticed in the security zone around the blast. This incident pushed the dangers of fallout from nuclear weapons clearly into the public mind.
The temperature in the epicenter was around 4-kilometer range, reaches around the sun's surface temperature. That's hot stuff. Let's see something real quick. I want to see something real fast. Did you know America tested nukes in Brazilian soil? I did not know that. No, it's not. It sounds kind of like it, but I don't think it is. I got to hear some more. No, we're not going to hear anymore. Mayor, dispositivo termonuclear dos Estados Unidos de America. Let's see. Nuclear testing. Yes, we have. For our own death, yep. This is 1992. This is Los Alamos. Oh, underground. Oh, come on. Cedon Crater is interesting. Cedon Crater. Project Cedon. Satan. Yeah, I don't know how we got to it, Fred. Would you perhaps have zero nukes? You know the world would perhaps have zero nukes if Russia didn't lie about disarmament. Yeah, might be. It might, right? Bunch of jerks. I have a better alternative to eliminating my enemy by using dimethyl mercury. You can do that too. Yeah, that works. That works. It's a couple of drops. You don't even need a couple of drops, really. All right, let's see. I want to see the after effects. (1962). Let's see if we can find some. It's only 27 seconds. Okay, wow. Why Apollo astronauts trained in nuclear bomb craters. All right, looks like I watched that probably 6 years ago because I probably watched it when it came out. Yes, it's highly, highly toxic. It'll even go through latex gloves that test blew radioactive dirt all over the place, without a doubt. Yep, they're really realistically going to use neutron bombs, not nukes. So that's the last century. Yep, we done with them. We done with them. All right, let's see if we can find something. I don't want to see the explosion anymore. I want to hear about the crater.
Hidden in the Nevada desert lies a breathtaking reminder of human ambition and experimentation. This is the Cedon Crater, one of the largest.
It can seep easily through most. Yeah. And that, so the most famous death, I can't remember her name, the scientist. She thought she didn't double glove, or maybe she did double glove, but she didn't use nitrile and latex. She used latex, and it passed through it in Missouri. I think it was just three drops. Neutron bombs are like nukes, but with no explosion, just radiation. You know what I have searched for was how to obtain dimethyl mercury for normal mercury. You have searched for it? Yeah. You don't need that much. 1 milligram is plenty. Yeah, that's super, super, super toxic.
Just man-made craters on Earth. And it's not the result of meteorite or volcanic eruption. It's the product of a nuclear explosion. On July 6, 1962, 104
kiloton. What up, Nubsy?
Conducted as part of the Plaucher
Cardiff
program,
University.
an ambitious effort to find peaceful uses for nuclear energy. The Cedon test displaced a staggering 12 million tons of earth, creating a crater 320 feet deep and 1,280 feet wide. Located within the Nevada test site, just 12 miles from Groom Lake, the Cedon crater is a testament to both the possibilities and the consequences of the nuclear technology. The Plaucher program, launched in 1957, aimed to use nuclear explosions for large-scale construction projects. Imagine excavating canals, building roads, or mining resources, all powered by nuclear energy. Between 1958 and 1975, the
Imagine all those guys down there clearing the bottom and all those work trucks and whatnot, like these guys right there. They probably didn't have a good time.
Nuclear energy. Between 1958 and 1975, the United States conducted 27 nuclear explosive tests, including the Sedan
Operation
experiment.
Plowshare.
Today, more than 10,000 visitors annually visit the Sedan crater, drawn by its immense scale and historical significance. The United States Department of Energy organizes free monthly tours, allowing visitors to stand on a viewing platform at the edge of this colossal
free
crater.
cancer.
But
Yeah,
the
that's
Sedan
pretty cool
crater's
too. The elephant
significance
foot.
does not end there. Its lunar-like terrain was used to train 11 of the 12 American astronauts who walked on the moon. This site was not just a piece of history, it was a gateway to humanity's future in space. However,
let's see. Operation Plowshare, Terra nuking. Building a harbor with nuclear bombs. Okay, here we go. The area will remain habitable
in a barren.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt people in centuries. Shocking. Between the explosion and the fallout, there's not much radiation, but the problem is if you inhale a speck of dust. Right. It's not too bad if it's on the outside of you and you can wash it off, but if it gets inside you, it just stays there being radioactive for past your lifetime. Nature's claimed it. Yeah, nature knew what it did.
Lifeless landscape. And imagined it transformed. Picture canals cutting through the desert, carrying water to parched soil, turning wastelands into fertile fields.
Yeah, I like them
Now
too,
imagine achieving this not with shovels and bulldozers, but with the raw, earth-shattering power of a nuclear explosion. Not as a weapon of destruction, but as a tool of creation. This isn't science fiction. It's a chapter of history that challenges how we think about power, progress, and the limits of human ambition. Today, we're diving into the story of Project Plowshare, a bold U.S. initiative that aimed to harness nuclear explosions for construction, resource extraction, and even reshaping entire landscapes. But to understand this audacious idea, we need to rewind to the dawn of the nuclear age. What began as a wartime necessity, nuclear testing, soon evolved into something far more complex. It wasn't just about weapons. It was about unlocking the potential of the atom itself. Then came a pivotal moment, the Atoms for Peace speech, which...
Atoms for Peace. I just ate a sandwich outside a demolished nuclear plant. Hopefully Hopefully.
Dared the world to imagine nuclear energy as a force for good. Could humanity really tame the power of the atom for constructive purposes? That's the question Project Plowshare sought to answer. From carving canals to mining resources.
Human ambition knows no boundaries. Every morning some fanatic goes further and further. Yep, there's no end. Absolutely not. They're turning it into a jet ski dock.
Were as ambitious as they were controversial. But with great power comes great responsibility and great risks. In this video, we'll explore the science behind this audacious idea, the promises it made, and the tough questions it raised. We'll also look at how these experiments from the past echo in today's challenges: energy, innovation, and sustainability. So join me as we uncover the story of Project Plowshare. It's a tale of human ingenuity, hubris, and the eternal question: when we possess such immense power, where do we draw the line?
Okay. I will opt for having peace with my soul. Yes, me too. Uranium-235, 703 million years. Uranium-238, 4.4 to 4.47 billion years. There's that life. What up, sir? Jacob, brother. We are not body. We are embodied soul. That's correct. And a lot of people have a hard time realizing that. All right, let's see. Missing casing stones. Tepole. Venezuela's islands in the sky. Refilling Lake Chad. Waka droid. Man, we watched that or looked at that. My super smart brother was a mechanic at a nuke. Man, he could tell you how every nut and bolt in that place works. You better know what you're doing if you're working there. The only form of life we can learn and unlock unlock the true natures by meditation. I guess rest all forms here to suffer. And we've been told that a long time ago. A long time ago. And people don't want to listen. Refilling Lake Chad. Okay. Bam. All right, hold on. Let's see what Monk's doing real quick. Then we'll check that out. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam.
In the fall of 1987, scrapper Roberto dos Santos Alves decided that he could no longer ignore the rumors he'd been hearing. Hidden in the crumbling and cracking building near his home in Goiânia, Brazil, supposedly, was a scavenger's treasure.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this story. They got a core, and then, yeah.
It looked like another trash. It was September 10th of that year when Alves and his friend Wagner Pereira descended on the site with simple tools, and after some poking and prying,
cut into it and shit, and then crack it open with a pry
bar.
Boy in India cured his illness by meditation.
Over the next few days, Alves was further able to disassemble the capsule,
always a pleasure to hear from you.
Revealing something that looked even more valuable. He had been vomiting.
They better be, brother, right? They wouldn't be there. Those are one of those things that they don't play around with. You want to see something cool real quick, check out the amethyst starling. Coolest bird. Amethyst starling. Damn, that is freaking cool looking. Wow. Wow. That's freaking cool. Should not be alkaline. It should be alkaline. Right.
And feeling dizzy during this time, but he thought it was just something that he ate. Alves took all the pieces they had by wheelbarrow to a one de Vieira Ferreira. The owner of the scrapyard gave Alves $25 for the shiny assembly and placed the pieces in his garage. When night fell, Ferreira noticed something odd.
It glue.
The pieces in his garage were
get it out of here.
And glowing blue. 3 days later, family and friends had been invited to see the blue oddity, and soon, Ferreira's employee, Ernesto Fabiano, had cracked the canister's 1 millimeter thick glass window wide open, and the true treasure spilled out. It was 93 grams of a sparkling crystalline powder, less material than would fill a third of a soda can, that crumbled easily between the fingers.
Oh, that's not good.
Fabiano took a large glowing crystal to make a ring for it.
The more acidic we have, the higher chance of developing health problems. Right, and one of the biggest problems we have with health is people do not understand the chemistry behind how their bodies work. And a lot of our medical professionals are taught how our bodies react to the stuff that they sell. And that's a huge difference.
His wife, describing it like carnival glitter.
They gave my brother a test called the MMPI test. That was insanely accurate.
Ferreira's brother dipped a finger into the dust and drew a cross across his abdomen. Family and friends sifted and examined. Over the next week, pieces of the original assembly would be distributed across multiple scrapyards, and glowing blue dust would be sprinkled in many homes and on many bodies across the city.
Oh, no.
And so began one of the worst nuclear disasters in history. This is the true story of the Goiânia
Cesium-137. This is the 9th video of the series, The Half-Life Histories by Kyle Hill.
Goiânia is the capital and largest city of the Brazilian state of Goiás. It sits on the central Brazilian plateau, a region known for its cereal farms and cattle ranches. In 1971, a cancer treatment center local to Goiânia bought a radiotherapy machine, a device that focuses beams of energy emanating from highly radioactive source material into tumors. When the practice finally closed 14 years later, it didn't take the machine with it. It was abandoned, as was the building. Most of the clinic was subsequently demolished and left in a derelict state.
Yeah, was he military, William? Goiânia
was already a disaster in potentia, as the radioactive heart of the therapy device was now an orphan source, a self-contained radioactive source no longer under proper regulatory control, lost, stolen, or otherwise unaccounted for, and that made it extremely dangerous, as the entire city would soon find out. The unstable nuclei inside of the orphan source Ernesto Fabiano would soon open were that of cesium-137, a common fission byproduct of the natural and man-driven decay of uranium. And, unfortunately for Goiânia, cesium-137 is one of the most problematic isotopes there is. It is seriously radioactive, has a relatively long half-life, and disperses quickly and easily through an environment, as one of its most regular chemical compounds is a water-soluble salt. Widespread cesium contamination after both the Chernobyl and Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disasters is proof enough of cesium's deadly potential. Dang. Less than 1/4 pound of cesium-137 salt doesn't sound like much.
I feel like you have to be to have a discipline to study all that stuff. I mean, else it's not really profitable. I mean, unless you already have a place you're going with the knowledge and the degree. It was the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Test. The test was designed to weed out psychos. My favorite metal, helium. No, it wasn't military.
All of it would fit in a small sandwich bag, but the immense potential of the nuclear and the social and curious nature of humans meant that it was more than enough to trigger the screening of more than 100,000 Brazilians in the fall of 1987. Not all of them would return home, and many wouldn't have homes to return to.
Oops.
In biology, there is a term called an evolutionary trap. This is where some evolved behavior can suddenly become maladaptive in a rapidly changing environment. Sea turtles, for example, who evolved over millions of years to hatch and then use the moon to find their way to the sea, can exhaust themselves and die in a modern world.
No, he's saying he's not a psychopath. He got given a test to make sure that he wasn't.
And coastlines are lined with artificial lights much brighter than the moon and facing in the wrong direction. Australian jewel beetles can take themselves out of the gene pool by mistakenly mating with similarly shaped and colored discarded beer bottles. The human penchant for the shiny and glossy made 93 grams of cesium-137 dangerously attractive in a similar way.
I don't even realize I'm doing them.
It is relevant to note, said a 1988 report by the International Atomic Energy Agency, that the interest aroused by the blue glow that emanated from the radioactive cesium chloride significantly affected the course of the accident.
Blue glow.
End quote.
You think you would notice.
In other words, if the cesium did not have an almost supernatural glow, more people would have
probably would have snorted it.
After Ernesto Fabiano opened the Pandora's box the young scrappers had found, the curious powder was passed between no fewer than 22 Ferreira family members. For 5 days, fragments the size of rice grains were given to several families.
Wheel, he does get road rage. So does my brother. I do it too.
Covered her pajamas with sparkling blue dust.
Sometimes family members drive a family member nuts and call him or needs to visit a doctor. Tell us he needs to visit a doctor. Glowing stuff kills humans just as easily as it kills bugs. It turns out. Yeah, some family members. Some
came to visit her when she started vomiting and then returned home days later, bringing contamination with her. After Odison Ferreira held the gleaming dust in his hands, he went back to work. He was a bus driver. He came into contact with dozens of people. Devair's brother, Ivo, brought back some crystals to his house too. His 6-year-old daughter, Legia, was infatuated. She rubbed the crumbling glitter all over her arms and hands. She ate her lunch while admiring how her fingers were sparkling. Within 10 minutes, she was throwing up. Within 10 days of opening the cesium capsule, A significant number of people were vomiting, had diarrhea, and displayed skin lesions and burns. Local doctors put the symptoms on obscure tropical diseases.
So if someone got a road rage, issued plenty of tickets. Often that goes hand in hand. Someone painted glowing. Yeah, that's what he said. The guy that opened it did.
Or food poisoning. At this point, no one really knew what seemed to be killing Goyoña's families. That was until Maria Gabriela, convinced that the glowing blue powder was the true culprit, got on a bus with an employee of her husband's junkyard and headed for a nearby public health department. The employee was carrying the radiotherapy assembly and all the glowing blue powder he could find in a bag slung over his shoulder. An intense radiation burn would later reveal exactly which shoulder the bag was on. On September 28th, 1987, Maria Gabriela, who had been dizzy and vomiting for days at this point, walked into the Vigilancia Sanitaria and placed the bag carrying the remains of the radiotherapy unit on a doctor's desk. This, she said firmly, this was killing her family.
Be simple, live longer. How could anyone not realize the glowing blue powder? Brother, I don't know. Kyle Hill's saying it's because of an evolutionary trap. I don't believe in that crap. I don't think people... It's not because we like shiny things. If some people have a much steeper sense of survival, like like dipping your fingers in it. Like, I don't know what this is. It's inside this big steel thing. Let's crack it open and start rubbing it on ourselves. That's not a natural reaction the way that he's saying it is. As someone who hangs out by the rivers, and like, think about this. It was a scrap yard, so he has no idea. It could have been freaking grease or any other dirt kind of, just because it looked pure and it was glowy, he wants to rub it on himself. That just seems like he didn't think, hey, we got no idea what this is, but it's glowing, so let's rub it on ourselves. Rather than poking out the nose into the unknown, right? Now they're just like, hey, is this stuff glowing? It's bathed in it. Tyler, am I a Jew? No, I'm not a Jew. He's not a Jew. I checked. I agree, Richard. It's not naturally at all. Why would you rub it on yourself? Right. But not. It's not that he discovered it in nature and then said, "Oh, this is beautiful." Somebody brought him a piece of machinery, and he broke it open and saw this and rubbed it on himself. That's just. He said he was in love with the powder. Tried to line of it and.
The doctor dismissed both Maria and the junkyard employee to a health center, and then later to a tropical diseases center, where a number of those who handled the glowing powder were now.
I think almost every time there was an orphan source that ended up in a river, it happened that brother, there's a lot more orphan sources than we know. Because a lot of these companies are there to make money, and if they're going out of business, they're not trying, they're just leaving shit. Especially, like they ain't going to be able to get rid of that stuff. They would have had to pay to get rid of it. Yeah, yep, Pandora's box. That's what I'm saying.
Now showing up. The doctor eventually got worried enough about the mysterious bag Maria was carrying that he moved it to this chair in the courtyard of the health center. At the same time, another doctor on site was starting to suspect that the many skin lesions being reported were not from any tropical disease, but from radiation damage. He contacted yet another doctor who was working at the tropical diseases center.
It could have been pure poison ivy dust. It could have been pure, right? And so, like, they don't know what it is. They start rubbing it on themselves. Like, they have no idea at all. They don't know if it's medicine. They don't know if it's poison. They got no idea. Like, it could have been anything. What if it was poison ivy powder? You know, what if it was poison oak or poison sumac powder? Though I have an itch to dismantle electronics items soon as Wire finds out. Hold on. I forget what wire connects what. My memory's like a goldfish. I have a problem with that too. That's why I really like that phones have cameras. I take lots of pictures when I'm disassembling stuff. Yes, pure poison ivy dust. Right? Could you imagine? And, I mean, it would have been better than
Only to
this.
discover that he wasn't the first doctor who had called him about suspicious symptoms.
I don't know.
It was decided to have a visiting medical physicist come and inspect the bag Maria had brought, but the physicist wouldn't be able to do so for at least another day.
That nonsense
The next
stuff
morning,
runs me in
the
problems
visiting
many
physicist
times.
had
It did
borrowed a
with me too.
scintillometer from a local government agency, usually used for geology, and set out towards the Vigilancia Sanitaria. He decided to switch the meter on before he entered the building.
It already started
and
going
the meter
up.
immediately indicated
Itching
the
powder on
highest value it could
steroids.
measure.
Yes, what's up, Lord
No
Alcatraz?
matter what direction the physicist pointed
So always keep my mob camera handy. Mobile. Yeah.
in the
Me
detector,
too.
the radiation levels were off the charts. Something must be wrong with the meter, he thought, so he returned to the local government agency to get a replacement. 2 hours later, he returned with a new meter, but again, the scintillometer displayed the highest amount of radioactivity.
Scintillometer. Poison ivy dust sounds like some shit you would put in your bully's gym shorts before he changed. Yeah. Do you remember they had, what was it in Revenge of the Nerds, where they put the hot juice, the hot powder, like pepper powder in the jock straps? It was like Ben Gay muscle stuff, but it was like super powered. Also, it looks like you see anything that looks alien technology, assume it's very dangerous. Right. Just don't start rubbing it on yourself.
It could. Simultaneously, the doctor who saw Maria Gabriela had called the fire department. The physicist, now convinced that there was a major source of radiation inside the health center, had to persuade the firefighters not to go near the source. And that's because they were planning on picking up the bag and...
Hold on. All right, sorry about that. Let's make glowing bread with that powder. Woke up from a nap. I'm trying to sell unbuilt Gundam model kits on Facebook Marketplace, but no one contacted me. It's going to be radioactive or extremely high voltage or bomb, most likely. Right, like something that needs protection. Like that's why it's in a protective big ass case. I'm selling unbuilt Warhammer models on Facebook. Tiny Lion's got some. He wants to buy some. Talk to Lord Alcatraz. It's been like a week, no takers. If you see a centipede crawling up your pants, run for your life. Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Throwing it in the nearest river. The rest of the day was a blur of activity. 40 minutes later, the police and fire brigades helped evacuate everyone from the health center. An hour after that, doctors had descended on Defier Fejera's junkyard and found the same off-the-charts readings. Fejera and his family, who had to be convinced, were evacuated.
I don't want to buy. I'm also
government
selling
agencies
out.
were contacted.
I sold a kit 8 months ago, but it was a lot fancier one. The ones I got now are pretty cool, though. There you go. I don't want to buy, but I'm also selling. Gotcha.
The Secretary for Health was informed, and the National Nuclear Energy Commission was brought up to speed. By nightfall, the Secretary for Health had made the city's Olympic Stadium a staging ground for receiving potentially contaminated persons. And the Tropical Diseases Hospital, the first to see many of the suspicious symptoms, was informed that their patients were in fact irradiated. Known sites of contamination were resurveyed, and the Civil Defense Force was put on alert. The Estadio Olímpico Pedro Ludovico has a capacity of 13,500 people.
My setup, I've matured, Thakor, brother. I have matured.
Beginning on September 30th, the National Nuclear Energy Commission would monitor over 112,000 people there on the field. Those most affected by the radiation were placed in tents, and more people throughout the city were showing up after hearing rumors. Many tried to go to the Olympic Stadium simply for reassurance. Although no local plans for responding to radiological...
but I've seen many YouTubers doing live with lots of stuff, glowing stuff. Yeah. I don't have anything glowing. There's a whole field of science that's making stuff look dangerous, like they're working on. Right. There's a whole field to like how to make the symbols and whatnot that will show for thousands of years. Like if society falls and then other people grow and they walk into where we have, like it's amazing that like the way that they'd use like hard lines and weird angles for specific meanings that would just naturally seem to mean something to us. I put a rubber band around my bald head. Semiotics. It's like semaphore.
Emergencies on this scale had existed.
Radiation semaphore. Semaphore is the iconic global peace symbol designed for British. There you go. That's radiation semaphore. Look how many calories in 1 gram of cesium has. Probably negative. Actually, it's probably a hell of a lot. How much? It's got to be a lot because a calorie is the amount of the amount of heat it takes to raise 1 cubic centimeter of water 1 degree Celsius in 1 minute, right? If I remember correctly. How many calories does a gram of cesium-137 have? Cesium. Zero dietary calories, right? But actual heat calories would be, wow, 2.5 times 10 to the negative 13 calories per atom. Yeah, that would be a very, very, very big number. 32,000. It's a ton. 1 gram of uranium has like 1 million or something. Yeah, BTU, British thermal units, but they would do it in damn it. DIY hydrogen generator. I always think the bill went for me, but the voltage nature keeps me aside. Volatile nature. It's not too bad, brother. It's not too bad. Because you're not capturing the hydrogen and oxygen. You're using it right after you're making it. So it's not good to, unless you make a really big one, not going to get to so much of a volume that it gets that dangerous. You know, you got to make sure it's not building in one area like a room and then you're like, oh, let me have a cigarette, figure this out, you know. Yeah, a tablespoon of gasoline is like 10,000. Good Burberry. Thank you, Brother Peter. Thank you, my friend. Let's see if we can figure out what it is. All right. When it contains no food calories, it does reach ionizing radiation. Okay. Energy release. 1 single cesium atom releases 662,000 electron volts of gamma radiation. Conversion to calories. This is equal to 2.5 times 10 to the negative 13 calories per. To the negative 13. So that's a billion is to the negative 9. Negative 9. Yes. So negative 13 is going to be a trillion, 10 trillion. So 250 trillion calories. Yeah, 250 trillion calories. Francium, what's up, Jim? Yeah, and then 1 gram, yeah, it'd be a lot.
Existed, concluded the 1988 report by the International Atomic Energy Agency.
That's
the
why
authorities'
it cooks
improvised
you.
strategy worked effectively in bringing the situation under control and preventing further serious exposure. Contaminated persons were directed to take showers and place their clothes in bags. This reduced the ticking of radiation meters by between 50 and 80%, and monitoring equipment was set up to screen the hundreds lining up outside the stadium. Unfortunately, decontamination was only partially successful, as the most affected victims were constantly sweating out the cesium-137 that had accumulated inside of their bodies. In the early morning hours of September 30th, authorities returned to the Vigilancia Sanitaria to contain the remainder of the source.
They left it sitting there the whole time?
By Maria Gabriela. A small crane was used to lower a section of sewer pipe over the chair where the bag still sat, and then concrete was pumped in over the wall to seal a chair inside the pipe forever. Radiation rates dropped dramatically. Of the 112,000 people monitored for cesium-137 exposure in Goiânia, 1,000 had received the equivalent of an entire year's worth of normal background radiation in just a few days. 249
like death.
9 people were seriously contaminated either externally or internally.
I mean, it's one of those chemicals. It's probably flavorless, odorless, tasteless, flavorless, and odorless.
Direct contact with the cesium dust, and of those people, 20 displayed acute radiation sickness, needing immediate hospital treatment. These patients were transported to hospitals across Brazil. But at Goiânia General Hospital, the patients were left uncared for 2 days, as no one on site had the training to deal with the irradiated.
Uh-oh, here we go. It smells like
19 of the 20 most contaminated had some sort of serious skin injury. Swelling, bronzing, blistering, loss of skin entirely.
Oh.
Ernesto Fabiano, who took a rice grain-sized chunk of cesium to make a ring for his wife, ended up putting that piece in his pocket against his thigh. The radiation ate all the way into his largest muscles.
Jeez.
The bus driver, Odison Ferreira, lost most of the skin on his hand where he handled the powder and would end up losing the tips of some fingers. The rupture of a medical device in Goiânia resulted in the worst case of cesium-137 contamination in medical history. A history that includes both Fukushima Daiichi and Chernobyl. And sadly, not all of the tragically curious 20 would survive. The goal of this documentary is not to exploit the trauma or the injuries of...
Plenty. All right. Looks like it would hurt, but maybe not because the nerves are gone. The nerves next to the area where the nerves are gone are going to feel that. They're going to feel that inflammation. They're going to feel the death, the rot, stuff like that. The stuff the body's doing to take care of the dead flesh. Yeah, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt long and hard. Yeah, it's not like getting a cut, like a cutting through like nerves like that. Because it's continually rotting and degrading and causing inflammation, which is then squeezing the nerves and... All right, so let's check out frickin' Space Cows. This is big boy Space Cow film today. Look at the size of this frickin' train. Look at the size of these wheels. These are people. That's the largest steam locomotive ever made. America, boy. America. Bam. What were we looking up after this? Okay, the Space Cow's got another video here. Boom, 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 boom. Freaking wackadoodle.
Buy the car? All right, bro. Here's the car.
Bro, this ain't the car that's on the listing. On the Facebook posting, it said it was great. This is not great. And I don't even know what kind of rap this is. What the fuck is going on, bro? Are you playing with me? I'm a grown ass man. I'm not been.
I don't know why you enjoy that stuff so much, Space Cow. Several thousand people gathered in that area. It looked like several thousand people. It's a freaking beast of engineering. They do say you feel better on the second day of radiation poisoning because everything's dead, so you can't even feel you're sick. I mean, what I remember hearing was that you're constantly vomiting and diarrhea, headaches, bleeding out of your eyes, your lungs are filling full of fluid. So I don't know. I mean, let's see if we can find any data. My knee, I got my knees hurt last week for 3 days. I was having joint pain every time I got dressed. Turmeric, brother, curcumin, and black pepper. Lots of silver nitrate and xylocaine gel. Riches and Wits with Cowboys vid. The freaking gangster, freaking ghetto, wackadoo stuff. That stuff, man. And the guy's obviously super freaking geeked out of his brain cells. I'm a freaking grown ass man. I'm like, all right, where was I? Okay, Monk. I'm a grown ass man. But apparently it's running on momentum. Day 1 and 3, 1 and 3, 4 0. Day 2, you're 101 square. What happened, Tracker?
If your family...
Finally, it healed and freed from pain just hard later. Oh, gotcha. This is uranium glass. Uranium glass? I guess it'll tell us. Yeah, uranium glass.
Family is holding on to any old glassware that has this kind of greenish, yellowish tint to it and almost seems to glow from the inside. Well, there's a good chance that that's exactly what's happening.
Hey, Adam Ragusa.
Your glass there is like a significant percentage uranium. It's radioactive. Uranium glass was very much a thing in the early 20th century, particularly here in the United States. Some of this glass was known as Vaseline glass because the color of it reminded people of the petroleum jelly Vaseline. Also known as depression glass, or some of it is known as depression glass because it was very, very popular in the Depression. By the 1930s, the industrial river valleys of the eastern United States were teeming with glass manufacturers who were producing glass pieces at levels of cheapness never before seen by humanity because they were molded with new machines. And as a result, these pieces were incredibly cheap to the point where they were given away. Food companies like Quaker Oats Company would take a piece of depression glass like this, often with uranium in it so that it glowed, which was cool and techno, and they would put it into a bag of oats, and the oats would keep it nice and cushioned and keep it from breaking, and it would be like getting a prize in your cereal box. I suppose oats are a cereal. This bowl is a fancier piece of depression glass. These other two pieces are a little bit cheaper. Like there's this juice reamer here, and I can tell it's cheaper because I can feel the line where the two pieces of the mold came together, and that's an indication that this is cheap molded glass. To make it fancier, what they would do is they would polish off the little mold edges there. That's probably what happened with this piece here. This bowl has a logo indicating that it was made by the Hazel Atlas Glass Company of Wheeling, West Virginia. Hey, Wheeling, West Virginia, from the Neil Sedaka song that was a huge hit in Australia for some reason and not really in West Virginia, but anyway. We know that the ancient Romans colored their glass with uranium, at least once.
Freaking wackadoo. All right. Bam, 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 bam. All right.
This map that feels impossible.
How many miles are on a big boy? Let's see. Train big boy. Number of miles traveled. Tranny. Over 1 million miles, brother. 1,031,205. 1,064,625 and 818,381. That's a lot of miles there, brother.
Right here in the heart of Africa sat one of the world's largest lakes. Lake Chad
moves really into trains, yeah.
You know how to acquire psychic bigger powers. Than some entire countries. And then it just started vanishing. No. By 1980s, roughly 90% of Lake Chad had vanished. And for tens of millions of people, the consequences were immediate. Farmers, herders, fishermen, an entire way of life began to disappear with it. For most people, that's the end of the story.
Did you see my photographic evidence of Big Boy? Did you see his photographic evidence of Big Boy, Andy?
This map and asks a completely different question. Not why is the lake dying, but what will it take to bring it back? Because far to the south runs the Congo River, the second mightiest river on earth by volume, hauling more than 40,000 cubic meters of water into the Atlantic Ocean.
CPTSD gives you
water that right now no one is using.
He's happy.
The idea sounded almost unbelievably simple. Take 3% of the river's water and move it north across 2,000 kilometers to fill a lake as large as a small country. They call it Trans-Aqua, an inter-basin water transfer whose centerpiece is a 2,400 kilometer canal fed by a system of dams on Congo's tributaries and carried all the way to Lake Chad. 8 nations.
Show it again. Show it again. You can't understand him? That's Space Cow right there with that forehead. All right, let's see. He's telling us how to fix Africa.
Audacious things humans
That's a big ass train.
Proposed to build. I followed this canal across the map trying to understand where it leads. Other countries have moved rivers before, because the second you move across a border, it stops being an engineering problem and turns into something far messier. 8 governments, 1 river, more than 40 years of meeting.
40 years for 2,000 kilometers? I could have done that in a year. That's crazy. They're moving a lake. They're trying to refill that lake. That Lake Chad having evaporated, gone away, been used up, moved away. That has caused most of the problems in that area of Africa because there's no fish. There used to be a very, 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 very big lake, lots of fish, lots of wildlife and whatnot. So lots of food and water to drink. It was a freshwater lake. 300 psi boil pressures at Big Boy. They probably operate at lower pressure for safety. There's no fixing Africa. When my parents divorced, my mom moved to the other side of the country, and I had to go take the train for 5 hours 4 times a month, and it made me hate trains. It's definitely a legal problem. That sounds like abuse, Andy. Taking the train. And the countries are arguing over who's going to get the water. Sure, right, yeah, I'm guaranteed that's where it's going.
So I started investigating.
Because a lot of people don't understand what's happened in Africa over the past couple thousand years. They are a very tribal people. They didn't like each other, and they would fight each other. But the problem happens when they decided to make themselves countries. But they're not countries of the same people. There's multiple tribes that make up each country, and then they're told to have a new language instead of the 30 different languages that they spoke. They're trying to be forced to all have one culture. That's the problem. I spent many hours on trains. He's a train veteran.
Okay, look at this map. See this band right here?
I see it.
This strip running across the entire width of Africa is the Sahel. The word comes from Arabic. It means shore. And that's exactly what it is, the shore of the Sahara. The edge where the desert ends. 5,000 kilometers, coast to coast, from Senegal here in the west, all the way to Eritrea here in the east. Mauritania, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, Chad, Sudan. More than 300 million people live in this strip of land, and it is drying out.
And now they need to ask other countries to build something to get it there. So why would all these other countries that are also having huge problems have their own people pay? I guess we'll get into it. Fred likes trains. 2,000 kilometers.
Are rising 1.5 times faster than the global average. Rainfall is getting more unpredictable, droughts are lasting longer, and the growing season, the window where crops can actually survive, that window is getting smaller every year. More than 20 million people in the Sahel raise livestock. That is how their families survive. The whole sector, cattle, goats, camel, they generate 15% of the region's entire GDP. There is something you need to know.
You can't go to sleep on a frog and wake up in another state. Yes, you can. You ever licked one? You definitely wake up in another state of mind.
This region, this strip of land that looks on every climate map like a place that's running out of everything, is sitting on top of one of the largest freshwater reserves on Earth. We're talking about aquifers, water that has been sitting beneath Sahara for thousands of years, since the last time this desert was green. The water exists. The question is whether anyone can get to it before the window closes.
The disappearance of Lake Chad. Turtle's right.
To understand what's at stake here, you need to look at Lake Chad, or rather, what used to be Lake Chad. In the 1960s, Lake Chad's water covered 25,000 square kilometers, making it
square
the
kilometers.
sixth largest lake in the world.
Freshwater lake.
Then the drought came. By mid-1980s, the lake was just 2,000 square kilometers, less than a tenth of its former size, with dwindling water and lake divided into northern pole and southern pole, separated by a vegetated strip of sand called Great Barrier.
I was thinking of that kid on Badass, on the Badass by the Reporter. I was thinking of that kid on the Badass by the Reporter. He said, "I like turtles."
Lake Chad, historically one of the largest lakes in the world, lost 90% of its surface area between 1963 and 1990. 90% gone. Lake Chad straddles the borders of Niger, Chad, Nigeria, and Cameroon. Today, at least 40 million people live in the surrounding region. Most of them depended on the lake for fishing, farming, and basic subsistence living. And the lake isn't just a water source, it's a civilization. For thousands of years, the communities around Lake Chad built entire economies around its shores: fishing, agriculture, trade routes, cultural identity. When the water retreated, it didn't just change geography, it collapsed livelihoods, it forced migration, and it opened a vacuum that armed groups were very quick to fill.
So, one of the interesting things about Africa also is, hold on, you never saw the I Like Trains meme. I remember it. Yeah, I like trains. Africa, because it's so tropical in those areas, they don't deal with winters. And when you don't deal with winters, you never need to prepare for the future, because it's never going to get cold. You don't have to chop firewood and make sure that you have stuff stocked up, because in 4 more months, 6 more months, it's going to be so cold you'll die if you're not outside. So the houses that they built were temporary. You can knock them down and put them back up, mud huts and stuff. And they never had that kind of they never had to worry about the future, because there was going to be stuff growing on the trees, all that, you could go away. And one of the big things that the cultures in those areas, they're not known for is conflict resolution, because if you get mad at somebody, you can just flip them off and then leave. And it's not like you have to make up with them, be like, look, I'm sorry, I need to live here, I need to eat, because it's going to be winter soon and I'll die, I'll freeze to death. You could go, you could kill your own, find your own animals, hunt your own animals. You could pick fruit off the trees that there was, and that was how you could live. You could just continue to walk to another country, and everything would be fine. So when that happened, the people that started other tribes and whatnot didn't want to make up. They would rather attack another tribe and take their stuff. You need to always have food storage, because there's no winter for free refrigeration. Right, but there's always available. They could always go catch a fish. They could always go. There was always stuff there for thousands of years. It was always there, and then it went away. But it's not like in other countries where there's winter. There's only stuff there until the winter months, and so every year you have to plan for the future. And then in Africa, the future. They don't think of future the same way. They don't think about, I need to plan for the next 6 months, the next year, the next 2 years. We have to come together as a people to build stuff so we can survive as a civilization, or we're going to die when the winter comes. Because there's no real consequence to not planning. Yo, Brandon, my man, la Cindy. Brandon, it's Richard, dude. True. Yep. And this, they don't talk about it.
And around Lake Chad, terrorist groups including Boko Haram and the Islamic State West Africa province have been documented controlling water points in order to dominate communities and recruit fighters.
Okay, let's see what Jim's got. Something funny? All right, we'll watch something funny. No Richard there.
Taking a little stroll in the park, are we?
What's going on?
My name's Bloodworm.
Bloodworm.
And you look like the type of lad who appreciates a fine blade. Feast your eyes on this little number.
Is this real?
Valerian steel.
Valerian.
They don't make them like that no more, do they?
This is fucking sick.
Keep it.
Actually, I have this.
This one's on the house.
Oh shit! Thank you, dude.
Cops.
Right then, seeing as I've done something for you, now I need you to do a little something for me.
Side quests.
Like what?
Alright, turn it clockwise.
That's funny. That's funny. China ran out of food completely at one point, so that's probably something to do with the 100-year planning they do. Right. So they had suffered a huge collapse of the way that their economies were, their way that their livelihood was. So they said, we don't want this ever to happen again. But in Africa, that's never happened. That's never happened. They've never had that. It's always been there. It's always been fruit on the tree. There's always been fish in the sea, in the lakes and whatnot. And then that's changing. So now they're like, we don't know this. A shout out to Brandon Calder. He's definitely your long lost son. Brandon Calder. Let's take a look. I thought he was Batman. Batman. That ain't my brother. This one or this one? He's in that new movie. Is he the actor of that new movie? The horror film. Christopher Walken.
In 2023 and 2024, security incidents within the Lake Chad Basin rose by 23%.
Never.
Water scarcity didn't cause this insurgency, but it
This is
spurred
the
it.
end.
Almost
This is
4
the end of
million people
education,
displaced in the
Meatsicle.
Sahel region in October 2025 due to a combination of conflicts, hunger, and climate change. This is where we are right now, and this is the problem the engineers are trying to solve.
Big.
Okay, come with me down here. This is the Congo Basin, the second largest rainforest on the planet, and running through it, Congo River, one of the most powerful rivers on earth. It discharges more water into ocean than any river in the world except the Amazon. There is no shortage of water here. Look at this. Green down here, brown up here. Hundreds of billions of cubic meters of water just draining into the Atlantic. And up here, 300 million people.
Hold on. So they're going to move ocean water to the lake? I guess.
Who don't have enough.
I mean.
In 1982, an Italian engineering firm called Bonifica looked at exactly this map. And
Italian engineering firm. The Congo is the fastest river on earth. I did not know that.
Asked a simple question: what if we just connect them? The answer was a Trans-Aqua project, a canal 2,400 kilometers long, running from the tributaries of the Congo River north through the Central African Republic, through Chad, all the way to Lake Chad. And it would carry 100 billion cubic meters of water every single year. This wasn't a modest proposal, because Bonifica wasn't just drawing a canal, they were drawing an entire
Right. They're doing that for something. There's something that they want to make money off of that. They're not just trying to save lives. They got some good rivers. Do you recall who got to see Big Boy today? Space Cow got to see Big Boy today.
Development spine running straight through the heart of the continent. 50 to 70,000 square kilometers of irrigated farmland, 30 to 35 terawatts of hydroelectric
There you
power,
go.
trade routes connecting landlocked Central African nations for the first time.
So they're actually creating an economy. They're going to have power to sell. There's going to be jobs to be able to to build this thing, to run the power stations, the transmission lines. So Africans will be able to have those jobs, so they'll be able to afford the power. And then you'll be able to have farms that will be able to irrigate off of there, that will be able to hire people to work on those farms, sell those foods, and then the people that have jobs in other places will be able to buy that food. They're creating an economy where there is none. I can see Big Boy every day.
And regional and international markets. One infrastructure project designed to restructure an entire continent, and the price, $50 billion. Now here is where it gets complicated.
Who gets the money? Who gets to take credit for it?
Sat in planning document. It was studied, debated, shelved, revived again, debated again. Then in the 2010s, something changed. In 2016, state-owned Chinese contractor Power China signed a memorandum of understanding with the Lake Chad Basin Commission. The following year, Power China agreed to collaborate with Bonifica on the proposal. China had arrived in the conversation, and that changed the funding calculus entirely. In February 2018, the Lake Chad Basin Commission officially endorsed the TransAqua project and signed a memorandum of understanding with Italy.
For the data centers, powering and cooling requirements. They need to cool the data centers. Gramps sees little tag every day. Shut up.
For the first time, this wasn't just a dream. It had a political backing. It had the support of 8 nations. Nigeria's former President Muhammadu Buhari led the charge, rallying Lake Chad Basin Commission, Cameroon, Chad, Niger, Nigeria, Algeria, and the Central African Republic, all behind it.
Yeah, because they said, we're going to make you rich. Sign on the dotted line.
One country that has never agreed to this plan. The construction work would take place in the Central African Republic and the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo will bear the physical burden of this project, the disruption, the construction, the water extracted from its own basin, while being almost entirely excluded from the decision-making.
Right, they could turn off the tap. They could turn off the tap. They could say, no, we're going to freaking dam this up unless you pay us $1 billion a day. They could turn off the tap, you know? So whoever has power, and that's a problem, right? That's a problem, because if you get mad at your political enemies in other countries, they won't pay, they won't do whatever, then you could turn off the tap. Bringing ocean water into the continent doesn't make any sense to grow food. They're going to turn turbines is what they're going to do. They're going to put dams in, and that those dams will turn power turbines, and then they'll be able to sell the power, and they'll be able to put in data centers, just like Tracker said. The water can be filtered and used for cooling, and then farmland, so you can grow, but it's not going to be drinkable. I mean, they can use the power that they generate to break the water, and then filter the water to get the sounds like this is the way civilizations are built. Africa just never did it. They never did it. They never had a need to. We've got our crops grow. The fruits are on the trees every year. Everything's here every year, and next year is going to be the same as last year. Every day is the same. It's always 76 degrees and sunny every day, and then it stops, and then you're like, oh, and then Italy comes in, and then China comes in.
Or even the benefit. The Democratic Republic of Congo has commented at the presidential and parliamentary level that discussions of TransAqua have not given it a space for participation or consensus building.
No,
and the Democratic Republic of Congo has a point that is hard to dismiss. 3/4 of the DRC's population has no access to safe drinking water. For a country with that level of water, poverty at home, being asked to channel its national water resource northward for the benefit of its neighbor is not an easy conversation.
The country that has that river doesn't have access to water, even though they have the river that can create this whole project, this whole economy. They've never done it, and they've got people there that are dying of thirst. Like, why? Why haven't they done it? Why haven't they done it just for themselves in that local area? They could have cut a piece off of the river, put a dam in there, and started cranking out power.
Meanwhile, the French scientific community has raised environmental concerns, arguing that diverting even a fraction of Congo's flow will cause irreversible damage to one of the world's most biodiverse ecosystems. The 50 billion version of this dream is stalled, not dead, but stalled. So the engineers went back to the drawing board.
So now it's 20 billion?
The Congo River carries 40,000 cubic meters of water per second. One of the most powerful rivers on earth, the engineers had been trying to divert its full right bank tributary system. But there was a cheaper, smarter, faster option sitting right there, the Ubangi River. The Ubangi is Congo's largest right bank tributary. And crucially, it flows close to the Chari River, Lake Chad's primary inflow. That connection is physically feasible without moving a mountain.
And they didn't know that before.
The feasibility study considered a version using a dam on the Ubangi River to generate 360 megawatts of power, 250 megawatts of which will be used to pump water northward. This scheme was estimated to deliver 91 cubic meters per second of water to the Chari River at a cost of approximately $10 billion. $10 billion, not $50 billion, a fraction of the cost.
Right, but now you don't have a boat channel to that. So they were basically building a Mississippi River that would have run. You would have been able to go from the Atlantic Ocean up the Congo River, and then all the way up to the center of Africa on a boat. And now they're talking about a pipeline, and they could have done this 50 years ago. They could produce enough to desalinate the water. Yeah. They could with the power plant. They could desalinate. That's what I was saying when I said breakwater earlier. Desalinations. I thought Big Boy was a radio host. Big Boy? I don't think so. Boom, 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 boom. This freaking guy.
Hello everyone, today I'm going to eat some chalk again. So
this freaking dude.
Thank you.
This freaking guy, dude.
Fraction of the complexity, and there is.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and we could have that all over America too. But the environmental problems, because you have to flood an area, because you have to have enough water. You have to raise the water. You put up a dam. The water behind the dam fills up to the top of the dam. So anything over here gets flooded. So that then you pump water out of the bottom at the other side. The water that's pressure, the high pressure water is at the bottom of the dam, right? It fills up, and then you have intakes at the bottom that go through. That's where the turbines are. But you have to have a big wall of water, so you're going to flood a big area. So anything that was there ain't going to be there no more, right? And they don't. It's not. They're creating a river. It's not like they're putting. They have an existing river that they're flooding back, so they have this whole area that doesn't have any water at all. So then people are gonna be like, well, the grasshoppers, the freaking.
It's an even more elegant option. A variant will divert water from a dam.
And other countries are running pipelines for oil over freaking countries. They could have run a pipeline for water in the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, any of that time, and they didn't do it. They didn't want to do it. Well,
on the Koto River, a tributary of the Ubangi near Brea.
Because Africa's not a country, it's a continent.
African
so you got a bunch. It's not like in America, if you want to run one, the federal government can say do it, and you ain't got to worry about what each state says, you know. But here, these aren't states; these are separate countries all to themselves.
At a high enough elevation, that water could flow to Chari River entirely by gravity, no pumping required. This scheme was estimated to deliver 108 cubic meters per second at a cost of approximately $4.5 billion. But the Trans-Aqua ambition isn't just about Lake Chad. It is the anchor of a much broader set of investment now being mobilized across the entire Sahel belt.
Then anything up there by Lake Chad, any diamond mines, gold mines, silver mines, cobalt mines, you'd be able to put that stuff on a boat and send it right back out, rather than having to take it by camel and then truck and whatnot over to one of the coasts and put it on. Yeah, it's crazy they didn't do this for 100 years ago. The world wars have done differently, right? But then after the world wars, they still didn't do it. They still haven't done it because everything was always fine every day. Every day they had food, they had water, they could build their own houses. If the house washed over, you just build it again. You know, like, because they built it out of mud and local things, mud huts and stuff like that. Even like pretty big type of buildings out of grass. And so it just doesn't click. But it would not be beneficial. But it would. But then you have competing countries. You're doing better than me, and I'm running this country. Blah blah blah. I want this from you. I'll turn off the water to your country if you don't give us this, and that, because I stole everything that America gave us. You know, the politicians are all crooked and corrupt. They get hundreds of millions of dollars a year just from America, let alone all the other countries. Where does it go? It gets stolen. What up, Brock? Yeah, war is definitely money.
Investment program adopted by African Union heads of state in February 2021 and recognized as a flagship climate resilience initiative, has leveraged over $7.5 billion towards a target of $30 billion in annual additional water finance by 2030. The investment pipeline today represents a portfolio with a total project cost exceeding $30 billion, spanning water supply and sanitation, multipurpose infrastructure, flood management, early warning systems, integrated water resources management, and energy efficiency across the continent.
Right. They could absolutely do that. They could absolutely do all of it. They've got access to it. They've got access to the world. Any American American company that does huge infrastructure stuff like this would absolutely do it to take a cut of the prices. They could absolutely irrigate a whole bunch of Africa to create a whole bunch of farmland. Something this could have been done 100 years ago.
Branch being mobilized for the Sahel, the Ubangi diversion, the Brea Gravity Scheme, the World Bank Pastoral Water Programs in Niger and Mali, the Senegal River Valley Irrigation Expansion, and the Niger Basin Authority Water Storage Investment collectively represent a capital program in the range of 15 to 20.
Doesn't North Africa sit on the world's largest underground water reserve? I believe the world's largest underground water reserve is under the Arabic area of Africa, which is north of the Sahara. World's largest water aquifer, Africa. Okay, here you go. Okay, so Great Artesian Basin, Australia is the largest aquifer by surface area. Brazilian, but right here's Africa. Let's do Africa. The Nubian Sandstone Aquifer, NSAS, world's largest known fossil water aquifer, 2 million square kilometers beneath Chad, Egypt, Liberia, Sudan, Northeast Africa. That's a big one. In the Arabic area.
$20 billion. This is the 20 billion plan, the coordinated assault on water scarcity across the belt designed to work together as a system. Let's talk about what it actually takes to move water across the Sahel. The fundamental engineering challenge is elevation. Water flows downhill. The problem is that the Congo Basin sits at a lower elevation than the Lake Chad Basin in some section, which means moving water in that direction requires a lot of energy. That's why the Brea gravity scheme is so attractive. By tapping the Koto River at altitude in Central African Republic, engineers can use the natural fall of the land to do the work. The water follows contour lines northward, no pumping, no power station. For the larger Ubangi scheme, you need energy, and that is where the integrated design becomes elegant.
Yeah, you
the
want power.
Ubangi Dam will generate 360 megawatts of electricity. Of that, 250 megawatts would power the water pumping system, and the remaining 110 megawatts would feed into Central African Republic's national
And think
grid.
about Africa. They've got brownouts and blackouts. Like sometimes some of those countries, in areas in some of those countries, they only have power for a portion of the day. So they do what's called load sharing. So you get power for a couple hours, then this area gets power for a couple hours, and this area gets power for a couple hours, and then like it cycles around because they don't have enough power. But they've got so many people in Africa. They could have a guy go out there with some spray paint 2 lines and say, all of you guys dig in between these lines down to the height of a man, right? And then, they do gold, diamond mining, silver, freaking all that by hand with pickaxes. They could get it done relatively quickly. The problem is the people who want the money to go to them. So they're going to say, we will hire some of your local guys, but a bunch of our guys, and we want X amount of dollars. They want to get paid in their the contract to be signed in another country. You don't want to sign a contract with an African country because then the African company would be paid at African wage levels rather than saying, okay, we have an American company coming over to do that, and we want at least $30 an hour each. So this is how much it's going to cost, and that's what they do. This is what you do. What's up, Stevie? All right. I'll see. Shut up. Not you. Jeez.
The dam pays for its own pumping.
Right.
The water transfer is powered by the same infrastructure that delivers it. And a country, the Central African Republic, that currently has some of the lowest electricity access rates in the world, gains 110 megawatts of new power generation. That is what good infrastructure design looks like.
Right.
Every system serves multiple functions.
Going on?
Every investment generates multiple returns.
What up, Arabica,
Along
man?
the
Long time no see,
2,400
brother. I'm doing
kilometer
good. Doing
Trans-Africa Canal
good.
Route, if it were ever built at full scale, engineers calculated the project would produce around 30 billion kilowatt hours of hydroelectric power per year, using only 6 to 8% of Congo's reverse flow. For context, Nigeria currently has installed generation capacity of roughly 13,000 megawatts, much of which is never fully operational. TransAqua at full build-out will produce power equivalent to transforming the energy landscape of multiple West African nations simultaneously. The canal itself.
See, so they're building the dam here. They're building it and so all this area back here will be flooded. All of this will turn into floodland, and then the water will come through, and then the outlets for the water turbines will be down here, or whatever direction. Probably it's probably coming in this way and going out that way. So all this area will be flooded, and all the water pressure of this being full of water, and then this is probably where the overflow will be. If it fills too high, it'll go right out this access right here over to some. It's pretty hot there in Michigan. It was freaking 85 here today, 85, and there was this dude operating an oxyacetylene torch. And check this guy out, dude. I don't know how well I got him in the video. 6,000 degree torch.
Uh-oh. Flame out. My shirt ripped. All right. Come on, light her up, buddy. Let me give you guys a close-up.
Yeah, I saw that. Looked like a bad time, yeah. He's freaking wrapped. It's 85 degrees, and that's a forklift he's cutting through.
Boy, that's
There's the tires are melted off.
Man,
yeah, you can see like the everything's
thankful
off.
for what you do for work.
Yeah, boy. Would you rather lick a random toad or a random slug? Toad.
It's a navigable
lamb.
The painting you are looking at is called Salvator Mundi. Leonardo
Another
da Vinci
proof that
painted it
Leonardo.
around the year 1500. And
Uh-huh.
Let me see how far we into this real quick. I think we're almost done. We'll finish
land
this up first.
waterways connecting the Atlantic coast to the heart of the continent, opening trade routes that don't really exist and creating the backbone for rail connections running parallel to the water.
Right.
This
right.
is the
It would be a
infrastructure
whole
thinking at the
entire
continental
infrastructure.
scale, and it's exactly the kind of thinking that built the Suez Canal, the Panama Canal. Thank
Right,
you for
the
watching.
Panama
If you love
Canal,
Definitive Africa
It's like 100
infrastructure
years
project
ago.
like this feels
Hold
like
on.
a
Okay, he's done.
subscribe.
When was the Panama Canal built? Panama Canal built date. Not Mackinac. Panama, Panama Canal. Nah, 1881, but failed due to disease and financial ruin. Then 1904 to 1914, so 112 years ago, it was finished. 112 years ago, the Panama Canal, with its locks that close and open and allow boats to float up to go from a low area to a high area across the landmass. And they tried to build in 1881, and none of this stuff's been going on in Africa. I also take toad slugs. Got parasites. Yeah, I also take toad. Slugs got parasites. Yeah, I wouldn't like to eat them. I'd rather lick the poo. What up, lamb? What's worse? What is worse? A storm down there in Georgia? You live right now. What's the worst? We got tornadoes and stuff throwing stuff around down here. It gets really bad, but not luckily. I only had to tie down like the chicken coop and the greenhouses like probably 3 times in the past 2 years. Rat lungworm, moo cow. I'm about to freaking crash out. The old lamb, the London Bridge is falling down. Da Vinci vid is my watch later. I'm gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it right now. Pygmalion. That's me. Let's close some of these things down. There we go.
It holds the record for the most expensive painting ever sold. In 2017, it was purchased for $450 million, turning a Renaissance artwork into a global headline. Yet the reason I find this painting fascinating has nothing to do with its price. What interests me is a small transparent orb held in Christ's left hand, because hidden inside that orb is a mystery that may be one of the clearest proofs that Leonardo da Vinci was a genius. At first glance, the orb seems completely ordinary. Leonardo painted it with extraordinary care. Light reflects from its surface. Tiny imperfections appear suspended within it. The object looks so real that it almost feels touchable. Everything about it suggests that Leonardo was carefully observing an actual crystal sphere while he worked. However, the longer you study it, the stranger it becomes. The folds of Christ's robe can be seen through the orb, and they appear surprisingly normal. They are not dramatically bent, compressed, or distorted in the way we would expect. This might sound like a small detail, but it becomes important the moment you try a simple experiment for yourself. Pick up a glass marble, a crystal paperweight, or any transparent sphere and look through it. The world behind it changes. Objects become distorted because light bends when it passes through curved, transparent material. This is one of the most basic principles of optics. For centuries, many historians believed they had the answer. Leonardo had...
Yeah, he sure is. He sure is, dude. And I heard that boxes of ticks are showing up in random farmland. Like they're finding boxes of ticks. Like they're just being distributed around. Now, I got no idea if it's him or not, but like if you've got a huge amount of money invested in companies that make fake meat from vegetables, and if a bunch of people end up with alpha-gal from ticks, which is the bacteria or the disease, the protein that makes you allergic to meat, that seems like it would be a freaking pretty easy thing to do. I got a tick in my farmland too. I just got a tick bite day before yesterday. I got a little hole in my side. I got to get on the paste.
Made a mistake. The explanation was simple, sensible, and easy to accept. Even great artists make errors. Perhaps he was more concerned with symbolism than physics. Perhaps he chose beauty over accuracy. The theory became widely accepted because most people assumed that was the only reasonable explanation. The problem begins when we ask a very uncomfortable question. Was Leonardo da Vinci really the kind of person who would make this particular mistake? The reason this question matters is that Leonardo was not an ordinary painter. Most artists of his time focused on appearance. Leonardo was obsessed with understanding. When he painted the human body, he studied anatomy. When he wanted to understand movement, he studied water. Baby. When he became interested in flight, he observed birds. Again and again, he refused to stop at the surface of things. He wanted to understand the mechanisms underneath. The same pattern appears in his study of light. Leonardo spent years investigating shadows, reflections, perspective, transparency, and vision itself. His notebooks contain diagrams exploring how light behaves.
Yeah, and he wrote backwards. He wrote backwards and upside down, like mirror image, so that nobody would be able to read what he was talking about.
How images change when viewed through curved materials. He was fascinated by the relationship between reality and perception.
Dead bodies.
Long before optics became...
Dead bodies is what funded the canal, selling them the barrels in Europe. The channel, or I'm guessing that's canal you're talking about. A lot of people died in both builds of the Panama Canal. The Bible prophecies are being fulfilled like crazy nowadays. Get read up, people.
Formal scientific discipline, Leonardo was already asking questions that sound remarkably modern. This is what makes the orb so difficult to dismiss. The object is not painted carelessly. Leonardo clearly devoted attention to it. He carefully rendered reflections. He painted subtle internal details. He captured its physical presence with remarkable precision. Everything about the orb suggests close observation. To believe that Leonardo accidentally forgot how a transparent sphere behaves requires us to believe something rather strange. We must believe that he noticed dozens of subtle optical details while somehow missing the most obvious one. As researchers continued studying the painting, another possibility began to emerge. What if the orb was never meant to be a solid crystal sphere in the first place? In 2019, a group of researchers suggested that
Trust
the
in
orb
the Lord,
could
for
be
the
hard
hour is
rather
near
than
and the sun is
solid.
coming
If that
back
were
soon.
true,
What
the
up,
expected
yuppie
distortion
brother?
would be greatly reduced. Suddenly, the mystery looked very different. What generations had interpreted as a mistake could potentially be understood as a deliberate choice. Leonardo painted the orb as though it were
I read the
hollow,
Bible
not a
once,
solid
but I'm
ball of
far from
glass,
having memory to
something more
recall
like
the
a vessel,
details and
a thin
passages.
shell containing space.
Do yourself a favor and just open up to a random page and get yourself reacquainted.
Rather than mass, and the object that the orb in this painting has always been understood to represent is not a glass ball. It is the celestial sphere, the heavens, the entire cosmos held in the palm of one figure. Think about what that means. The universe does not behave like solid glass. At the largest scales, space does not refract or invert or compress what it contains. It holds everything within it, without altering it, without flipping it upside down. Physicists today describe this as the large-scale structure of space-time. They arrived at this understanding using mathematics and instruments that Leonardo could not have imagined. And yet Leonardo painted it with a brush around the year 1500.
1500. In the last days, the love of many will grow cold. We're definitely seeing that happening fast. We are a good book by all reviews. Agreed. Painting a transparent object is wild. Agreed. Pointing up in the painting. The mind and the heart.
on a walnut panel the size of a large book, the tiny flecks of light suspended inside the orb, those internal inclusions he painted with such specific care, have been read by several scholars as stars, points of light held inside a sphere that does not follow the rules of the physical world, because the physical world is exactly what it contains. Leonardo left no written explanation for the orb. He rarely explained his choices directly. He preferred, as he wrote in one notebook, to let the work carry the meaning that words would only reduce.
Seriously
What
good
we do
work.
know is that the painting disappeared from records
Bro, I
shortly after
still
his death.
have the Imam Rabi and the Torah to read. I'm swamped. Yeah, I got you, brother. God bless you all. God bless you, Stevie. So see-through.
Passed through the English Royal Collection, was auctioned in 1763. By 1900, it was misattributed to a minor follower and forgotten. In 1958, it sold for £45. In 2005, a group of dealers found it at an estate sale in New Orleans and paid $1,175 for it. Under layers of overpainting, Leonardo's hand was still there. The sfumato, the fingerprints pressed directly into the paint. The painting that would sell for $450 million had been sitting in an estate sale, unrecognized for centuries. It is now believed to be in Saudi Arabia, held privately, unseen by the public. The most expensive painting in human history, containing a detail that points toward an understanding of the universe that the rest of the world would not arrive at for 4 more centuries, sits in a private collection where no one can see it. Leonardo painted a sphere that should not exist. He painted it with full knowledge of why it should not exist. And he placed it in the hands of the one figure who, by definition, is not bound by the rules that govern the rest of us. I would love to know what you think. Do you believe Leonardo arrived at this deliberately working through the physics of what the cosmos actually was? Or do you think some things simply move through a painter's hand without him ever fully knowing their source? Leave it in the comments. I will be reading.
If someone truly believing in the one true God by their fruits, for the love of the orbs, phone key while it keeps gone. That's pretty freaking cool. Pretty damn cool. This is pretty awesome too. Have you seen this guy? I don't know if this one's talking about it or not, but the sculpture. Let's see if they talk about it. I want to see the one where the person they have a sheet, like a gauze sheet pulled over them, and they sculpted that. That's crazy. Let me see if I can find
where
it.
skill becomes so crosses this free. The sculpture is called the Veiled Christ. It sits in the center of the San Severo Chapel in Naples.
That's what
a life-size figure of Christ after the crucifixion, lying on a marble bed with 2 pillows beneath his head.
A chisel
his
and
body is
hammer.
covered by a shroud. The shroud is marble. The body beneath it is marble. The pillows are marble. The pliers, shackles, and crown of thorns resting at his feet are marble. Everything you are looking at was carved from a single block of Carrara stone by a 32-year-old sculptor named Giuseppe San Martino, and every part of it looks like something other than what it actually is. Start with the veil itself. Because that is where every conversation about this sculpture begins, and none of them end. The shroud does not sit on top of Christ's body the way fabric sits on a table. It clings. It follows the contours of the ribcage, the hollow of the throat.
It's like a photograph.
The ridge of the collarbone.
Like a stonograph.
It pools in the spaces between the fingers.
You would think it was cast? How do you cast marble? You know? That's also crazy. I wish I could do that. Me too. Yeah, Blues Brothers was good. And Don't Call Me Shirley. Like clay under seal.
And the effect is not simply that you can see the body through the cloth. It is that the cloth appears to be a separate material entirely. Your brain registers stone, fabric, and flesh as 3 different substances, even though your eyes are looking at one. A study published in Scientific American examining a later veiled sculpture by Giovanni Strazza found that sculptors working in this tradition do not actually carve a continuous thin layer of stone over the features beneath. Instead, They selectively render the face and body as if the veil is not there, then insert narrow ridges and subtle texture shifts to suggest the presence of cloth. Your brain does the rest, filling in the transparency that is not physically present in the marble. Whether San Martino used this same perceptual shortcut or achieved something beyond, it remains an open question.
I got a picture of Belushi and
What is
Aykroyd
not
from the movie.
in
Opposed
question
to, like, big
is the result.
Clayderman?
The man who commissioned this sculpture was Raimondo di Sangro, Prince of San Severo, and understanding him
I wonder
is
if
essential
anybody
to
alive.
understanding why
I
the
wonder if
veil
anybody alive has that kind of skill. Like I can see doing that out of clay, but doing that out of like having a big ass hunk of marble in front of you and going toot toot toot. It is cool. I play harmonica, guitar, and drums. Gonna be famous. I wonder if there's anything that impressive from any contemporary artist. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right.
became a legend. Di Sangro was the Grand Master of the Neapolitan Masonic Lodge.
Dude, I feel like if
alchemist.
somebody was doing something like that nowadays, they would be freaking viral. Like, it would be, I mean, maybe in art circles there's more going on, but modern art is so insurance fraud nowadays. It's like there's not really a lot of people making really great permanent art, you know? I bet there isn't, but I might be pessimist. Let's see. So marble statue, Christ in a veil. Christ in veil. Okay, veiled Christ, 1753. Carved from a single block of white marble. It depicts the body of Jesus Christ resting on a couch completely covered by a delicate transparent shroud. I don't think he's on a couch. I think it probably is, but they're probably so insane you'll never hear from. Right, like they probably carve stuff like that and then like smash it to bits and freaking. Sadly, there are probably millions alive now or in the past that have that amazing talent but never discovered. I mean, with the internet nowadays, modern art is just cringe. They just play politics, PR, and hope someone appraises and speculate the price. Yeah, like look at the. Have you seen the Obama's freaking sculptures? They're like really crap. People are bitching because they look like they carved him into a white guy. Thank you, tax. Yes, the tax exemptions. Right, yeah, right. That's why freaking what's his face was. Pollux. All right, let's see what freaking got here. Hold on 1 second. Boom, boom, boom.
This is the 1754 sculpture, The Release from Deception by Francesco Creoro.
Yeah.
And the net you see here is not actual rope, it's stone. Every single strand is carved entirely from one single block of marble. I'll tell you all about it today. Il Disengano, also known as The Release from Deception, was crafted by Italian artist Francesco Creoro in the 18th century. It shows an angel freeing a man in what looks like a fishing net, but it doesn't have anything to do with that. The net represents sin. The angel standing on a globe untangles the man from his wrongdoings and guides him towards the open Bible at his feet, which is
yeah, that's what I think too. Like, I think people, the farther they got away from Christ's life, like they remember and they have to pass down. They don't have the internet to blind them. What they learned from was what was actual history. So people were like, I'm going to carve this and make myself famous by carving something very biblical. And it's like, like nowadays people are just like, oh, this is my boobs. This is my penis de malo is a porno. Praise the Lord. Fellas, what are we talking about? Praising the Lord. Check out these sculptures.
And redemption. It reportedly took Criollo 7 years to complete, and at a time where most sculptors had apprentices and assistants, he did it entirely on his own. Even the most skilled sculptors refused to help, terrified that they'd snap the fragile marble threads.
Right.
During the final touches, he even did the polishing himself, even though that was usually done by a craftsman. The piece was commissioned by Raimondo di Sangro, an Italian nobleman with eccentric taste. It's one of over 30 artworks he commissioned to fill the San Severo Chapel in Naples. Some of the most beautiful statues in the world are in this chapel. Like the 1753 statue, The Veiled Christ by Giuseppe San Martino. Or
That's
the
what we were
1750
just looking
statue,
at.
The Veiled Truth by
Hallelujah,
Antonio Corradini. But even surrounded by masterpieces, the release from deception stands out. An Italian art historian once said, "It is the last and most trying test to which sculpture and marble can aspire." This is the 17th.
I don't know, dude. This is pretty amazing.
And an inventor whose creations bordered on performance art. He built a carriage with cork horses that drove across the Bay of Naples on paddle wheels. He developed fireworks that detonated with the sound of birdsong. In the basement of this same chapel, he kept 2 human skeletons wrapped in an arteriovenous system so detailed that for centuries, people believed he had injected living servants with a substance that metallized their blood.
Wow.
A 2008 analysis by University College London researchers confirmed the circulatory systems were artificial, silk, wax, and wire over real human bones. And so the story took hold. The prince had taught San Martino a secret chemical process for transforming real linen into crystalline marble. Visitors believed it for decades.
No way.
Some believe it now. The problem is that the documentary record says otherwise. A payment receipt dated December 16th, 1752, preserved in the historical archive of the Bank of Naples, records 50 ducats paid to San Martino for a statue of Christ covered by a veil also of marble. The prince himself, in separate correspondence,
50 ducats.
confirmed the veil was carved from the same block as the figure. The evidence is clear. The legend
Salky
persists
wax and
anyway,
wire were in a Naples
because the
staple.
alternative is harder to
Naples
accept.
staple.
That a young man with a chisel did this by hand, from a solid block of stone, with no tricks and no chemistry. San Martino was not even supposed to make it. The prince originally commissioned Antonio Corradini, a Venetian sculptor who had spent his entire career perfecting the art of veiled marble. Corradini's statue of Modesty, which still stands in the same chapel, is itself a technical marvel, a fully veiled female figure whose body is visible through carved stone drapery.
Yeah, that's freaking cool.
But Corradini died in 1752, leaving behind only a small terracotta sketch of his planned Christ. The commission passed to San Martino, who, according to the San Severo Chapel Museum, paid little heed to the older sculptor's model. He threw out the plan and started from scratch. The backup artist ignored the blueprint and produced what Antonio Canova, arguably the most celebrated sculptor in Europe at the time, later called a work he would give 10 years of his life to have created. Canova visited Naples.
Yeah, like people don't do that anymore. People aren't going to spend 7 years carving something these days. Brother, yeah, absolutely one. Absolutely. Sculpt that, dude. I mean, that you got some freaking divine inspiration. Like, please, Lord, let me represent you in this stone. Italian names are cool. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I don't think you can do that, brother. Molten marble. Because your request is so open-ended, it's hard to tell, depending on your interest. Molten marble, natural stone forming under... Yeah. You're not melting marble. Molten cast... Molten cast marble, cultured marble, or cast polymers. Yeah, brother, you ain't melting marble. Marble's rock. It's not gonna melt like that, right? Like, so igneous stones and stuff that will flow. but like calcium and stuff, that's why when you boil water, you end up with calcium crystals and like salts, because those stones don't melt. And let me see what temperature marble would melt at. Standard atmospheric pressure, it does not have a melting point. It decomposes. Art was everything during that time. The way they created Bibles might be called art. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 3D print it. You must have the divine spark. Right, absolutely. Art was nothing after Paul Simon. Worth a try. Yeah, brother. No, that ain't happening. Right. So it decomposes and turns into calcium carbonate, releasing carbon dioxide gas and leaving carbon dioxide and calcium oxide. Yeah, I just got the cost to get practice would be insane. Right. Like, and the thing is, you're sitting there carving like a small hunk just to see if it'll work. You know, like if the ideal will work out, and then like you can't mess up. You're not filling it in where you messed up. Greek marble it doesn't have a melting temperature. It's going to turn into powder. 100 degrees. That's why they V's. They call me Mr. Fahrenheit. Paul Blart turned space cowboy on.
Tried to buy the sculpture and was refused. If you look closely at the forehead, you will notice a single vein, swollen and raised, visible through the veil.
Right here.
The chapel's own description calls it still pulsating. Consider what that detail requires. San Martino had to carve the anatomical accuracy of a vein beneath skin, and then carve the illusion of transparent fabric on top of that from the same piece of stone. Now look at the feet, where the instruments of the Passion are scattered, pliers, shackles, the crown of thorns. These objects have a different surface texture than the veil or the body. San Martino needed you to perceive at least three distinct materials. Metal,
it's a matte finish, and this is glossy. They always wanted one of those two-wheeler Paul Blart used to whip around with. Oh, segways.
Of marble. The art historian Rudolf Wittkower, writing in the Pelican History of Art, dismissed the Veiled Christ as a hypertrophic effort, pure technical showmanship, virtuosity for its own sake. But Ruth Lockhart, in her research at University College Dublin, read the veil differently.
He carved the what do you call that? The doily thing. What is that called? Oh, what is it called? What is that called? Imagine if someone drops it, they go into hell. What is this stuff called? My empire of dirt. What is this called? Not doilies. What doilies are made out of, though? Damn it.
In Christian iconography, a veil represents the boundary between the human and the divine, the visible and the invisible, presence and absence.
Have you seen the Martin Luther King sculpture in Boston? That looks like a pile of dog poop. No. Martin Luther King sculpture in Boston. Oops. MLK dog poop. Boston. Lace. Yes, that's it. Lace. Thanks, Brian. That's my brother. This is my brother Brian right here. He's older than me. Archimedes screw. No, lace. You gotta be kidding me. It looks like somebody's sticking their head in a butthole. That's crazy. Like someone's bending over their own waist and sticking their own head in their butt. Ah, dude. That's a horrible freaking design. Oh, man. What up, Venture, bro? All right, where are we at here? Boom, boom. Oh, damn it. Yeah, not great. Yeah, leather and lace. What's up, Richard, brother?
This block doesn't make sense. At first glance, you'd say it's carved. But look closer. The precision, the symmetry. These aren't random chisel marks. We're talking sharp geometric patterns, repeated forms, edges that stay consistent across the surface. If this was carved by hand, how are they keeping this level of accuracy all the way through the stone? No slips, no variations, no correction marks. Just clean, controlled, deliberate geometry. So the real question is, are we looking at something that was carved, or was we looking at something that was cast? Easy Tigers. I hope
well, even if it was cast, what's up, Lotto? Even if it was cast, they had to carve the mold. So they still carved it, but if they carved it in reverse to make the mold to cast it. You know, like you still got to make the mold, and you still had to do all that. You know, like I mean, I'll have to look into what this is here.
Fine and dandy. Whilst I've got you here, please like, subscribe,
Hold
comment,
on, let's see what it
share,
says here.
and hype this video.
These blocks
It's a way
feature
to
just
support
soft
this
translation,
channel
natural.
free.
But what are we looking at here? These blocks
And
carved
controls
using
video,
permanent
guys.
meshes, or could they be cast? Okay, so this is he's questioning. He's asking if they could be cast. Let me know what you think. I know. Let me show you. You'll learn a lot. Please, blah 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 blah. Join me on Instagram. The marks could be the imprints of weaved baskets poured concrete into. But also, you have to look at the difference here. You see all the granules and like hunks of aggregate in there. Like it's like this looks like concrete. This ain't marble like this. This is freaking one big ass piece of
the point where your physical
marble.
reality meets
Greetings
the
from
representation
Germany.
of the
Greetings, brother Ronnie.
Sacred. And this leads to a genuine fork in how you experience the sculpture. If the veil is a burial shroud, then it functions as a final act of mercy, covering the ravaged body, hiding the wounds from view. But look at what the veil
Alf
actually
Wetterson
does.
was a Jewish alien. Oh right, Alf. Yep.
It makes every wound more visible, every rib more defined, every trace of suffering more legible than if the body were shown bare. The covering reveals more than nakedness ever could. So is the veil concealing Christ or exposing him? If you see concealment, you see compassion. If you see exposure, you see something far more unsettling, a shroud that strips away dignity rather than preserving it. The veiled Christ still
Did
sits
you
in
know
the
you
center
can get
of
the
that
same euphoric feeling of just by focusing your visual attention on a single point for a few minutes? Shut up, monk, you freaking wackadoodle Brazilian.
chapel in Naples, and it still forces you to choose. Do you trust the documents, or do you trust your eyes? Because they are telling you two very different things.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. That's really, really cool stuff, man. That's really awesome. Try it. I'm not going to sit there and stare at something for a few minutes to see if I... Yeah, Lamb's going to stick to the former. If you run out, just be like, stare at the bag and be like, I wish there was more, I wish there was more, I wish there was more. The Lion of Lucerne is a beautiful sculpture, Lucerne. We're looking at beautiful stuff, and Space Cowboy wants us to see a freaking dude eating chalk. Let's freaking Trump. Make trains great again. Uh-oh.
This is Donald, and I just came to this tremendous house. They said, oh, he's got a great train set, but no one thought it would be this tremendous, actually. It's Andy's Train Depot. You look around with the video, and these are some of really the greatest trains in the history of the world, by far. You see other train sets, and they're okay, but they don't work so well. But this is a great one, actually. And I see a lot of train sets, and tonight I'm endorsing Captain Andy's train sets. We're going to be working closely on the Trump train, the new train, the Trump train. It's going to start here at Captain Andy's, and it's going to end in Washington, D.C., if you don't mind.
Hell yeah. Love is the drug for me. Yeah, right. Sure, Lamb. Yeah, I did pretty good. I thought it was gonna be an AI of Trump in actual Space Cal's basement and Coke. Wow.
I am in Lucerne, Switzerland at the famous Lion Monuments. This large and unique monument depicts a dying lion carved into the wall of a former sandstone quarry. The lion commemorates the Swiss guards who died defending the French King Louis XVI during the French Revolution. A regiment of Swiss guards accompanied King Louis XVI on his move from Versailles to the Tuileries Palace, which was right in the center of Paris, in 1791.
And this is a thing too. When you start carving into a mountain to make something like that, like what happens if you're carving and there's a big bubble? Like in it, and you have a big hole, and you know, like that's, you got to get freaking lucky. I'm quite high without energy. What are we on now? Elden Ring.
As the revolution progressed, on August 10th, 1792, an insurrection broke out as thousands of revolutionaries stormed the palace, and the Swiss guards were the only line of defense. While the royal family was able to get out of the palace, just to get captured and executed later on, the Swiss guards were completely overwhelmed. They had little ammunition and could not hold off the insurrectionists, so about 760 of them were killed that day at the Tuileries Palace, which was devastating to folks back home in Switzerland, especially since hundreds of them were massacred after they had already surrendered.
I understand if it's not convenient, but might I possibly come on for 5? No.
But around 200 more of them died in prison or were killed during the September massacres in the following month. Major Karl Joseph von Bachmann survived the Tuileries, but was formally guillotined in his Swiss Guard uniform later on. These men were hired by the French royal family from the Swiss cantons, so back in their homeland, this beautiful but somber memorial was built. Actually, a lot of the fundraising came from other European royal houses. It was completed in 1821.
1821.
The regal lion is depicted here dying from a spear wound in his back.
He's got a big freaking stake in his lung. I got 100,000 lumen flashlight, having fun, shine it on Lamb.
It is inscribed above the lion, to the loyalty and bravery of the Swiss.
Oops.
The names of the officers killed are listed below the lion. Mark Twain visited the Lion Monument during his travels.
Reminds me of
A Tramp Abroad.
Lion
He
and
described this
Misbegotten.
monument as, quote, the most mournful and moving piece.
Lion and Misbegotten. Let's see if we can find a screenshot of it. There you go. After slaughter. Oops.
Piece of stone in the world.
The area is kind of like that. Yeah. Well, it's freaking out in the same type of layout, like the same type of area you would expect Elden Ring to be set in. What is the fictional setting of Elden Ring? The lands between a dark fantasy world shaped by the Elden Ring and dominated by colossal golden Erd tree, a formal divine by great-willed demigod rulers, shards of the ring plunged into them. Yeah, but what did they, like... So yeah, same type of area, mountaintop of the giants.
Marble.
You slaughtered Lamb. Lamb slaughtered himself.
But there is one thing
Been
marble
fleeced.
cannot become, because the physics of the material will not allow it. Marble cannot become a net. A net is mostly empty space. Thin threads crossing over and under each other with nothing between them but air. To carve that from a solid block you would have to remove the stone between every thread without snapping a single one, working for years with the knowledge that one misplaced strike of the chisel would destroy the entire.
Right. That's the thing. One misstrike of the chisel. It's not like you're doing it with clay and you accidentally scrape something out, so you just grab a glob of clay and fill it in, and then, you know, like, it's like you're breaking it absolutely. Like if you go an eighth of an inch too deep somewhere, or just the way of the stone has like a vein in it, and then it chips away a big chunk, you would have to then take, like, if it was like a 1/4 inch down, then you'd have to take the entire thing 1/4 inch down, or figure something to do with that damaged area. The setting for Elden Ring is like the mythical or historical mixed one. I was trying to see if it was like, if it would have been like New Zealand like area, not New Zealand, yeah, like you know, like where who is that chick that had the sword? It was a show. She was like a oh damn it, I think it was filmed in New Zealand, and a lot of those fantastical fantasy sword fighting movies and TV shows are filmed in like New Zealand-y types, like Nordic-y type areas. Did I mention you saw Big Boy today? You did see Big Boy today. This is what it looks like. Xena Warrior Princess. Yes, that's it. Xena the Warrior Princess. This is what it was like around the dinner table. But yeah, a European myth was a big inspiration, and the guy who made the game read a lot of Arthurian stuff. George R.R. Martin worked on it. Yeah, that's what it looked like too. That's what it said. Thing. Big Boy's a radio host. All right, let's see. Yeah, Xena Warrior Princess. Xena Warrior Princess filming location. It's New Zealand. There you go. Yeah, Warrior Lesbian. Roughly 95% was shot around Auckland and North Island. Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool. I used to be in love with Xena. What's up, Xena? I think we all loved Xena. Especially... Hey, Xena. This is before... Never mind. What the actual... Britain, Stonehenge beer chugging competition. Honestly, Elden Ring is the closest thing we have to cathedral being built. In my honest opinion, it's a bunch of cathedrals and stuff. Right. Why don't we have anything like that anymore? Why don't we have any grand buildings anymore? You know, it's like nowadays everything is being, anything our government commissions is done as cheaply as possible for as much money as possible. They want to spend the least possible, like making it out of steel, like sheet steel 2x4s and whatnot, and then wrapping it in something and just making it a box instead of having something big and beautiful for it's meant to be around for centuries. Women warrior characters make me giggle. Put the sword down, silly goose. Yeah, efficiency. But, you know, that's a problem because it's gone too far. It's gone too far to spend $100 million on a $300,000 build. You know, and you know that we're just getting fleeced. All right, see what Jim's got here. Oops. The hell is that? What is this? I guess it's a person with it. What up, Josiah? Ooh. What country is that?
Holy crap, there's a lot of people here.
Yeah. You're in Georgia, so am I, brother.
Trafalgar Day.
It's not just the politicians' fault, though. A population that abandons common beliefs and forgets about duty. That's England. That's your town. I agree, though, Tom. I agree, absolutely, and I think I agree.
It is the commemoration of. I can't do the maths, I'm going to do it straight away in my head. 200 something years. Or something. 1805. 208 years ago.
Get out of my way, I'm filming.
208 years ago.
Wow, he's got like Walkman headphones on. You don't really see them anymore.
Up on top of the column there.
Oh, 2013 this was
committed a symbolic act. He broke international law of the sea, slaughtered hundreds of French and Spanish. Those guns that destroyed all of those people and all those lives were melted down and were turned into statues. Those statues now stand in Trafalgar Square as a symbol of imperial intent, as a celebration of the wiping out of all adversity.
Oh, man.
And how many French tourists sit on top of those lions having their picture taken? Not really realising what it means. Of course, there's a lot of stuff in London that nobody's quite sure what it means, including, of course, the great old blue chicken, of which I've talked about before. The blue chicken is a thing that, changes people's environment and therefore changes them. The blue chicken is associated with Nelson, of course. It's the insinuation that either he had a big one.
He had a big one.
Or he was a big one.
He was a big one.
Or he pulled off the big one. But it's not the only statue in London that is changing people's environment, is sexualizing their environment.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
They're blowing their horns.
I don't know. But I was driving, so I couldn't watch. And also, I used text-to-speech because of their friends. What's up, Josiah's friends? It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. Everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know.
There are quite a few, and I'm going to go around today and just show you a few of the beautiful pieces of art that are currently changing the environment of London. And first,
he speaks with his eyebrows a lot.
St. Martin's Lane.
And I know one thing.
Past St. Martin's Church.
I love you.
And show you what I call the Miley Cyrus.
See his eyebrows keep going up. Miley Cyrus. You don't really see that a lot in the era of Botox.
Now I call this the sea lake is lovely.
Jeez, dude. Look, okay. So let me see something here. Let me see something here. Let me see. Do you know where this is? Let me see if he's got it listed. Okay, he doesn't have anything listed there. It doesn't have the areas listed. Let me see. Let me see if we can do this real quick. Let's see if we can find out where this is. I can't see what it is. It says it appears to be a large orange sculptural balloon installation that shares characteristics with public art.
What is essentially a great big, what I think, is basically, the reason I call it the Miley Cyrus is because I'm damn sure that that is...
Sculpture is called OB8, created by Steven Gontarski, 2008. OB8, Steven Gontarski, 2008. It's a bright orange-red abstract piece standing 5 meters tall. Okay, all right. Now let's see this. Let's see this. OB8 art. Okay, OB8 art. All right, all right. All right, OB8 art piece, England. All right, okay, cost. Right, I understand it's not for public sale, but how much was he paid? How much did get paid for OB8? No publicly available information. It says the... Okay, it doesn't have how much it cost, but it says that they paid 450 million pounds for that for the mixed use development area that was completed in 20. So 450 million pounds for that area, that mixed use development area in central London. Mixed-use development central London cost $450 million. It was designed by the Italian architect Rossano Piano, and his first work in the UK. The development consists of 2 buildings, 15 stories in height, a public courtyard, shops, chiefly for its facades, covered with 13,400 glazed tiles in vivid shapes, oranges and limey greens. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Yes, absolutely crazy. That's so crazy. And this is what I'm talking about. So that dude was probably this guy's buddy, and he was like, dude, blow a fart bubble into Jell-O, and then whatever that looks like, carve it. And this is what he carved, and he probably got $1 million for it.
A small slither of a section of a piece of female anatomy.
Oh, it's supposed to be a vagina. It's supposed to be a vagina.
In a nice way. It is the bum hole and the...
the bung hole.
Once you've, if a lady is doing a Miley Cyrus, twonking, or whatever it's called. No, I did that on purpose, twerking.
So it's a bent over woman with the bung hole up top. And then the pee hole and the vagina hole.
Actually, what they are pointing at, some random man, and that bum hole really, really does look like it's been invaded. What a miraculous, wonderful, disgusting statue that really, what is the purpose of a statue like that? A lot of people, like that lady who just had a photograph taken next to it, she probably didn't realise that it is in fact female anatomy. What she probably thought was that, it's a lovely piece of modern art. Well,
I bet you can buy jelly versions of those. I bet you can. Miniature OB8 sculpture. Oh, maybe not. Dude, that's so crazy. Yeah, we're. What do the kids say? We're cooked. Rich is curious. I'm thinking what he did is sold a toy after that sculpture, and then a bunch of people are buying freaking doolally dingling devices.
Appear out of nowhere, and they change the local environment that people are. They kind of change slowly your psychology, just a little bit like advertising. It kind of it pushes this sort of sexualization.
Everything's marketing
when there's no need for it. And it does seem that a lot of the statues that are appearing in London, of which there are quite a few, and I've got quite a few more to go on this particular film, including ones like this that I'm looking at. I mean,
yeah, listen. This is what this is. Somebody took a bunch of clay and just started slapping stuff together in just I mean, I guess it's art. I'm not very good with art. I was waiting for you to get here, Loretta. I gotta tape over your address and whatnot, but I'm going to open up your picture here in just a second, now that you're here. One of those elite snob European artists made a giant butt plug sculpture. Beautiful. All right, let me grab some tape.
I'm actually speechless. I mean, I didn't know this was here, actually, but it's just... Did that come out of the hole? Miley Cyrus's ring piece? It's possible, isn't it? Shitting, sorry. I'm going to just go with it. Shitting on the landscape. Where next?
It's got a cigarette butt in it. There's a French movie you'd like about this, but in a way I found subtitled once. The movie's name is 99 Francs. 99 F.
Which was, of course, the three-arm gallows where they would execute up to 21 people at once. Mildly symbolic, this area. Tyburn, by the way, is the name of a river. It still exists. The Tyburn River runs underneath Edgware Road, which is this long road here, goes up to Paddington where the canal is. That's where Prince George, the next ruler of the known universe, was born, up there. And, of course, it runs underneath this road and goes in that direction, straight underneath the statue of a horse's head, possibly the ultimate symbol of death. And of course, mafia.
Yeah, right, yeah, from Godfather. Godfather?
There's the Road of Death
that
I've done a video about before. Look at all those strange orbs in the sky. What does it mean?
Because you can't see the stars anymore.
They're there just to alter people's psychology. Nobody really knows what they mean. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. It just means...
Okay.
Look at these strange symbols surrounding me.
Gotcha.
I wonder what they mean. I don't know. I'm too stupid to find out what they mean. Let's just buy some more clothes from Primark, the sweatshop. Ranting. I'm going to walk through Speaker's Corner, by the way, as it is a Sunday. Just for kicks, even though they're all Looney Tunes over there, generally. Of course, people love the old horse's head. They really, 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 really love it. They don't know why they like it, but they
That's
do.
A big old cast.
It is the ultimate symbol of death. Of course, there's somebody else here as well. Just over there is old Genghis Khan. Now he's kind of facing in an easterly direction, sort of towards central London, which is over in that direction. So it's almost as if he is riding into central London. Genghis Khan riding into central London, the ultimate purveyor of death, of takeover, of maiming, and of slaughter.
It's a big horse, big head.
Imagine waking up with that in your bed. Huh? You know you'd pit.
There you go.
You know you'd annoyed somebody. I'm trying so hard not to swear. I'm sorry. So I'm going to walk over to Speaker's Corner. While I'm going,
all right, let's take a break and we'll do Loretta's thing now. Oops. Okay, let's see. Boom. We'll look at the one online first. Oh, you said a bunch. Okay, cool. All right. I did this one for myself. Oh, damn! Thinking about horses. You don't need no credit card to ride big, but that's really good, Loretta. That's really, really good. Really good. The feathers are really detailed. Hair, yeah, it looks really, really good. That looks really nice. That looks really good. Really good cheek muscle. Nice. Looks good. That looks really good. Booked. What up, TW? This is for my daughter. Whale tattoo. Phoenix. Nice. Nicely done again. Yeah. Looks like the whale's farting. It's getting your signature. Okay. This is another whale. It's whale tail. Yeah. Blaze you dead homie. Fairy art. Nice. That's really good too. Yeah, it's really nice. 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 Really nice headpiece. And tendrils of hair. Yeah, it looks really nice. Really good work. Really good work. All right, let's go here. Bam. All right, let's see. That's so freaking awesome. That's so awesome. Bam. $110. Let me get this off. Here you go. Bam. Thank you, Loretta. Thank you very much. That's so freaking awesome. That's so awesome. 110th grade, baby. Thank you very much. I really like it. That's so awesome. I really like the eyes. That's so awesome. No, it's really freaking awesome. It's really happy. Yes, she's definitely got some talent. Go make you an Elvis sandwich. Oh, thank you. The whales look like Alaskan Indian art. No, I really do like it. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's very, very good. Very good. That's so awesome. Thank you so much. That's so awesome. I gotta figure out a way to not put holes in the wall. I'll put it up there. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm gonna have to, I'll get it up there. Thank you. I got mail. I'm glad you had no mail. Yeah, I got mail. That's really good. That looks really good too. Thank you very much. Yeah, I gotta get some. I don't have any blue tack. Bam. Yeah, that looks really freaking good. I'm really impressed. Is this the back of someone's head? Like their hair made out of feathers going this way and then going down that way? That's really awesome. That's so cool. Okay, there we go. All right. Socko's hair.
Tell you a little anecdote.
Bam.
when I put up the...
it's a wing. Pegasus wing. Gotcha. Now it makes more sense to me. Gotcha.
Because after I put up the
I just got finished my
Kenya,
floors today. I finished painting the door. I took the door off and took it outside, and all of the quarter round that's at the bottom of the baseboards all outside, and I painted it all, and then I put the door back on. I got to put the trim on, then I'll be done here.
Honestly, I don't really know. I had a primary hard drive failure, so I lost my C drive, lost all of my editing software, lost a little bit of video, but not too much, and I basically had to rebuild my computer from scratch, which was a bit of a nightmare. So that's why it set me a little bit of a setback. But
Sister Links Unicorns.
I'm getting over it now. Oh my god! Oh, look at that sign.
Jesus saves from hell. Right. Well, if your folks there would have been following Jesus, you wouldn't have a butthole freaking sculpture in your yard. Tears for Fears said, "Shout, let it all out." They didn't say I scream on my toilet. Songs from the Big Chair. Screams from the Big Chair. Songs from the Big Chair. Chill. Tears for Fears, shout. Songs from the Big Chair. Yeah. You know, you scream in your toilet. Get back to the freaking sculpture.
And it's way down there.
Boy, cowboy screaming mad. Like me, slow Roku.
So that's Buckingham Palace down there. The white urns on the roof, by the way, is kind of one of these architectural symbols that means our blood rests here. It means intergenerational families have lived in the same place. For me, it says basically because honest people like ourselves don't really think in terms of how is the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th generation of my family going to hold on to the power that they have. But of course, that's what the royal
yes,
family
ma'am,
do.
little native mama. What's that?
Might as well give up, eh? Might as well give up. And as the ultimate symbol of giving up, there is this beautiful new statue in Victoria, in a place called Grosvenor Gardens. And it's this thing over here, like.
So they jumped off a building.
A person with their head buried into the ground, their legs in the air. Suspicious palm-like trees in the middle of the park. I'm always suspicious of that. It means the, Phoenician kings. Octagon. Now this statue is, I don't know if you noticed, emasculated. It's not female, it is male, but it is emasculated. It's got its head, got its feet flailing in the air.
How many good things did you sell on today? Quite a few.
Planted.
One of the coolest things was the veiled Jesus sculpture. I'll show you again after this guy's done here. Veiled Jesus sculpture. Veiled Christ. Yeah, like it's super freaking, like it looks like there's the burial shroud on Christ, but it's all carved out of one hunk of marble. It's unbelievable, and we just watched a whole video about it. And the other one here, the guy made it, carved one where an angel is releasing somebody from their sin or from their deception. And it's carved out of, that net and everything's carved out of one block of marble. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. And that stupid woke crap stuff, that was 2013. So this was 13 years ago. And you can see where everything headed from that. Softening everybody up with the over-sexualized imagery and whatnot everywhere, and then everybody was okay with it, and then they're like, yep, open the floodgates. Let's give them everything now. I found a recipe to try tomorrow: onion chips. Onion chips? Like fried onions? Onion chips. I'm guessing you're talking about actually sliced onions, not onion powder flavored potato chips. Like this right here, that looks freaking good. So it probably tastes like a bloomin' onion. Wow, that's amazing. I wish I had the patience to create art from stone. It took that guy 7 years. Onion blossom, bloomin' onion, yeah, onion blossom. That's probably what it tastes like. Bloomin' onion. Yeah, boy. Boy, what a brilliant marketing scheme. You know, something as cheap as an onion, some flour, and some seasoning, and what they were like $12 a piece. Let's see if we can find the price they are now. $12 to $13.50. Yes. Deep fried. It's parm and sliced onion. Parmesan and sliced onion. Yeah, deep fried. The bloomin' onion is deep fried. Yes. Yeah. You leave the little stem stalk part on the back of the onion, and you cut the rest of the onion sliced through as you turn it, and you don't go all the way through to the bottom, so about 1/4 inch from the bottom, and then you kind of like open it up a little bit. You can try to dip it in a batter, but it doesn't really work very well. So you just sprinkle seasoned flour in it. You gotta wet it, and then seasoned flour. Now you want to wet it with like egg wash, and then you stick it in there, and it opens up. It blooms. Never had one. This beat is my recital. You're thinking very idle. To rock around the rock around. You're thinking, to rock around, I'm tripping. Thank you, Jonas, brother. I decided to go all professional in 4K and be able to go. How you doing? Hey, Jonas. These chips are baked. I wonder if you could grill those. Probably, but they might dehydrate way too fast on the grill. If you made them thicker, like 1/4 inch thick or something like that, you could probably do it. Yeah, I imagine you could. But like you want the oil, like frying allows the oil or baking slower, but frying you get temperature from every direction at once. Oil transfers heat really good. That's why we fry in oil rather than water, because you can't boil water. Water boils at 212 degrees, so it's hard to get it above 212 degrees, and usually you fry at like 350, 375. Bam. Nice. Awesome. Freaking awesome. Okay, let's see what else we're looking at here. Okay. Beer chugging competitions. Let's refresh here. Oh, I got the same page. Brain rot science, Vatican Necropolis, the Tomb of St. Peter explained. All right, let's check that out. Let's see what's
sponsored by Microsoft. The Vatican, home to St. Peter's Basilica, got its name thousands of years ago, long before becoming the seat of the Catholic Church. It took its name from the hill it stands on. Ancient Romans called it Mons Vaticanus, Vatican Hill, because it was a place where the prophets, known as Huates, delivered their Watikinia, or oracles. Under the Vatican Hill, there was a marshy land which, like so many areas of the city, was drained by the Romans in order to have a more salubrious site to build and expand the city. In the first
so we were talking about Africa earlier, how Africa doesn't do much with their water. Even back in the Roman days, they would drain large swaths of land to then pipe the water, duct the water around to where they wanted it. And that's been going on for thousands of years, so it's not like the technology is new. I'm stoked to try it. Chicken Florentino tonight. I'm doing a Florentino, that's with spinach. I'm doing bratwurst with onion chips and baked beans tomorrow. Yeah, I had baked beans yes, 2 days ago. Yeah, yesterday was spaghetti, and then today was did I eat today? No, today was I had spaghetti today also. Yeah, yesterday and today was spaghetti. Have you ever ate baked seaweed? Yes, I've ate baked seaweed. Yeah, seaweed chips. Baked seaweed chips. To rock around the clock and say what you get. Oh, this freaking guy, dude.
Esselamu Aleyküm Manda. Vanım güzel, insanlarım güzel, Türkiye'm güzel. Her şey güzel de.
Jeez,
ama
dude.
Ar bitmiş, namus bitmiş, şeref bitmiş, saygı bitmiş. Her taraf.
Dude, he's got a two head. Like his hair comes all the way down to here. And then his eyebrows are... That's crazy browage right there. That's crazy browage. That goes all the way back to his hairline on the sides. That's crazy. That's a two head. Looks like me.
Ahlaksızlık, her taraf dolandırıcılık, her taraf yasaklı madde. Yeter be ya. Yani biz yaşlandığımızda huzur bulacağız, sevgi bulacağız, saygı bulacağız sanıyorduk.
Dude, he sounds like he's cursing me. Looks like Vlad the Impaler. I'm going to be raining it's going to be raining all weekend. It's deer, meatballs, and pasta on the menu, dude. Time to fill the freezer for easy dinners. Yep. Does he look like Captain Hook? Captain Hook and Mario had a baby.
Maalesef para.
Butter?
Ola 3 kuruş arası için beni mahvettiniz be. Kan kusuyorum. Sabahta beri kan kusuyorum.
Dude, those freaking eyeballs. Gray eyes. Look at this. Look at his eyes. They're gray. Like, that ain't blue. His shirt's blue. Educated Neanderthal. Dude, that's crazy. That hair, them eyebrows are crazy. And look how long the wispy parts of the eyebrows are that go up. That guy's clearly never met a Bic. No. I got no idea. Space Cal freaking sent it to me. I'm not bullying him. I'm appreciating him. That's Bobier. What's up, Mega? I bit my cheek. That's Dracula. Sean says, it's Dracula. Jeez, man.
Caligula, one of the first Roman emperors, built a circus in the site primarily used for chariot races. This circus was expanded and further enhanced by the Emperor Nero, who, after the Great Fire of Rome in the year 64, blamed Christians for it and ordered their persecution and their execution in the circus, among them St. Peter the Apostle. Now, since this area was outside the city walls, many Romans used to bury their dead near the circus. This was also the burial place for St. Peter and the other martyrs who were executed in the circus. A Roman graveyard called Necropolis typically consisted of straight streets flanked by small monuments and constructions that housed a tomb. Wealthier families built larger, ornate tombs, while the less affluent had simpler graves or niches. Around the 2nd century, the circus began to fall into disuse until it was eventually dismantled, and the necropolis kept growing and developing in most of the area. Over time, St. Peter's gravesite would have become a focal point for Christian worship, and when Emperor Constantine legalized the Christian religion in the 4th century, he built the original Vatican Basilica with its altar on top of St. Peter's tomb. Now we can visit and experience the Basilica and the tomb of St. Peter better than ever before, thanks to a new, sophisticated AI technology that the Vatican is using in collaboration with Microsoft.
AI technology that the Vatican's using with Microsoft, which means they're just saying, oh, you can't come in here, but here's what it looks like.
Which allows them to create an extremely detailed digital model of the Basilica.
Modal.
So all the images you're seeing are part of the new exhibit.
Microsoft has invited me to be one of the first to experience this cutting-edge technology exhibition.
Yeah,
it's
virtual
located on the rooftop of the
Vatican
behind the dome, and I'm very excited to show you.
Why would they just invite you into the Vatican?
So originally the Basilica is a type of building that the Romans used for legal and commercial purposes, but it was such a large construction that it could gather large amounts of people, and so its architectural type was chosen to be used for Christian celebrations instead of the Roman temple, whose architectural program wouldn't accommodate a congregation inside. Roman temples were designed for housing large statues of gods and performing sacrifices outside.
Right, and this was before they killed Christ. And then after they killed Christ, they were like, all right, now everything goes over to worship Christ.
So they often had limited interior space. Also, the Basilica was associated with civic legal activities, and early Christians wanted to establish their faith within the structure of Roman society.
And the Romans gave them that power.
Without the pagan connotations of Roman temples.
Oh, dang it.
The Vatican necropolis was on the slope of the hill, so when the Basilica was built on top of it, they had to flatten the terrain by filling with dirt all the space of the necropolis. The old Basilica was built and stood for over 1,000 years until the 16th century, when Pope Julius II decided to tear it down and build a new church, the St. Peter's Basilica that we see today, which took over 100 years to build. Much of the old basilica was reused in the new one, especially columns and materials, many of which you can now explore closely with a new AI-enhanced experience. Probably the most important thing about the Vatican's collaboration with Microsoft is the accessibility that it will have to people who may not be able to visit the Basilica in person, as they are launching a website where you can now virtually tour the Basilica in great detail, zooming in and closely admiring the materials and the sculptures as well as the inscriptions. I'm walking outside Bernini's colonnade towards the entrance.
We're going through an entrance on the outside of the square where Swiss guards are going to receive us. They gave me this badge, which, policemen and guards sort of treat you with more respect when you have it, so that's great.
This area to the side of the Basilica gave me a great opportunity to admire the masterful design of the apsis and experience the intricate detail and great scale of the Basilica from the side.
Hey, John, brother!
Thank
you, my friend!
The obelisk that's in the center of St. Peter's Square was originally located.
Thank you, brother!
This little square on the pavement where there's an inscription that...
You were very intrigued by that, Harry, man. I haven't pooped in a week. I think I'm dying, y'all. You better get to the bathroom, John, brother. Try prunes. Or magnesium... citrate. Magnesium citrate. That'll work. Guaranteed.
It reads,
Guaranteed.
Sito dell'obelisco Vaticano fino all'anno 1586. Translated as, Site of the Vatican obelisk until the year 1586. But this is not often accessible to most people since this entrance is reserved for the staff of the Vatican. However, in the new virtual site of the Basilica, you can appreciate this spot with great level of detail. This is probably the best way to explore the Basilica.
A lot of people, coffee and a cigarette will do that right through you. Boom.
Next to visiting it in person. Just look at the level of detail I can zoom into inside of the Basilica. You can even explore details that aren't visible from the ground if you visit the church, like the Cathedra Petri or the Glory of Bernini.
Yeah, use a plunger when you're done, right? Okay, let's tell a poop story. Okay, so years ago, I lived in Baltimore. I lived with this guy, and we were doing web design stuff. Then anyway, so one of the guys that he worked with moved in, and the first day he was there, I go upstairs, I look over, and he's got a spatula in his hand, and he's stabbing into the toilet. Apparently, he hadn't pooped in a couple of weeks, and it was such a big, massive, solid mass that he had to chop it up with a spatula. So we go down the toilet.
They achieved this was thanks to a company named Econom.
You could have shut the
who took
door.
The task of taking over 400,000 photographs of the Basilica using cameras, drones, and lasers in order to build this 3D model, which they call a digital twin of the building. Every single detail from inside and outside was captured and replicated in the digital twin, and then enhanced by AI to fill in gaps and enrich details. The tomb of St. Peter remained buried since the necropolis was filled with dirt to build the first basilica until the mid-20th century, when archaeologists started to excavate a part of the necropolis with the purpose of finding if the remains of St. Peter were indeed buried there. Of course, there isn't much that you can excavate because you can damage the foundations of the building, but most of the excavations took place beneath the nave of the basilica, where there is no structure under the ground. So there are 3 layers of construction. The basilica itself, built by several popes throughout the 16th and 17th century, then the grottos which lie beneath the basilica at about the same level that the floor of the old basilica would be, and at the bottom, the necropolis, most of which is still unexcavated. In the grottos, you'll find corridors lined with
bad
sarcophagi,
news, John. You have
housing
paper for
the
you?
tombs of many popes and saints buried within the basilica.
Take a newspaper
the
with you.
grottos also feature several chapels, some of them adorned with funerary monuments and relics from the old basilica, such as mosaics and inscriptions.
Wow.
Along with passageways leading to additional tombs. And beneath the grottos, there is the deepest and most ancient layer, the excavated section of the necropolis. The dimly lit corridors are flanked by well-preserved tombs, some adorned with faded frescoes and carvings. Latin inscriptions and Christian symbols mark the transition from pagan to early Christian burials. The feeling of walking here is similar to walking in the streets of the ancient city of Pompeii. The scale of the basilica is so large that you can fit inside the Statue of Liberty, including its pedestal.
Wow.
So when there are structural failures such as cracks and fissures in the walls, it is very difficult for the human eye to spot them, as there are thousands of square meters in surface. Using AI technology, the digital twin of the basilica allows conservators to spot these structural vulnerabilities in seconds and be able to monitor them. Also, it can spot missing tiles or pieces of the basilica that might be worn off, as centuries have gone by since its construction. For the demonstration of this technology, I entered through the very guts of the building, up to an elevator that took me to the top of the basilica, from where I could get a very close look at Michelangelo's dome and experience the slopes of the roof for the rainwater to drain and other structures on top of the basilica. As well as a stunning view towards the Vatican gardens. I'm right now here at the roof of St. Peter's Basilica. You can see the dome right there behind me. This is the top of the transept,
And all of these spaces, the naves, the transepts, they used them as storage spaces, but they took one of them, they emptied it, they cleaned it, and they remodeled the whole thing so that they could accommodate the exhibition. And it's just great to be here because you get to see the Vatican gardens behind. You get to see all of these structural elements for how the water...
You got the freaking guard right over there making sure CIA
goes down all of these slopes in the roof, the wooden beams and the wooden structure of these roofs. So it's really a privilege to be up here and experience this place as nobody is allowed to. This is the area that they transformed into the exhibition. So you can see again the dome. This is the back side of the basilica. So this is the west side, and you can see, so there is a dome up there, and here I'll show you. This is the exhibition space. It's called Petroseni. It means Peter is here in Greek. When the necropolis was excavated, a small shrine was found right beneath the altar. They call it the Trophy of Gaius, because it was described by an early Christian writer in the 2nd century called Gaius of Rome. Near the small shrine was found a wall with ancient graffiti made by early pilgrims.
No way.
Among these, there is one that reads Petroseni, the contracted form of the Greek Petrosenesti. Peter is in here. Even though Latin was the language spoken in Rome, Petroseni was inscribed in Greek because it was the primary language of the early Christian church. The New Testament was written in Greek, and early Christian communities across the Mediterranean often used Greek for religious texts, prayers, and inscriptions. The small shrine has a niche where archaeologists found the bones of a man, aged 60 to 70, wrapped in a purple and gold cloth, a mark of high reverence dated to the 1st century. Traces of soil on the bones suggest that they were originally buried directly in the ground. These are believed to be the bones of St. Peter.
Whoa.
The ancient graffiti inscriptions on Peter's tomb can be closely observed in vivid detail through the virtual tour of the basilica, as well as the bones of Peter. So imagine standing here, where the remains of one of the apostles, someone who walked with Jesus, were buried and rediscovered after nearly 2,000 years. As you enter the Petroseni exhibit, the experience begins in a space surrounding the upper part.
They crucified Peter, right? Upside down.
Part of the apse roof structure. Here, interactive displays and wall projections immerse you in the architectural intricacies of the basilica. Close-up views of mosaics and paintings, all meticulously captured in the building's digital twin, bring these details to life. Digital models illustrate the history and evolution of the basilica, allowing you to explore its architectural story in depth. From this room, you descend to an octagon of the basilica, the space that surrounds one of the smaller domes of the building. This area
that's what's amazing, you know. And they say, all you gotta do is say Christ ain't king, and we won't kill you. And he said, kill me, but do not crucify me. I don't, as you've done the Lord. And he said, okay, we won't. We'll crucify you different.
Features massive screen projections that narrate the transformation of St. Peter's humble tomb into the grand basilica we see today, using the digital twin to visualize its architectural progression. As you move through the exhibit, you can examine physical models of the old and new basilicas, and look into windows around the octagon to view different perspectives of the basilica's interior.
That's one of the amazing things about the apostles, that they could have spared their own life had they just said, nah, he was just joking. No, they said, nope, fillet me, skin me, peel my skin off, burn me to death slowly, hang me upside down, and kill me. But, yeah.
In some parts of the interior walls,
There are architectural drawings made by the workers that constructed these spaces. The staff at the Vatican closed the basilica for me and gave me a private tour in order for me to show you more details. Right above the place where the bones of Peter were found, at the level of the grottos, there is a space known as the Confessio, an ornate chamber with a niche, where there's a medieval mosaic of Jesus with a Latin inscription that reads, Ego sum via veritas et vita, qui credit in me, vivit. It translates to, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Who believes in me will live. And in front of it, there's a small bronze urn that holds the pallia, bands that are given to newly appointed metropolitan archbishops each year. As the bishop puts the band made of wool
Indiana
over
Jones
his
found
shoulders,
aliens.
it symbolizes
That's right.
the
That's
land
right.
that
That's right. And gave their lives for the faith. That's correct.
shepherd carries on his shoulders. Each year, new pallia are made on the day of Sant'Agnese and stored in the urn. And a few months later, the pallia are blessed by the Pope and presented to the archbishops. You can access to this space of the Confessio through a set of round stairs located behind two bronze doors. The back side of these doors feature two upside-down crosses, which symbolize the way that St. Peter was crucified. Above the Confessio, there is the altar, carved from an enormous Greek marble block that was found in the ancient Forum of Nerva near the Colosseum. And surmounting the altar, the huge bronze baldacchino made by Gian Lorenzo Bernini, the architect that carried out the construction of most of the interior of the basilica. Naturally, I got invited to the press office of the Holy See to be present at the unveiling of the project with Microsoft executives as well as a cardinal and members of the Fabric of St. Peter that made this possible. They showed the project to the Pope, they explained the technology and described how the digital twin was created.
From a humble tomb hidden beneath layers of history to a basilica of unimaginable scale.
That's pretty freaking cool. See what you got there, Jim. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, that was it. Let me check something real quick. Make sure we got now.
Well, good morning, guys. Well, it could be any time of the day for you guys, I suppose. We're on London Bridge, going off into the City of London to start with.
It's falling down.
And today we're going to go on another little walking tour, checking out posh 33s. We're going to go to a few banking headquarters, one of which is in a forbidden zone.
This is your stomping grounds, huh, Jim? Good evening, Mr. West.
Where they might be worried about me capturing their photons. We're also going to go to a few educational establishments along the way. Number 33.
Thank you, Loretta.
Especially to Americans, is really, really special. It gives them a sense of being part of the in crowd. Number 33, King William Street, Wells Fargo.
Of course it's at 33.
Oh, we might actually get some resistance. Let's see. We'll take the underground route.
Boom.
Always very noisy in the City of London. Banging, drilling, craning.
Banging, drilling, and craning. Thank you.
Apparently this building has a nickname. It's called 33 Central, which is very, very posh.
Yeah, sorry, can't. What are you doing, sir?
I was going to ask a question.
I'm going to fire
and be very polite with you.
Yeah, no.
They're having some bad times.
Rebranding, rechanging image and everything else.
There you go, first hostile resistance of the day. Good to get it under my belt.
I hate watching that stuff, dude.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there you go.
It's one of them again. And look. Wow. Amazing. So we are at the base of this thing, which I can never
that's
remember what it's called.
so crazy. That freaking the cell phone or whatever. What do you guys call it? The cucumber or the cell phone or that like that they made this bow in so it reflects down and was like melting cars and stuff. This tower is curved. This building is curved. This isn't an aberration from lens blur or lens curve, lens distortion. This building's actually curved. And this face here is actually curved in too. What up, Sir Martin? Thank you, brother. Throw in the jewels. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, brother. And so this curved build, I think they had to redo this whole face, if I'm correctly. The Gherkin face. Oh, that's not that one? UK building the Gherkin. Oh, that was the one that melted cars? I could have swore it was that one that bent in. Hey, thank you again, Sir Martin. Let's see what ND's got here. UK building that melted cars. Yeah, no, this one. I was right. Yeah, this one here. Yeah. Walkie-talkie, the Fry Scraper. I knew more about the UK than you do, dude. Yeah, the Fry Scraper. The UK building, 20 Fenchurch Street in London, infamously named the Walkie-talkie or the Fry Scraper. During the summer months, the skyscraper's concave south-facing glass acts like a magnifying glass, focusing the sun's rays, the superheated beams below. Best you. Thank you, Sir Martin. Thank you, brother. Dun, 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 dun. What's up, Dr. Not So Happy? The Gherkin did too. The Gherkins. The Gherkin. That's freaking. Yeah, I don't know what they were doing, dude. Like this looks like a crashing Zeppelin, like a crashing airship. Or a big old Gherkin. I mean, it's so fantastically ugly. Like, what a freaking... Like, and then, like... Walkie-talkie was more recent. But it's ugly, too. That walkie-talkie building. This thing here. This thing here, it's unbelievable that they bowed the concave and convex sides. Gherkin is convex. I don't think it'd melt. It's doing melting. This definitely did. I remember when they were talking about having to, like, I think that's why this whole face, they had to, like, put coatings. Well, let's just say.
It's got the Sky Garden on the top. East Cheap. East Central 3, City of London. We're here to see...
let's see what ND's got. Hold on, let's see. Won't.
Rufus, stop it.
Rufus is like a girl that's mad at you but still wants the snacks.
Everybody said it didn't give you enough cookies the other day. Rufus, here.
Rufus. She can hear that.
Here.
I can't take them out of the package or they smell them.
Hurry, Roxanne just saw it. Hurry. Roxanne just saw it. You better hurry up. She ain't gonna wait. Here it is.
Rufus is cool. The Gherkin, the sun went through both sides, melted parked cars near the building.
Hurry. She ain't gonna wait.
Give me that cookie.
Got it.
Damn. His eyes look so crazy. Gherkins coming out the other side. I mean, that makes sense. It is a big old cow. Big old cow. Roxanne don't play.
This little thing, number 33.
I think they replace it with polarized
like
glass.
The front step.
That's probably what they would have to do.
It's a pass. Apparently the most famous frontage in London, 1868.
Man, they don't make nice frontage anymore. Not in America.
It's quite something, isn't it? It's like a cathedral.
Yeah.
Stands on the site of a famous tavern called the Boar's Head Tavern.
Boar's Head, there you go.
Apparently mentioned in the works of Shakespeare.
Shakespeare.
The blue squares. A lot of these 33s, I think, are just archaeology.
Yeah.
Although some of them
there you go.
Do still have meaning to the inhabitants. Yeah, very, very pretty.
Yeah, good
a
work.
real nightmare to keep clean, I would have thought.
Power wash.
Well, you can see there, like, what a nightmare this thing is to keep clean and presentable. It's a problem with frilly buildings, isn't it? The surface area is absolutely enormous.
Frilly buildings.
Very pretty.
I can't move my eyelid brows like he does.
Danger. Deep void.
You gotta watch out for them deep
Grace
voids.
Church Street, EC3. And business is not booming for the 33s. I've noticed a lot of these. This is just the one I chose to use in the video. But yeah, 33 Grace Church Street is struggling. I believe that 33
He should buy it.
was supposed to be some kind of marketing ploy. Internationally, people hear that London is one of the most occultic cities in the universe. And they decide.
Wonder why they think that.
33 would be great for business. But this one is really struggling. But it is temple-like. Look, it's got these very jazzy pillars either side, which are part of the decoration. A hint. But yeah, this one seems to have been mostly empty for a very long time. Newly refurbished, 2 whole floors available. It's just nobody wants them. Nobody really
One
wants
floor
them.
for each 3.
Very sad.
Right, because the
Very nice
freaking
inside. I wonder if we can get in.
Murder rate.
I don't think we can. Oh, yeah, we can. Just to get some warmth, if anything else. You're right. Well, please select destination floor.
Wow.
You're currently
Now,
in G.
so you got. I haven't used an elevator in years. I'm guessing that that's touch screen elevators now.
Doesn't say what's on the sub-basement level.
It's the freaking devil worship.
Maybe it is successful down there.
Like, Jim, you know about the 33 on Rolling Rock. Do you guys have Rolling Rock in the UK beer? Rolling Rock 33. Yeah, Rolling Rock. And they've got a 33. And I remember hearing somebody say when they were getting called out for it, this was like in the early 2000s, they said that it's a 3 next to a 3, like a 6-pack. There's 3 beers next to 3 beers. But they used to sell the Rolling Rock ponies in 8-packs, so 4 next to a 4, and it still said 33 on it. Let's see if we can find out what it's for. The iconic 33, introduced in 1939, remains an unresolved mystery. The company famously promoted multiple theories. It represents 33, the world's quality pledge, prohibition nod to 1933, the year prohibition ended. Digital design. Some lore claims 33 was a Union artist's badge number, and he left it on the label by accident, which they kept for marketing. Now, I definitely heard it was three beers next to 3 beers. Is that Travis Scott's liquor brand? This is beer. Travis Scott's liquor. Is Cincoro? Cincoro? I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Cinco. Michael Jordan, Cincoro tequila. He's got tequila, Cactus Jack brand. Bunch of wackadoos.
It's a Royal Exchange. Oh, it's a professional.
Oh, yeah, smear it. Absolutely.
Doing something or other.
Erected.
Try not to spoil their shot too much. That's a pretty insane looking camera right there.
It's red.
It's the
tequila.
Royal Exchange. Has this beautiful pyramid in the middle.
Yeah.
Jubilee Walkway Information Board. Royal Exchange looking quite pretty. We're in that time of year where they're doing a Christmas tree arms race, so you can get the best one.
Christmas tree arms
Royal
race.
Exchange makes it sound like a stock exchange or something. The Royal Exchange is in fact basically a posh shopping centre nowadays. Oh look, it's got a little bureau for Fortnum & Mason.
Looks like a little cell phone.
It is a very pretty building. Very, very pretty.
There you go.
I really don't know what it means. Something to do with Gresham, maybe? I don't know.
This dude's
Although
definitely
we're
got
not here to go in. We'll save that for another day. We're here to see number 33. Number 33, Royal Exchange.
Buns from home.
Which nowadays is Buns from Home. Still got the ghost sign on the top.
H.
33. H. Botterill and Sons.
Oh, he didn't say H.
33. H. Botterill and Sons.
H. HZ. Hear that woman's freaking heels.
Except look, actually, most of it is chopped off. They put in a sort of a fake wall. There we go. Havana cigars. So when the big wigs from the Bank of England want to have a little smoke, they would go in there. Old Broad Streets, EC2.
Does he ever get into like the meaning behind?
I see the.
I mean, I guess he got
the
into a little bit.
temple-like architecture. Black Horse of the Apocalypse. There we go.
There you go.
This is the headquarters of the Lloyds Banking Group.
Lloyds of London.
Where not only their bigwigs reside, but also the young talent. And it's very grand. We have some, wow, they got some AI slop running on the screen here. Great, that is fantastic AI slop, it has to be said. And, nothing much more to be said about that.
Trash bag?
A golden bag.
A bag of cash?
Yeah, it's a bit scuffed. People have been trying to steal the gold leaf. Someone's been nibbling at it.
What a freaking listen, dude. Like that kind of art stuff, I might have to start getting into that, like making it.
Sculpture in the city. Oh, well, this is very apt, isn't it? I did not plan this. Temple. Well, what do you know? Now let's go to an old favorite.
All right, pretty.
Well, it kind of just looks like
paint splatter.
Somebody's just thrown paint off the top of the building.
Right.
Yes, do you remember we've been here before? Oh, there's a playable character outside the door.
Alright, I can't keep watching it. It's driving me crazy. The dumbest scientific. I went to the coldest city. Walrus born to be funny. Oh, hold on. I guess someone is... Oh, he's cleaning it. Oh, no. Is he sculpting it or cleaning it? Oh, he's trying to remake it, maybe? Okay, I guess somebody still does do it. They're putting commercial chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. I mean, you definitely ain't doing work like they did. Like that, like a little bit. Yeah, it's doing pretty good. Don't look like Jesus though. Turning the friggin' frogs gay. He gave his employer finally saw the video. All right, let's see.
Well, welcome back to the show. And today we have Rob Allen Atkinson.
He's got an Antifa shirt.
Nice man. He has some nice words for people. Check this out.
Remember that there are perfectly normal scenarios where you're allowed to execute Trump supporters, you're allowed to execute Republicans, you're allowed to execute ICE agents, because America has made it clear you can execute terrorists, and you can do that, but you have to do it the legal way. You have to make them terrorists first. Okay, we're not savages.
What?
We're not animals. We have to pass laws.
Here's another guy, another person is going to get online and speak the craziness, knowing they work for someone, knowing they got to clock in at 9 o'clock on Monday. But let's hear him out because he might have something important to say or not.
And I'm dead serious.
Wow.
We can pass laws that make it legal to execute the traitors, but we have to make it law first.
What is wrong with these people?
They're crazy.
The people are crazy. They just come up with a lot of stuff. Well, this dude works for a company called EcuSource, and I think it's maybe a software company or something like that. I'm not too sure. Don't hold me to it.
Atlanta, he's in my state.
They left the statement because after they seen this crazy video, they were like, "No, man, this ain't right. This is wrong at all counts." This is what ain't right.
This wasn't what we were doing before. I just clicked on this when you came in.
Right, we're aware of social media content circulating involving a contractor associated with EcuSource. We have ended that relationship effective immediately. EcuSource does not condone violence or threats or violence in any form against anyone.
Bam. There goes his job. Now there's another job available. Yeah, cool. Bet we pass it first, right? Yeah, it's crazy what people post.
Let me tell you something,
dude,
man.
And I tell you, a lot of these guys are doing it to try to get girls.
It just keeps going. Like, people don't get the hint.
He's wearing an Antifa shirt.
Like, they don't understand. You just
how is Hotlanta, Richard? Rich is the richest.
All this craziness.
I mean, the city itself has got a lot of really kick-ass stuff in it. Like, my sister came down, and me, my brother, and my sister, my parents, my whole family, we went like around and checked out some really cool places in Atlanta. I mean, it's got its hellhole areas, but a lot of it's really, really cool. But you know, it'll get you killed if you go to the wrong areas.
Especially when you are working for someone. Yeah, he thought he can get on that day and just do
He was acting unemployed, and it made him unemployed.
But I don't know. I mean, Antifa, we got to make up some acronyms for that because Angry 9. I'm not even going to. Anyway, what do you think about this? Another one bites the dust. Yeah, I wonder how he's going to get a new job.
They were looking. Yeah, right. Yeah, they were just waiting for it.
Well, I got online and I start speaking about executing people.
I love Lem. His dude is so awesome. This is what he does. He gets people fired. He shows he's got like 87,000 subs, and and he gets a lot. He gets millions of views lots of times, and he just publishes stuff, and a lot of his followers will be like, boom, here's where he works. And then they'll post it and they'll be like, we found out where he works. And then he'll do another video. But he did all this in one video. So, but yeah, it's good to see that people out there are trying to keep us safe. No way. 60 Minutes is hiring Joe Rogan. That's crazy to hear. Wait a second. That's crazy. For how much money? I mean, because he's getting $50 million a year or something from Spotify, and then whatever he's getting from his millions and millions and hundreds of millions of YouTube views. We can watch it. Let's see.
Elon's razor states that the most entertaining outcome is the most likely, and that would put this man in charge of 60 Minutes on CBS. Donald Trump or Joe Rogan? Or maybe both. That would certainly be the most entertaining outcome. Could just be a podcast between the two of these guys and would do better ratings. 60 Minutes used to get really good ratings. Then it became left-wing propaganda. Barry Weiss, who's now in charge of CBS, gutted 60 Minutes, fired a ton of the bosses and started replacing them with younger, fresher faces. That meant some of the older faces at 60 Minutes decided to depart. Anderson Cooper was one of them. Anderson Cooper said, I'm out of here. Who cares? Nobody ever.
Any idea for a Gen Z to be rich? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Are you willing to be okay if it takes 10 years? No. Listen. There's 1,000 new millionaires made in America every year. What you got to do is plan. Make plans at least a year out. Don't worry about what's happening next week. Make what you want to do in a year, and then every decision that you make in the next year, you decide if it gets you closer or farther from that goal. When you meet that goal, then you push another one out. And this keeps you making good decisions to reach goals and stops you from making bad decisions to lose money. In America, we make lots of money even when we make a little bit of money. It's a lot of money. Don't spend your money on bullshit. Learn about investing early. You can get into silver. That's very, very, very good for the next couple year outlook. Absolutely. But you can absolutely make your money work for you. That's what you got to do. That's a really good idea. I actually am working on a game now, Spacecrafts from Outer Space. I use Godot as a game engine. You might want to check that out. It's free. It's small. It boots in 10 seconds rather than 3 minutes for Unity and whatnot. And grab yourself a community. Take a seat here, and we'll go over some game development stuff. Absolutely. But yeah, you can make a lot of money doing game development. Absolutely. There's so much trash being made by the big studios that independents are where it's at. Yeah, Godot, Godot.
Little person on planet Earth say, "Oh, I gotta watch that Anderson Cooper thing." Said no one ever. His ratings on CNN are terrible. CBS, they're terrible. Scott Pelly, whatever. This guy.
All right, get to the freaking Rogan
thing. Fossil. Apparently, he just got fired pretty dramatically by the new 60 Minutes boss. So, okay, another smug left-wing jagoff who won't have a cushy corporate media role. Who cares? But who are you going to replace him with?
What's up, Rondano?
A big show, right?
60 Minutes rumors fly that Joe Rogan will become the host of the prestigious CBS News show after Scott Pelly firing.
Their investigations.
Wow, exactly. I am really surprised on the garbage being made in the gaming industry. The last good game was Metro Exodus. That was 6 years ago. Yeah, brother. And you don't need to go right into 3D. Make yourself a little 2D platformer and get something done. Get something done. Get one level done or just one screen done, but get it done. Get your character doing what your character want to do, your battle down, and don't worry about saying, well, then I want a planet over here, and then I want this, and then I want people to be able to... No. Get the first part done. Get a weekend trip done, one little 2-minute game done, and then you'll be able to expand very, very, very quickly. And people are buying games. People are still spending money. Don't listen to what anybody says about the economy. People are spending money. There might be a few loud people talking about how they're poor, but there's a lot of very, very rich, quiet people. Yes, I have a Discord. Yeah, it should be linked in the chat. It's 110th grade. You can get it on that Discord search too. I'll help you out, brother. I'll help you out.
Get a revival with a brand new audience, a younger audience, an entirely new generation, if you brought in the Walter Cronkite of our era, the man that everybody listens to, Joe Rogan. Well, this is the rumor. Panic at 60 Minutes as rumors fly that Joe Rogan will become the new host of the prestigious CBS News show after Scott Pelley firing. Oh, my. Staffers at 60 Minutes were scared stiff over reports that Joe Rogan could replace Anderson Cooper at 60 Minutes.
Tower Defense. Yes, right. And there's so many tutorials for Godot. There's so many sample programs that you can get and then just change them up just till you get to learn GScript. Yeah, Tower, brother, listen, and you can export out of Godot directly for phone, iPhone, Android, web-based or standalone for PC, full screen, and you can do 3D, like absolute beautiful photorealistic AAA game-looking stuff too, and it's free.
Sourced the rumor to CBS and was picked up by the Austin Statesman on Wednesday. Scott Pelley, another former 60 Minutes correspondent, was fired from the news magazine the day before. He's an absolutely insufferable lib, by the way. He's constantly banging on about how much he hates Donald Trump and he hates Republicans. Fellow presenters, whoever, were also cut. Presenters were cut by editor-in-chief Barry Weiss, leaving 60 Minutes.
Okay, so it's a rumor.
It's
all right, so it's a rumor. Okay. That's pretty crazy, though. All right, let's see. Yeah, did you hear the Chicago Bears are leaving Chicago? I heard that today. I mean, I heard rumors of it before, but apparently they said, yeah, we're out of here. Paisley and Rufus. Oh, there's Rufus again. There we go. I need some background music.
Yep, the Russians scanned it. Kailasa Temple, if you have not been following this, buckle up. This doesn't just rewrite Indian history, it rewrites human history. Because in this ancient temple, they found tool marks that prove that we don't even have tools that could do this. Context here, Kailasa was not built, it was removed from the side of a mountain. Meaning they could make zero mistakes here when removing 200 to 400,000 tons of rock. And that's the first mystery. We don't know where any of that rock is. We also don't know when it was built. The main source of dating is land grants. So Kailasa Temple's right here. The first land grant was found on a copper plate 200 miles away. The second one was found even further away. That is all we are provided. The date would be useful to determine the tools used to make this. We know they had steel. India invented the steel that would later become Damascus steel. But in 1682, a Mughal emperor ordered 1,000 soldiers to destroy the temple. They had steel tools. Damage to the sculptures is extensive, and honestly, it's one of the most disrespectful things I've ever seen humans do. But there's a silver lining. It showed us just how hard the rock is to even chip. Even with modern alloys, we just don't have enough power. Basalt is hardened lava. Yeah. That's a 6 on the Mohs scale of hardness. Steel barely makes a scratch in it. So these Russian dudes timed 3 different people and measured how much volume of rock was removed after a 10-minute period. This was measured using photogrammetry, and mind you, these marks look nothing like what we see on the actual walls. Result? If you worked 3 years straight, you could only remove a cubic meter of this stuff. But since Kailasa is unfinished, we actually had the witness.
Right. So they took a big-ass block of mountain, And then they just started carving into it. But when you're carving into a mountain, they're like, oh, this is going to be an elephant trunk. And then you got to carve the behind the elephant and then the room that's going to be in there. So you have to know you're not adding to things. It's subtractive, right? They're removing the rock. But with what? With what? They don't, I mean, even if you used explosives, you're not going to be able, I mean, you can move a lot of rock, but it's not accurate. And this is very, very accurate.
Marks or tool marks. The penetration depth of that cut exceeds what hydraulic breakers are capable of. Those cuts show extreme levels of force were used. So how do we get big equipment in here unless they didn't use big equipment? Not just very large tools, they had precision tools. Yeah. The level of detail we see in basalt is comparable to much softer soapstone, which would require a diamond-tipped drill bit. Using our perspective. So let's run this back. We've got flimsy dating. The time and manpower to create this are way off. We could build a great pyramid with the amount of rock that's missing from this place, and we don't know the tools they used to make it. In times like these, I do something crazy and listen to their history. Hindu tradition says this place was built by a dude called Vishvakarma. You should look into this guy, because one thing he can do is take solar radiance, measure it, reduce it, concentrate it, and convert it into divine tools. Now here's the thing, if you actually talk to a Hindu, none of them will even bat an eye if you suggest that they possibly had lasers back then. What we can for sure say about this place is that we don't know. Could they have had lasers? Maybe in a different form. I don't know. I'm just here to give you the tools to connect your own dots. If you want to watch the full doc, go check out Proto-Civilization. They did all the work. They're amazing. They scanned.
Damn, that's pretty freaking cool. Yeah, a lot of work. But here's the thing. This is the thing that's also amazing about the pyramids, right? Like, so some of the stones are so massive and so heavy that it would take you like 15,000 people, like big burly men, if they all got their hands on it to lift it. But there's not enough room, not because they would hit shoulder to shoulder, and there's not enough room to get 15,000 people worth of hands underneath one of these stones. So it's like, what the hell did they use to lift them? And then there's millions of them, 2.2 million stones. I mean, how are they polishing? They would have had to get crystal of some sort, polish them into a lens. And the way lasers work, is you have a tube, a very straight tube, and on the ends of the tubes you have a mirror on each end. And on the end you want the beam coming out of, you cut a hole in the mirror, very, very, very small. So then when you excite the tube to make it start producing photons, like with a light, it bounces back and forth off each mirror, back and forth, and only the light particles, the light waves, the photons that actually make it through that hole will go in that direction. That's why it's straight. That's why it makes a dot on the wall rather than a big spread out beam like a flashlight does, because the light beams are bouncing back and forth in all kinds of random directions until they happen to hit that hole, and only the ones that hit that hole straight going that way are going to come out, and they're going out straight. Parabola. They would need very, very big parabola mirrors, very, very big, that can handle the heat too, because that's multiple reflections. Like, especially when you do the what do they call it? Hyperparabola. Okay, so that's a parabolic mirror. Hyper. Different types of parabola. It's not that. It's two of them together, and they bounce off each other, and they give you a much more concentrated beam at a Fresnel lens, like a solar depth array, right? But who cut them? Who made them? And then, like, how do you time the beam? And the sun's constantly moving in the sky. How long do you have to aim it at that little piece of rock until it starts melting? And then who removes it? You'd have to vaporize it, right? And so, like, I mean, and then whoever's standing near it, waiting for it to get hot to scrape it off the wall, what are you doing with that scraped off rock? And you're talking about a lot of rock. Yeah, it would have to constantly follow as the sun moves in the sky, as the earth spins, right? As the sun moves in the sky, you have to constantly change that. Yeah. And then it would take 1 million years to do, because you only have while the sun is in the area, so the whole morning, if this is the area you're cutting out, the whole, like this is like, here's the rock face and you're cutting it back in. So this is where the temple is. And, this is all the rest of the mountain going up, up that way. Right. So this is the area you want to cut out. The whole time the sun is over here, you can't shoot sunbeams into here. The sunbeams are hitting the wrong side of the mountain. So it's only after noon or whatever the time is in that area that the sun would be able to hit a parabola to be able to hit in here. And then how do you get on the other side of an elephant? Because if you have a big hunkin' elephant head here, how do you melt the rock behind the elephant head? You would have to bounce it off another mirror. And what would they have had to be able to do that? Yeah, it boggles the mind, the precision. Absolutely the hottest part of the day. Right, but for how long? You're not vaporizing a mile, or like a big ass amount in a day. You've only got a couple of hours until it starts to set, because then you can't reflect it off of it. Then once the sun gets down to this is the sun's angle, and you want to shoot it into another area, it would bounce off and go the wrong way. So your focal points could only be from where the entrance of the temple is to the top of the temple. And then after your focal length leaves there because the sun's somewhere else, so you would only have a few hours a day. I mean, millions of mirrors. But it would take more to build that many mirrors than it would to have and the thing is, the amount of millions of humans it would take to do that. Yeah, that's crazy stuff. They would only have like a 5-hour window, right? We need to weaponize it. People have solar reflective weapons. Yeah, let's see. So like these right here, these where they have big parabola or at least concave mirrors on satellites that could, the curve of the mirror, they know how many millimeters from Earth that parabola is, that mirror is in outer space, so they know what angle to make the parabola or the concave, the mirror that would reflect it, that the perfect point would hit where they want it to go. And then, but they weren't in outer space either. But it's pretty freaking amazing. It's pretty amazing. Fresnel lens to melt rock. Let's see how long it takes.
Hello there, I'm your host, Dan Rojas.
And as you heat the rock and it cools, it's going to harden too. So it's going to take longer. Like if so, you're heating up one rock, the rock behind it's getting super, super hot, and and then you get a little piece off. And then tomorrow, when you would do that same spot again, but like a millimeter in deeper, that would be like super hard and it would turn into like glass. Then it would become reflective. So who knows?
A very clear, sunny day.
Somewhat reflective, more reflective than
I have the large Fresnel lens set up. Right now, we are working on a rock. What I've done is placed a rock under there, and we're making backyard lava, or obsidian. It is a black glass-like structure that usually only occurs around volcanoes. This rock has been under here for about 10 minutes.
So 10 minutes, right? And he's going to have to constantly refocus.
You can see there's a pretty nice pool there.
And it's cooling very quickly. Pentagon released new UAP files. Great.
What I'm gonna do is just gradually drop the heat so it doesn't.
And then any days that there were clouds and you know, or rain, it would also, you know, or like for a season, like if you have like a rainy season for like a couple of weeks, like there'd be nothing to be done.
What you can do to make kind of an annealing process is, instead of having the lens on target like this, you put it off axis a little bit, and you still get a lot of heat generation, but you slowly cool it.
WD-40. Yeah, it is neat. And those lenses are from old big screen TVs before they were flat screen, like the projection TVs, the rear projection TVs, the big screen ones. That whole front lens is a big Fresnel lens. Can I use this lens? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You better get in there and get out there quick, doctor. What's the rock under that rock? Strong stuff, maybe marble. Let's see if he says. Using a rock. Maximum working temperature. Maximum working temperature of plaster is 1200 degrees C. So higher melting temperature would need to melt the plaster mold. The sulfur in the gypsum reacts with iron, making it unsuitable for casting. Fresnel lens melts through plaster and vaporizes aluminum instantly. Using a rock, he doesn't say what kind of rock. Backyard lava, homemade obsidian. So it's granite, I guess, right? Granite to obsidian. Let me see. What rock turns into obsidian? Obsidian is a natural occurring volcanic glass, forms when silica-rich lava cools rapidly on the air crystals. Okay, so it's its own minerals. It's silica. Must be high in silica. That's the recipe. So it's sand turning into glass. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Mount Sinai, Egg McMuffin, replacing my dad's vodka with moonshine. Advanced pissy power technology. The Black Stone of Mecca. North Sentinel Island time-lapsed art. Dubai's new giant faces a race against time. Senate passes $70 million bill for immigration enforcement in late night vote, I guess 11 minutes ago. Probably a hollow type of rock or something, probably porous cement blocks. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the rock that was sitting there was unfazed by that heat. Right. And the basalt that they were carving was already melted a volcanic rock. So it would have taken a lot more to even melt that. Yeah, me neither, brother. It's fun to think about, though. I can still hear Big Boy's whistle, and it's been hours. Yeah. You can still hear it. I can hear it. There you go. That's a Big Boy whistling at you. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Best fail, 5 animals that only seen once. 5 animals that we've only seen once.
What if you discovered a species for the very first time and then it just vanished forever, never to be seen again? Creatures so rare, the only proof they existed is a single specimen, from single sightings in remote jungles to 16-foot whales. Today, we're diving into 5 more animals that have only been seen once, starting with the spade-toothed whale. A full-sized whale, something that grows to around 16 or 17 feet long, and no one has ever seen one alive. Everything we know about this animal comes from individuals that have washed up dead on beaches. And get this, there have only been about 7 confirmed specimens ever found
Must be
today.
like super
and
deep.
These specimens have mostly been turning up around New Zealand and one all the way over in Chile. The very first record goes all the way back to 1872. when someone found a lower jaw on a remote island. And even then, scientists didn't realize what they had, since they thought it belonged to a completely different species of whale. Then, over the course of a few years, more and more bones started washing up on the beaches around New Zealand, and it wasn't until scientists actually ran DNA tests that they realized all of these remains belonged to the same species, a whale that no one had ever seen in the flesh.
Already.
And then,
yeah,
in 2010...
I already saw this one. I already seen it. I already solved it. Pretending to smoke. Oh, jeez. 99 most terrifying animal attacks. This is Saturn. What's up, Jeremy, brother? Dun, 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 dun. Making a Uper light sphere. Most incredible archaeological discoveries. Wow, okay. Hopefully this ain't AI.
Stop scrolling, because...
The most detailed painting in history. 60,000 people live on a rock with no resources. Jeez. When your coworkers have zero, but let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. World War III. What do you want to know about it? Oh, no, okay, wow. What's going on right now?
Language, which is always nice and always helpful.
All right, let me see.
We don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living the Cuban American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Venezuela sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So, yeah, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
Oh, this was 10 hours ago.
Missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it, and I will say
this is old. This is an old one.
That the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries, that.
Yeah, this is a replay. Yeah, hold on. This is a replay. I remember that exact interaction. This is gonna be huge. Yeah, this is all that came out recently. Yeah, 9 hours ago was this, and it was audio only because he's on Air Force One. I like Trump. I think he's the GOAT. Yeah. I have a interesting outlook on what's going on. Because I don't hate anybody. But yeah, I think he's doing a good job, and I think most people don't understand what's actually going on with the American economy. Like, we are now just in the past couple of weeks, we're now selling food to China for the first time in a long time. That one deal right there made our American farmers, they raised their income. They raised their how much money they make per hour by 20%. So they just got a 20% raise, 20%, just because China will now buy soybeans from the United States. That's going to create a lot of opportunity in America. And now that we have an open door with China to sell them food, we've closed over 500,000 farms in America. We could make a lot of freaking money if we were allowed, but other countries had tariffs against us. They wouldn't buy our food and stuff, our produce and our meat, without charging us a huge tariff. This is when you start hearing about the tariff thing with Trump. People think he's just saying no. What it was they already had tariffs against us. So we could buy stuff from them and we wouldn't charge a tariff against them. But if we said, okay, now buy some American cars, buy some American beef, buy some American soybeans, buy some American corn, they'd be like, no, we grow corn here. So if you sell a $1 kernel or $1 ear of corn here, it's going to be $8. So he said, okay, whatever you have on us, we're going to have against you. So then they said, okay, so let's drop those down. So now we're speaking that kept any American company from being prosperous selling to other countries, because it costs too much to sell them because of the tariffs that were levied against America. And nobody knows that, because they just hear Trump's raising tariffs just to be, they don't understand that other people don't like us and they don't want us selling anything, so they have tariffs against us. So now that that's been settled out, now we can actually sell to the rest of the world, because the only people we were really selling to, Americans were selling to Americans, but most Americans were buying things from outside of America anyway. So now that's leveled the playing field. It's going to take a year for about a year for all of these other companies that have been invested in, have already been starting being built, are starting to come online now. So they're going to be hiring what soon. The jobs report that came out today was 300% larger, more jobs than was anticipated. So the outlook was very, very low. And then when the report came out today, they were completely wrong. Things are going very, very good. You might hear a lot of people saying stuff, I ain't got no job, this and that, right? But how many people do you not hear say that? Donald Trump. I don't even vote. I'll say, oh, there you go. That's right. Do you recall the time you had ants in your pants? I do. Do you recall that time? Do you remember that story? So when I first moved down here, one of the first jobs I had when I was trying to meet people was like the first 2 weeks I was here, I had a job mowing grass, and I was weed whacking behind a guardrail. And there was these big red clay lumps that had grass growing out of them. So I was just weed whacking. And I was trying to go quick so I could get back on my mower, my zero turn, and head on down the road. And I didn't realize I was hitting fire ant mounds and then walking right through them because there was dust everywhere and everything. And all of a sudden my legs are on fire. So I jump over the guardrail. I pull my pants off. I lift my leg and I see the ants all over the place. So I drop trowels. So I'm standing on the side of the road in my underwear and I'm squeeging off my thighs and my calves. And there's cars going by honking at me like, welcome to Georgia. But yeah, that was bad. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Yep. So anyway, here's a bunch of good stuff. If like we were looking at earlier at Africa and how they're trying to get more water into Africa so Africa can grow more crops. That's where everything goes. That's where a lot of economy stems from. Now that we can now sell food to other huge areas like India and China, there's billions of people there. Not hundreds of millions, billion plus people. So 3 billion people or so, a little more than with the two of them combined. Now that we can sell those people food that they don't have, just even the rich Indians and the rich Chinese, that is going to make, they're buying so much, it's going to be very, very good for us. And now that the illegal alien thing is a little more curtailed, now more Americans will be getting jobs on more of these farms, and then there are going to be more grocery stores, and then they're going to have more money to put into the economy. It's going to take about a year, but everything's going to be fine. And it's very easy if you don't listen to the news. It's very easy to find the information if you just get the information that you want yourself. It's very, very easy. And don't listen to the news just to tell you how horrible everything is, because they're there to drive you with fear. They want to keep you scared. And if the only place you get the information from is news, if you're scared all the time and anxious all the time, you're going to constantly be listening to the news, watching the news to hopefully hear that it's over, everything's going to be fine. And you're addicted now. It's a habit. And they're feeding you ads. And then after every one horrible disaster starts to end, another one will pop up and take it over in the news cycle. Yeah, you just stay away from that stuff. Stay away from the people that only tell you doom and gloom, because there's 1,000 new millionaires made in America every day. There's more money now on this planet than there ever has been, and we're expanding. Everybody's making record profits. The stock market's doing well. That means businesses are doing well. If they're doing well, you can do well too. Absolutely. But you just got to change your way of thinking about what your relationship with money is, and you'll be fine. And I believe we're going to see something very spectacular before the end of the Trump administration. I would like to see if you have any idea how much fraud that in the past 60 days has been uncovered. Just the new fraud, not the Somali stuff and the Ohio stuff and the California stuff, but the new fraud that's been found, like the PPP loans, over $1 trillion in fraudulent PPP loans. And if a lot of that starts getting pulled back, a lot of the money that's been leaving this country, if even just 5% of that gets shut off, the entire economy will be a lot better. And that's when you'll start realizing we have things that we didn't have before because of the global warming scare. We weren't doing things with oil that we should have been doing. We weren't drilling. We weren't processing properly. Now we can do that. We can do all that. There you go, brother. Thank you. Yup. And so the gas prices are coming down because you can actually go and don't look at the pump. You know, you can look at the pump, absolutely, but you have to be able to see what the price of oil is. Price of a barrel of oil. Okay, so it's $90, $93. So it was $120. Let's see. Okay, so March. So it was $113 going on at the Iran issue, and it's down to 90. All right, so it's on its way down. You can see how this slopes down here. Okay, yeah, you're gonna see tips and troughs, but as it slopes down, so it's trending down. So it's gonna keep going down. If we can get back down to here, this will be about $60 a barrel, is about $3 a gallon. About $40 a barrel is about $2 a gallon of gas. The world needs less car dependency. So there's a very interesting thing. Tesla is about to come out with a robo-taxi that will change people's finances. So it's $30,000 for a robo-taxi. You can have a taxi in your driveway. You wake up in the morning, your taxi takes you to work, then it leaves. Your car doesn't sit at work for 10 hours. It leaves and makes you money. And then it comes back and picks you up when you need to pick up. And then it takes you home. And then when you go and decide to go to bed, it goes back out and makes you money and gets itself charged and all that. And you can make an extra $100 to $200 a day, probably more than that. And so if you make $100 a day, that's $3,000 a month. So that would take you 10 months to pay off the car. And then for the rest of the rest of the next couple of years, you're bringing in an extra, what is it? 3,000 times 12, $36,000 tacked on top of your wage. But you could also buy another and another and another. You know, you can go to other areas. You could say, hey, I made a couple $1,000. Let me fly to Indiana and say, hey, let me buy a robo-taxi, put it on, and just let it go out. This stuff's happening. You can take advantage of this stuff. You don't need to buy a car that sits in the parking lot at work while you're inside working. It can go out and work for you. I know it might be difficult to get to try to get $30,000 together, but that's pretty cheap for a car, considering the car will pay for itself. Richard, my snake is so cool. Thank you, Thailand. Anyway, so things are going good. When the farm, and now also a thing changed. The farmers are now allowed to repair. They got what's called right to repair now. So now they're allowed to repair their own tractors and stuff. One of the big things that raised the cost of food in America is that when tractors and farm implements broke, they basically had to pay a lot of money for a professional to come out and fix their tractors, even if it was something small. That's been done away with. Now they have the right to repair, so they can fix their own stuff. So now they don't have to buy another $500,000 piece of equipment if it only needs $2,000 of repair. So that also will bring down the price of food. It'll now be profitable to start a farm. So more farms will get back into production because you can just grow soybeans and sell them all to China. And that's going to be very, very profitable for a lot of people. And that's going to build the base of our economy. Yes, yeah. The robo-taxi, it's called. Tesla robo-taxi. Right here, robo-taxi. So you can call a robo-taxi right now. Download the app. It's basically like Google. I mean, like Uber. That's literally cyberpunk. Delamane. So, all right, let's say robo-taxi release date. Tesla launched its ride-hailing robotaxi in Austin, Texas, using supervised vehicles, while a broader rollout of the highly anticipated purpose-built steering wheel-less Cybercab have faced multiple development delays. It's preparing to scale the service in additional U.S. cities. So anyway, let's find out what the cost is supposed to be. Cybercab. Yeah. It's projected to be under $30,000, designed to be full self-driving. It lacks a steering wheel, pedals. So it lacks the steering wheel, pedals, and everything like that. So it's going to be a much cheaper car to build. It's going to steer itself and drive itself. So you can just get yourself to work, and then it can go out and make you money. Elon is also doing, the Boring Company. This man is doing a lot of stuff. It's a good idea to not hate him just because he's a Republican. How can what he's doing help make you money? How can these things work for you? And people think that because Republicans are in office that the system is set against them. That's a mindset. That is not the truth. If you can't pee in the bathroom you want to pee in, that's a you problem. That's not a problem with making money and going about your life and succeeding in life. This is the problem. The victim mentality. When kids are taught that the whole system is built against them and they can never win, they'll never win because they'll never try. And there's plenty of stuff coming up on the horizon. There's plenty of stuff now. There's plenty of things that we can do to help get ourselves through. The outlook is looking very, very, very good. If you can get yourself one of these, I highly recommend getting on the list as early as you can. If you're thinking about getting a car, I would hold off until these things come out. Delta City, what up, chef? But yeah, under 30 grand. So think about probably about $30,000. So that's what, $300 a month. So $300 a month, then say insurance, even if insurance is $200 a month, $500 a month. And that's 5 days out of 30 if it makes you $100 a day. And think about, like, it can pick up multiple people. It can pick up 4 instead of you driving an Uber, and you can get 2 people. If you're lucky, it can get 4 people because there's no driver's seat, and it can drive. It can just do that all day while you're at work. You should definitely think about it. You have the KS4 scooter. KS4. Damn. Wait a second. Why is one of them $300 and one of them $3,000? 65-mile range, 53 miles an hour. Jeez, but the kill switch turns me off to the new cars. I understand. Listen, I understand. It should not be incorporated into the robo-taxi because you're not driving it. It's self-driving, so none of that should matter. The kill switch thing would be you get into a new car and you're drunk or you look excited so you can't start the car. This shouldn't have any of that because you're not driving it. It's driving you. Are we in the future yet? We on our way, Andy. Tiny lion. Meow. So the future definitely looks bright. And I'm going to tell you another thing that's also going on now. There was a bunch of information released over the past couple of days about the cost of tokens. Let me see if I can find this here real quick. So AI is ending up costing companies more than it would cost for a person to do it. And the price is rising. So looks like there's going to be a rehire coming back. For instance, Uber spent their 1 year budget of AI tokens. They spent it in less than 4 months. So they're saying this is costing more than it would have cost us to have humans. That's just one company. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Bang, 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 bang. These all shorts. King, bang, 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 bang. Roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. Oh, come on. Oh, it's just repeating everything. Okay. Let me see if I can find that. Here we go.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and boy, oh boy, every time I make these videos, everyone you in every single course before in terms of shows, local, different type of that unlimited hosted stuff is something that I'm totally 100% knows how much compute you should try compute. Actually, one of these like shit that these people are selling to you for God knows and this video was reading the words that AI is just way too fucking expensive. And the reality of it is, yes, it is. Every time you go to an AI model and you ask it to generate words, each of those tokens costs a certain amount of money to generate, right? That's just how it works. So for instance, since I'm running my own local AI slop, I can actually walk you through this entire project right here. Let me make a directory and call local when the up because what basically been saying instant it into what happens down the road. So a few things that I've been reading on places like Reddit, for instance, where on the r/experience developers, these people have basically been saying, I'm a manager at a company with like 5,000 to 6,000 employees, and basically over the last couple of months, their AI spending has actually exploded. This was posted 5 days ago. So to give you an idea, the last month bill at this person's company apparently came up to around $1 million, okay? So imagine, you buy this nice shiny new tool, and AI, when you purchase it, when you need it to do anything that's tangible and not just slop out random crap, it costs you a pay-per-use situation. It's a pay-per-use style situation where I kind of want you to think of it like buying gas, right? Anytime you need to use your car, you probably need to buy some fucking gas.
All right, Loretta, thank you for the pictures.
Car you have, you may need to buy the more expensive versions of gas. So that's kind of how it works, right? Every token that you're basically purchasing here, you're doing it on a per-use bill, right? Meaning that the more you use the AI slop, the more it's going to cost you, obviously. So as this is basically cooking, if this was connected to, Claude, it would actually be charging me per token. So how much is the cost going to be? Well, we'll find out as we get towards the end what the usage will look like. Every month, Reddit uses artificial intelligence. The AI that they would use inside their company, $1,500 cap.
Okay, here you go.
Artificial intelligence. Uber ended up actually having to issue caps on all of the AI that they would use inside their company because people were reaching its max. So for instance, Uber puts a $1,500 cap per actual employee and the tools they use to write code, whether that be Claude Code or Cursor. And the reality of it is that I've talked to pretty much every developer friend that I know. Everyone is using artificial intelligence. Long are the days of just sitting in front of a computer and writing every line of code yourself. That is too slow. Even if you're not somebody that wants to contribute to the massive AI world around you, there's no shame in pulling up a local model like I have kind of using it to autocomplete or maybe scaffold a few things. Obviously, not write an entire game. This is just an extreme example that I'm showing. But obviously, not using any form of artificial intelligence is kind of shooting yourself in the... Well, to give you an idea, they had a budget for 1 year for people to use AI slop at their company. And it turns out in a matter of 4 fucking months, 4 months into the year, they actually burned through the entire fucking budget. Now, it's not just Uber that actually has this issue too, ladies and gentlemen. Even companies like Microsoft. Yes, the same company that has been pushing so much AI slop to the rest of the world also says that using this technology is actually more expensive than paying real fucking human people their salaries.
Right. Okay, so and the cost is going up. So it's already more expensive than using human employees. So they're going to try to make the most money possible for each product that they put out. And it's more expensive now than it is to have humans do the work. So if you look at the bottom line at the end of the year, you say, we made this much money, we spent this much money. It's as of right now, it's more efficient to use humans. And the thing is, the prices are rising. So they're doing a hire back. They're hiring back a lot of people. So that's very, very, very good. Because, this will probably shift back when they go to more silver-based stuff. So the price of compute will go down because the price of power will go, the power usage will go down, and it can shift up. But the trick is when you get these higher backs, and if you're going to be getting into the industries, make sure when you start getting that money, you know that there's going to be layoffs in the future. So take any extra dollar you get and invest that so your money works for you. If you can go a year without spending money on vacations or anything like that for a year, and you invest anything that you would have spent into something that will return money to you, it'll make the rest of your years easier.
Why? Because the prices have just gone through the roof. And they have been going through the roof basically for the last few months. Things have been spiking. So basically, a lot of their guys who write code use things like Anthropic's Claude Code, for instance. So this is summarized because this is a paywall sort of system that for that company pretty much said they pay a lot of money to companies like Anthropic, and ultimately to reach what we already have, and even to be fucking do looked at itself.
That's enough.
And here's the thing about this too, right? Like if you look at the prices for any of these models, for instance, if you go to like Claude, you can actually see that their prices are kind of as we've seen right over here. So they've given you their prices based on input tokens, cache writes, cache hits, output tokens, yada yada yada. Now this is by far one of the most like expensive AIs to kind of play around with, because again, if you're looking at things like their most
Anyway, yeah. Fog is alive and not some weather phenomenon. It's the breath of the world.
Remember the person that said that the most vile shit about you, they're going mega viral, insane rabbit hole that was community noted? Let me see this. So this post has 8.5 million views. He died 6 days later. So this is one of these freaks that keeps making up fan fiction about how I killed my mom. Would you like some more personal info about my life? I'm a pretty open book. So this is a message with this person's dad. Chemo started yesterday. How are you feeling so far? So far, not bad. Glad to hear it. Call me when you can. Streaming right now isn't important. You need to know I've been given a time frame. Call when you can. That means they told them that basically you're going to be dead in 3 months, 6 months, and Jesus. Well, that's what they gave that to my dad. And I remember like on the way back we got ice cream. You know, I'm not trying to fucking. You need to know I've been given a time frame. I'll call after stream in about 2 hours. So they didn't even want to stop their stream because their dying dad with cancer wanted to talk to them about how long they had to live. And this is the person right here who's been going on and on and on about me killing my mother. You literally drop everything and instantly went to check on your dad at least 5 times on stream. Oh, it was worse than that. So my dad, I'm calling my dad on the phone and they had just called me and they tell me, they said, yeah, your father has pancreatic cancer. I call my dad and he's complaining about the nurses. He's like, so yeah, what are you going to do after this? You going to go live? And I'm like, nah, Pa, I wasn't going to go live. He said, why not? I don't know. I just found out my dad had pancreatic cancer. He's like, oh, yeah. All right. Well, I mean, if it'd be good if you went live, but if not, you know, maybe come up later on. It's actually funny that like you wouldn't pause your stream to see your dad. My dad told me to stream instead of pausing it to see him.
And as busy as he was, he would come over every day. He did my shopping. He did my laundry.
Engagement manipulation for revenue. Wait, what? It got deleted. Nikita can ban for this? Wait, what's this? What's this? This is the post. Nah, I just want Ravoon, and comments don't give you Ravoon. So you're going around farming your dead dad with cancer to get a few Elon coins. The hidden replies and the quote retweets are crazy. My dad, my sister, before I was born, why would I care about him dying? My grief was superficial. Y'all are so mad over who ran away from his consequences and tried to swoop in and beg for forgiveness right before he died. Pathetic. Sure he did. This is the person that invented infinity fan fiction about how I killed my mother. They're using their sisters. So yeah, wait a minute. No, you're right. So now you're using the fact that your sister got by your dad, allegedly. Now you're trying to farm revenue off your sister being, what a fucking weirdo. What's wrong with this person? And so this is what this person literally posted about me. Hopefully once you're no longer relevant, you can go back to doing what you do best, being alone in your disgusting room where you got your mother killed due to neglect. Holding Asgul accountable for killing his mom. My mother isn't dead. She's very alive and well. This is the person.
I gotta intervene in a second. Thank you. Just unlocked ancient memories. Welcome back to World of Warcraft. Welcome back to World of Warcraft, but now you're a girl. I gotta intervene.
Jesus Christ. Even made a video about you? Wait, they made a video about me?
I don't know. I don't pull my punches. I'm not gonna say I didn't like push it a little too hard. Like, I'm not gonna lie about that.
Jesus Christ. I can't listen to this. Imagine not calling your dying father because you're streaming. It's my job. It's not their job, okay? They're not making any money. Ignoring your dying father to stream to 26 viewers. This shit is insane. Is there more of this? It's okay. Me and my dad made up, which is more than what. Why would you make up with your dad if they your sister? I wish he had tried to have a relationship with me before he was gonna die on me. Oh my God. These people need to get institutionalized. You need to lock these people up. It makes no sense. I know. Let me get this straight. You're sad that your dad, this is why I think they're lying. They're lying to try to sympathy farm because you know you're.
This is the problem with the people that don't know what's going on with themselves. They think that this extreme actions with what they're doing with their bodies and what they're doing online is all for money.
arranged. I feel so bad. Yeah, imagine being the sister, by the way. Your brother or sister, whatever the fuck this person identifies as, goes around on the internet trying to farm your and then saying how that they're sad that they weren't able to reconcile things with their... I can't even say it. It's just so ridiculous.
I almost forgot to say thanks to all you guys who say all the nice things about me. I see in his chat when I call him up and, you know, getting his shit. And I really appreciate that. Kind of cheers me up. So thanks, guys, and I'll see you around.
That's so freaking insane. So insane. The scariest meat market cheese fired. TikTok alpha coach realizing his life is over.
This alpha male fitness influencer is already sitting in jail facing multiple felony charges, but now former employees and people who claim they work behind the scenes are making allegations that could raise even more questions about how he built his multi-million-dollar coaching business in the first place. Because it's safe to say things are looking bad for Wes Watson, but now somehow they're looking worse because unfortunately Wes is no stranger to this channel. Over the last few years, we've covered the gym assault case, the civil lawsuits, the bizarre social media meltdowns, and then of course the domestic violence allegations that land him right back behind bars.
Shut the up.
As far as it comes to ruining your own life, this guy is literally a professional. And the irony here is the dude's a life coach. Who in their right mind would ever want to take life advice from this guy, let alone pay for it? But unfortunately, a lot of people did. But before we get into this, a quick disclaimer here. A lot of what we're talking about today comes from the reporting from the YouTuber John Bravo, who we've also talked about here on this channel before. In a positive way, because his stuff is great. But according to him, he's now spoken to a bunch of former employees and people who were a part of Wes Watson's inner circle. Some of these claims have not been independently verified, and as of right now, we're talking about allegations, not criminal charges. But considering that John Bravo has been on top of covering the updates for Wes Watson, I still think it's really relevant to include what information he's found. But regardless, if you watched my previous videos on Wes Watson, you probably noticed the thing that never really made sense. The dude was living like a movie villain. Mansions, Bugattis, high-end Lambos, Rolls Royce, like everything. Security guards following around and posting up randomly in his videos just to make themselves seem apparent. These things aren't cheap. So how in the world was he affording?
Dude. Live fast, die young.
All this. Well, everyone was essentially saying coaching, because apparently thousands of people were paying him every single month for fitness advice, mindset coaching, and access to his programs. And don't get me wrong, there are plenty of people who make good money selling courses and coaching. That's nothing new. But Wes's lifestyle always seemed excessive, a little bit beyond the typical Miami LARPer.
What up,
especially
Tamil?
when you actually watch how he interacted with some of the people paying him. Because according to recordings that have surfaced over the years, some of those coaching calls weren't exactly what you would expect from someone charging these insane prices. Because instead of encouragement or mentorship, a lot of the clips people were sharing showed Wes screaming at clients, insulting them, cutting them off, and genuinely treating paying customers like they personally ruined his day simply by existing. And that's where a lot of these new allegations start. Because according to John Bravo's reporting, several former insiders claim that Wes's business may have been operating very differently behind the scenes. The claims range from questionable billing practices all the way to allegations that, I mean, if they're true, they would be way more serious. And in my first video I ever made on Wes, if I remember correctly, I did point out the fact that there were allegations.
I purchased Wes's program last year, and I was promised a 2-hour-long phone call. Not only did I not receive any phone calls after attempting to schedule them with Wes, he also isn't even involved with the program he sells. Unfortunately, I learned this from an expensive lesson. I'm confident that I can say he was that you were scammed.
That people paid for coaching calls from him, and some other dude showed up. Like, what? So essentially, with his fitness business, Wes offered personal coaching calls, but he either constantly reschedules or puts the calls on his staff. But then you have that whole weirdness at his most recent deposition, you know, the one he had right before he got arrested. again. In that case, the lawyers ask what his company is, and Wes says, it's a fitness coaching business, online coaching and training. Then Wes says there's currently no people employed but him. But then he started stumbling and mentioned that he had 2 employees before, but he couldn't really remember who they were. He said, I had 2 guys that were employed, Kurt Gagarin and Julian, I forgot his last name. And I'm pointing this out to say consistently through the reporting on Wes Watson, there's always been a big question mark next to how his businesses ran and who was even working there. But before we get into the allegations themselves, I think it's important to understand the basic question that got people looking into this in the first place. How did this guy actually make so much money? Because we're talking about a guy who built an entire online persona around being richer than everyone else. Every video was about money. Every rant was about money.
I hate
every
that
argument
content. I hate that kind of content, dude. Listen, people don't understand that if you make $100,000 a year and 40% of your income you have a $40,000 a year car or $40,000 car, that's 40% of your income, and you have a house that's 5 times your income, it's a $500,000 house. Fine. So you can get 1 house, 1 car, and eat some food and whatnot. Okay, and that takes a lot of your money away. If you make $1 million and you buy a car that's $400,000, and you buy a house that's $5 million, you get 1 house and 1 car, you're still broke. You can sell the house and get some money, but then what are you going to, you have to continue. So these people that get this money and then spend it, the money's gone. They're still broke. They're still broke. Their minds are broke. They're not trying, they think that they're going to be so hot forever and that it's going to keep coming, and they're broken. They're broken, and they teach other people how to be broken for a lot of money.
Into a speech about how much more money he has than them, and therefore they should sit down and just listen to him.
I'm Wes Watson. Everybody knows who I am.
But now he's sitting in a jail cell waiting for trial for multiple felony cases. People are starting to take a little bit better look at where he was actually making his money from. And according to the people speaking with John Bravo, the answer may be a lot more complicated than he sold coaching programs, because let's start with what the customers are supposedly paying for in the first place, because some of the coaching calls that have surfaced are definitely interesting, to put it lightly. There's something else. Like, if you've never seen anything from Wes before, in a way you're kind of blessed, but also you might assume that people were just paying for personalized fitness plans or something like that, but instead, no. Some of the recordings that have surfaced paint a very different picture. And I mean, to be fair, some people do like Wes's approach. This is why these like alpha male LARPing boot camps get sold out all the time, where you essentially have some dude screaming at you in the mud and he's like shooting a garden hose in your face. And it's all for, I don't know, to learn mental toughness or something like that. It doesn't make sense. People pay like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to essentially get bullied by men who they think are more successful than them. But Wes's whole brand was essentially built around tough love. He wasn't trying to be your therapist. He wasn't trying to be your friend. He was the guy yelling at people to get off the couch and take responsibility for their lives. And that's, I guess, what attracted a lot of people in the first place to Wes Watson. And yes, obviously there's like 80 billion layers of irony here about Wes Watson being the person yelling at people to take responsibility in their own lives. And meanwhile, Wes is in the current situation that he's in. But you could easily argue that there's
I think I've probably seen some Wes Watson shorts, but I don't think I've ever watched one of his videos.
Big difference between being, you know,
good riddance, man.
Blunt and direct, and just treating paying customers like garbage. And some of these calls are honestly very hard to listen to.
People come through my funnel and they do this. So you're trying to coach others. Yes, I'm trying to coach others. You should have said that.
He's drunk, dude. He's got something going on in his eyes. If you need a therapist, you're a weak man to begin with. There is a huge problem with therapy for men. And the big problem is a lot of time men go to women. Being coached in a business, you've got to start your life. So many people think college and a job is going to lead to a great, like you're not doing anything for yourself. You've got to create your life. And then when you create your life, you find people that have a life like yours, that are on the same kind of path, but more successful. And then you can get mentored. The coaching thing, the therapy thing, these people are more broken than you are. They just know how to yell at a camera. Monk's got a therapist.
I guess what I am starting to realize now, what my most recent breakthrough I've had mentally is that I see how it's possible to actually make more than just like a salary job to actually get.
He's trying to say he wants to coach. It's taking him this long.
So, like that guy said, he thought I'll just be an employee when he wants to do something greater. But what are you going to do? Are you going to just yell at people and tell them to be greater? No, you got to give them a plan. And this is the thing. This is what's going to sell. He's trying to get clips. He's trying to make money on the internet. I once went to the wackadoo.
He wants to make money online. You piece of you.
Imagine paying a dude like $2,000 and he just verbally insults you. I mean, this is actually this is a heist.
Yeah, it's a heist.
Come on, guys. Also, it's like, what are we trying to make an inception of just providing like zero value to society? It's like, hey, I want to be a coach, so I'm going to pay multiple thousands of dollars to another coach to learn how to coach.
So he's kind of on the right type of path, but you can't do that. You have to have something that you've done and successful in. When you get a lot of these online coaches, they want to act, and that's the problem. They want to act, but how do you show your results and then say, here, I'll tell you how to get those results? You know, and it's just like, no, you don't just yell at people. And it's turned a lot of people into
other people and get other people to buy my course. I mean, we live in fascinating times. It just seems like everyone wants a shortcut, which is how so many people get sucked into paying for this info space. And I'm not saying it's like all info is bad. I mean, there are actually like really good information out there. But like the high ticket info space is just so scammy in so many ways. I mean, paying $2,000 for a coaching call like this, it's just there's very few cases where it'll actually help you. But you know, aside from this being kind of funny as an outsider,
I think the way it would probably help people is they'll see that they got scammed, and then they're gonna get a fire lit under them to be like, I gotta freaking figure something out. They tell it all the time on TikTok.
Call. The thing that did stand out here is the fact that like the guy on the call is just trying to explain what he's struggling with, and instead of helping him, you know, what he's paid to be doing right there, he just screams at him. Dude's essentially being paid thousands of dollars, and he's just sitting there frustrated the guy isn't answering fast enough, which is kind of ironic, because if somebody pays you for coaching, isn't figuring out what they're trying to say literally a part of that job? Like, imagine you're hiring a math tutor, and 5 minutes into the session, they start screaming, why don't you already know the answer? Why don't you know what you're solving for here? Like my guy, that's why you're getting paid. And according to John's reporting, this wasn't supposedly a one-off incident either. These clips help explain why so many former customers eventually became unhappy with the service.
Figure it the f*** out or get the f*** off my program. It's not.
No. I'm not gonna leave because I'm paying.
So shut the f*** up. Shut back to like a
dude.
I hit you.
Help me.
Now finessed his life to where he was getting paid
Greetings from
thousands of dollars per
Argentina.
hour to just
I heard you ended up there.
Ego trip on call. Again, we live in fascinating times to enable behavior like this. But hey, I guess this is where the story starts moving away from just, you know, complaints about coaching calls into more serious stuff. Because according to Bravo, the former insiders he spoke with weren't just talking about.
Imagine they tell me I am monologuing on TikTok.
No, they were talking about how the money was actually being collected.
And he told me that the reason why his membership numbers are so high was because of the amount of people that never even noticed they're still getting charged, and they didn't even remember to cancel Because think about it. A lot of these people signed up for that $47 a month plan.
12,000 people at $47 a piece for a month. 12,000 times 47. He was making
12,000 times 47.
$500,000 a month. $564,000 a month. And now he's in jail.
And they never even noticed it was still on their credit card statements. Think about it. How many times do you look at your credit card statement and not even look through every charge? Some people don't notice this. Now, this is the account that Wes Watson used for his company. And all the money from all these signups would come into this account. And from here, he would disperse it in crypto, BlackRock, other investments, and of course cash, because we see him how he loves to spend all this cash on his behavior.
Okay, so if that's true, massive. So obviously this is where things go from bad to very bad, because there's a massive difference between running a coaching program that charges crazy prices to running a coaching program that you can't cancel. So even after people are saying, hey, I'm canceling my membership, I don't like this program, I don't like going on to calls and being berated by you. Right. And he's like, yeah, sorry, the person charging you or the company that's charging you, it can't cancel. So you're just going to be paying me forever. He didn't say that. He would say the company he had the app set up through was effing up. No, he did actually say that. Yeah, no, literally. So essentially it's like, well, my payment processor, they said they can't cancel you. Sorry.
Instead of him canceling their membership, he keeps on renewing it without their permission, even after they told him to stop. I realized right away I was on the 3-month program, and every time it would expire, he would keep renewing the membership, and I would reach out to him, and he would say that the company he had the app set up to was up and not canceling the membership. I got for $1,500 total by this guy.
I got effed out of $1,500 total by this guy. You know, a few thousand times 1,500 and more. Because I mean, the guys who are racking up the coaching calls, that's for like over 1,000 per call, I think, if I remember correctly. What a heist! And apparently, this wasn't a one-off issue either. This was happening with a whole bunch of people.
People are saying they have no way to return products on TikTok, TikTok shop. I got no idea about it.
They don't even use. But the problem is, when you notice it and you're trying to stop it and cancel it, the charges are actually supposed to...
Yeah, I know on my YouTube shop, I had to actually send in my return contract thing, like my, what do they call it? I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, you can charge it back. Yeah. But yeah, I mean that's what he should have done. What is it called? My return kind of contract return. Can't remember what it's called. Damn it! But I had to have a page on my website and then send that link to Google, and then before they would let me put products up.
Stop. So I don't know what's going on here, but according to some former customers, they're saying that didn't always happen. And one former client claimed that he repeatedly tried to cancel and he kept getting renewed anyway. So now, if that was the extent of the allegation,
it's called a... What do they call it? Oh, shit. What's it called? Policy. Your return policy. Jeez, my return policy. Yeah, my return policy. They had to see my return policy to make sure that it was like you had, I think they have rules where it's got to be if it's returned within 30 days, if it's unopened, and then like what you're going to do about each thing.
And we'd basically talking about a messy subscription dispute. But apparently, the former insiders went a whole lot further than that. And the next claim is by far the most serious one in the entire
So
video.
he's going to be a lot of fraud. Here's another tap on more fraud going on.
Started putting in charges on credit cards from clients from the past. He's got a gun in the house, and he's been banging credit cards from old clients. Then I told him, he's using their credit card numbers? No way. And then he says, he's been charging old clients' cards. How do you think he's paying for all this? How could these people not notice this shit, right? But now, finding this new piece of information out, it explains it all. When a charge is put in a payment processor, there's a field called a descriptor. And in that field, you can write whatever you want for the charge. So instead of it saying Wes Watson Fit like it should, he made it say Macy's, Costco, Walmart, whatever the hell he wanted. So these people are sitting there thinking these
they
are
started out 60 days ago. They've already found, they think, 1.4, maybe it was $1.1 trillion worth of fraud just from COVID fraud, Medicare fraud, just in Medicare fraud.
Charges on their
from
cards
COVID.
When it's actually Peggy on his computer changing the description so they won't ever know it's coming from him. What kind of was that?
Dude, I'm like kind of like stun locked from that information. That is crazy. I mean, I knew Wes Watson was a complete moron, but this takes the cake. I mean, if this is true, I think there's going to be a few more felonies now. Bravo to John Bravo for uncovering
What up,
this.
Guilt?
Just imagine
How you
being
been,
a life
brother?
coach actively committing credit card fraud on your own customers that you're supposed to be coaching.
So if he's got,
at this point, he's just a bad decision coach.
if he's got a bunch of wealthy people that have called him, and he knows that they're paying with a credit card that they run their life on, and something pops up that says Macy's or whatever, you know, or even him talking to them in coaching, they say where they shop, and then so he's just like, okay, $500 from this place, and they're just, you know, they just gloss right over because it's someplace they shop. That's crazy. That's allowed. How did it get hacked? I don't know. You all right? Everything good?
If you follow and do what
How
Wes
you doing,
Watson did
Leo?
in his life, you'll just end up in prison. But multiple sources here said they were actually being charged after they believed their memberships had been canceled. But the bigger claim involved how many of these charges allegedly appeared on customers' statements. So certain charges were allegedly processed using descriptions that obviously didn't match Wes Watson's business. So the fact that he was masking charges as like Macy's or Walmart, that's insane. Now, obviously, you could argue, wouldn't people notice this? Well, a lot of people probably would, but I mean, if you're spending thousands of dollars to get in calls with Wes Watson, you might not be noticing a $200 charge here and there. That's kind of what's crazy. But then obviously he was flexing and presenting himself as a person that had a few thousand people paying him every single month. Now, did he have that big of a number because essentially no one could ever cancel it? Was that the case here? Kind of seems like it. I don't know though. Because I mean, honestly, after seeing the calls, after seeing all the reviews, it never really added up why those subscription numbers were so high. Because according to these allegations, a large chunk of these people could have been paying even though they stopped participating. And that changes the whole conversation around this guy because suddenly you're not talking about someone who, you know, was making millions through motivation videos. We're talking about someone who essentially or allegedly was making millions through, what is this, credit card fraud? Seems like credit card fraud to me. Again, what do I know though? And also again, these are allegations. Now that I've covered my ass from being sued, let's continue the video. And some of the people that John was talking to believe the timing isn't a coincidence here because their theory is once Wes actually was arrested, a lot of the people who normally would have just stayed quiet suddenly had a whole lot less of a reason to keep protecting him because when someone, I guess, is at their height of their success, surrounded by money, influence, and employees, people tend to not want to fight that. Maybe they don't want to lose their job. Maybe they don't want to get dragged into some...
Well, they see him driving Bugattis and Lamborghinis, and they hope that they'll be able to end up like him by following what he does. But then when they see that it's crooked, what are they going to do? They've got a decision to make whether they're going to follow that and get rich too. But then they see him in jail, so they're like, okay, well, all right, I'm going to have to find something else to do, so maybe I can get something out of it.
Drama, and maybe they don't think any like legal battle is worth it. But suddenly, when that same person is sitting in jail facing multiple felony cases, the dynamic kind of changes. Suddenly it seems a little bit safer to bring forward new allegations.
Did you hear about those animal activists that use bike locks to attach themselves to a chicken slaughterhouse line? No, I'll take that next.
Suddenly, information that was or could have been private for many years starts finding its way into the public. And multiple of the people that John was talking to believed that actually Wes was becoming increasingly focused on money in the months leading up to his arrest. They claimed that he was pressured to maximize revenue and bring in as much cash as possible. Now, Whether if that's true or not, that remains to be seen. But now there is one thing we know for a fact. Wes is in a much different position today than what he was just a few years ago. Because I mean, just over a year ago, he was posting videos from luxury homes talking about how everyone else is broke and acting how he had his whole life together. And today, he's now sitting in jail, awaiting trial. And that's important because even if none of these allegations ever go anywhere, they create a completely different problem for him. Reputation. Because the entire Wes Watson brand was built on the idea that I became successful, so you should listen to me because I know how to become successful too. That was essentially the pitch. Because as soon as people start asking, wait, is all this legit? You have a massive problem. And right now, that's exactly the question that people are asking. But at this point, Wes has way bigger problems than just some YouTube videos because, you know, again, he's sitting in jail facing multiple felony charges, which could lead him into decades in prison. But I mean, hey, considering how many times I've already talked about him this year, I'm sure there'll be some new updates soon. But if you want to watch John's full video, I'll link it in the description down below. And if you're new here, feel free to subscribe and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
I want this.
This alpha male fitness.
Alpha male. Bam. All right, let's see. Animal activist locked to chicken coop. Animal right activists, Direct Action Everywhere, have repeatedly locked or chained themselves to a poultry facility to protest conditions and conduct open rescues. Dude, that stuff drives me so freaking crazy. That's so freaking nuts. I got chickens. They give me eggs. That's crazy. That's crazy stuff right there. All right, we'll do one more. What time is it? 12:20 after 12. Let's see. In real life streamer facing life in prison. Joe Rogan confronted freaking Project Gnome. The food influencer disasters. Ugh. He stopped sleeping for 91 days. That sucks. Carmelo is cooked. Artificial intelligence. That was epic. Friction any figs. We're not alone. Oh, that's pretty cool. Freaking whatever. Carmelo Anthony trial, cattle ranchers, 500 million. If you stop here, they'll kill you. The most inhumane place on earth. Jeez. Bible was right all along. Instagram is losing the people that made it popular. Ford CEO doesn't understand why mechanics are quitting. House of Tards. All right, let's see what this guy's got to say.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and I guess let's start with a question.
Some guy almost got choked.
Let me ask you this. What do you think of when you think of fog? Or basically what comes to mind when you imagine fog or some kind of a foggy morning, or when you find yourself inside the fog in a forest or something? And well, actually, independent of your answer, I'm pretty certain that what we're going to be discussing today based on this new study is going to completely blow your minds and change your perspective on the fog forever. And that's because despite all expectations and despite all preconceptions, turns out that fog is life. Okay, so I might have to dissect this a little bit and go through each individual step just so that it makes a little bit more sense. And that's because, in a nutshell, according to this new research and a lot of evidence behind it, at least certain types of fog, or essentially this unusual wet air that most of us have experienced before, is far more alive than we previously believed, and is far from being just some kind of a weather phenomenon. It literally seems to be a living, growing microhabitat that's actually quite biodiverse and contains a lot of things in it that most of us have never been aware of. And so today we're going to discuss this study from 2026 that officially reveals that bacteria aren't just sometimes found in fog, they seem to thrive in it and seem to create a very unusual ecosystem that may also be responsible for a lot of beneficial effects, including cleaning our air. But before we discuss the study and the biology behind this, let's discuss the basics in regards to...
Alright, dude. Sorry about that, dude. Pompeii changed how I think about something. This is an atom. I'm gonna watch something funny. Let's see. Cringe psychic fails. Everest is actually small. TikTok grandma. New fear unlocked. Oh, the shroud. Embarrassingly dumb ways to die. Jeez. Okay, let's check this out. Thank you, Ashan. His son. Alright, let's see. Damn. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah! Let's go! Oh my god!
Jeez, some serious upper body strength.
Go on, Brad! Let's go! Yeah.
Oh my god.
Nice. What's the point, brother? Some people just like to push their body to the limits. Jeez. Nice freaking work. Yeah, that was an awesome grab. It takes a lot of freaking skill, dude. I missed one with the girls in the background. I think they'll show it. I'm pretty sure those were the... Jeez. Stand clip.
Yeah! Let's go!
Oh, you missed! Yeah, there was girls in the background. I thought you meant you missed that. Oh, it's a little freaking kid. Cinnamon.
Yes.
Oh, I thought he was gonna jump back down and grab the rings. No, it's graham crackers, cinnamon graham crackers dipped in milk.
Yeah.
I eat them 2 at a time because if you dip them in the milk 1 at a time, they'll get mushy quick. So it's like a graham cracker sandwich. Nothing's in it. It's cinnamon. remind you of your grandma? Yeah, brother. They remind me of the grandma. I love them. They're so good. And a great little snack at the end of the night. Jeez, dude. Look at this little kid, freaking ripping it up. I could do that. Like a young Tony Hawk.
You got this.
Jeez, 2 flips.
Yeah.
This is insanely high.
Yeah.
Underwater. Some people got a lot of freaking energy. I thought the guy was gonna hit the ground. Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw it once before. Hey. Right. It looked like the trees down at the bottom I thought were bushes. So I was like, when's he gonna pull his? Yeah, but it ended up being those little things at the bottom were trees and a huge cliff. Oh man, they're so good. Infinity slackline. I've never seen one in real life. I see a slackline. I've never seen the infinity one. That was funny stuff, yeah. Oil money stuff. Jeez. Infinite slackline. Machine. The Fee Slack Pro Spider slack lines. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, oh, freaking horribly slow. Come on, jeez. Products. Gear, rollways, tensioning systems. Oh, dude, it's so slow. All right, let me do this. Let's go here, shopping. Oh, dude, they don't even have one here. Yeah, okay. What up, OG brother? FE Slack Pro. FE. Oh, FE Slack. $5,000. 5,000, 4,000 to $5,000, 4,000 to 5,000 euros. Jeez.
Oh, dude.
This must take some serious serious training. Jeez. Just blocking the road. That's amazing. Yeah, it was definitely cool. Super Obama. A lot of skill. A lot of freaking practice. A lot of skill. This stuff's really impressive to me. I can't do any of this stuff. Nice. Look at this guy. Nice. Jeez.
Najpierw przepuszymy ich fajerwerkami, a potem macie gotowe ładunki.
Damn, dude. Oh, it's gotta be connected to her ankles. She's got a safety sling too. I didn't see that. Jeez, man. Man, you don't want to get head. Yeah, safety cable. That's what that term I was thinking of. Jesus. A lot of freaking exercise. I mean, a lot of working out. A lot of practice. There you go. Jeez. I wonder how much money those places make. Like, you'd have to, I mean, people probably get hurt left and right. Yeah, infinite freaking.
Oh! Oh!
Crazy. I hit myself in the mouth with nunchucks, lost a tooth. As a kid, lost a tooth. Dude, like, I hit myself in the nose multiple times, hit myself in the forehead, side of my face. Never lost a tooth hitting with nunchucks, but definitely can see how it happens. The name is random. I don't have a particular political leaning. Super Obama. I'm gonna call it at night. My butt cheeks are going to bed. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you all for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.